morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway, Summit Point Motorsports Park. Beautiful day here. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue and then Spencer Gaynor as well. Sorry, I have to make sure somebody
there's no pecking order. We're all good.
That's right. All right. Good morning, Edwin. How are you doing today?
I am well. Looking forward to today. We've seen over the first 2 days different lengths of races. Today is our longest races of the weekend. We talked at the end of the broadcast yesterday. What changes do you make? What do guys do with the cars? It depends, obviously, on the car. But, yesterday morning, the heat races were little 9-lap sprint races.
Right.
Then we had a 12-lap feature in the afternoon. Today we go all the way to 20-lap feature events, and people go 20 laps. Well, remember, that's 40 miles. That's a whole lot of driving.
That's a lot of driving. So, Spencer, let's take a look at what our racers will be driving on today at this beautiful a track. This is my home track, a track that I love, 2 miles, 10 turns, Summit Point Raceway. Edwin, why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, what's so unique, and again, it depends on the race group, is this natural terrain road course designed by by God, because if you got somewhere and the boulder was too big to dynamite, you just made a turn. We mentioned on Saturday, our opening broadcast, that if you get down here to turn number 5, originally the track went from 5 straight across to 7. You didn't have the carousel, which has become so iconic here. That was added after about the first year of being open. The other nice thing is the way the track is laid out provides multiple passing areas. Now, those passing areas also are determined a little bit by the cars.
Right.
When we saw our open wheel cars, those guys, they get a good tow. They can pass just about anywhere. It's a funny thing, as the horsepower and speeds go up, the number of passing zones go down.
Right.
As the speeds slow down, now you've added so many additional passing zones. And that's what makes the Spec Miata, the SSM cars, so exciting. Same thing we saw in the Spec Racers as well.
Yesterday as well. Yeah, absolutely. With a couple great battles for the win there. And, and it's so interesting here. I mean, you've got this great elevation change. As I was out at turn 1 this morning, setting up some of our equipment, Edwin, it dawned on me, because I was finally able to see it from the outside of the track, just the subtle elevation changes as you go into turn number 1. It drops down for a moment and then actually rises up just the tiniest little bit to turn 2 in the horseshoe. And, and it's one of those things that for some cars, it's enough to put them off balance, and something that a driver has to contend with. But you have just these little little specialties of this course all around the 2 miles that challenge the racers every single time they come here.
And as you come over the hill before you head down the chute, the car gets totally unsprung.
Right.
Gets very, very light, and that's at the same time. So it's a perfect combination, because the car gets light at the same time as you're trying to change direction.
Exactly.
And so you have your least amount of contact
when the car is the most
needs it the most. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And then have it to be able to bring that car down and scrub off 70 miles an hour to get into turn 5. All right, as we've got our first race of the day, it is Spec Miata heading out on track. Edwin, let's run down the starting order.
So his lap of 126.843 puts the 63 of John Hotz in the Hot Stuff Miata on the pole. Michael LaMena in the 88 car, the Cornerstone Financial. He rounds out row number 1. Forrest Landy, boy, we've seen Forrest just kind of come through the field all weekend in the 94 car, is 3rd, and rounding out the 2nd row, the Tech Sport Machine. That's the 4 of Rob Hines.
All right, starting on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 44 Machine. He's already had 1 win this weekend. He's looking for his 2nd. It's Kip Gaynor driving the 44 car in the Structural Rehabilitation Group entry out of Durwood, Maryland. Jim Lindenthal starting 6th today, where he's started every single race so far this weekend. Doing it for 4 different races. He's in the RP Performance Machine out of Morgantown, West Virginia. Then we got Sebastian Landy starting 7th in the number 49 car from Ashburn, Virginia. And then Christiansburg, Virginia's Ted Cahall in the Cahall Racing J&L Automotive machine will start 8th.
We go to row 5. We find the driver from Owens Mills, Maryland, the Glass Jacobson, number 54, Michael Cohen. Next to him, the Windsor Custom Miata. That's Ryan Anderson in the 80 car. Row number 6, that's Bob Cahall in the number 178. And then rounding out that row is Shauna LaMena. Shauna out of Oakland, New Jersey, the Cornerstone Financial Machine.
All right, in the Rossini Racing Products entry from Westminster, Maryland, we got Kevin Conlon. He's going to start lucky 13th today in the 41 car. In the 81 car is David Gast. He's in the RP Performance entry from Great Falls, Virginia. He starts 14th. Starting 15th is Ben Foltz in the 08 entry. He is from Peru, Vermont, representing the New England region. And then we've got Christopher Kelly from Newmarket, Maryland. He drives the 131 Mazda. He starts 16th.
Starting 17th, he was our special guest yesterday, Baines Forster in the 123. That's the Full Sin Sims machine. And then Chung Lee in the 118. He's out of Douglasville, Pennsylvania. Row number 10, that is Dylan Moore, the 82 car, and Andre Ivanescu is in car 57.
All right, as the field now coming out of turn 10 with the pace car on the pit lane. Final 2 drivers, Dominic Mandillo driving the number 68 two-man racing entry. He'll be 21st. And then Oliver Jenkins out of Fleetwood, Pennsylvania. He starts 22nd as the green flag is in the air, Edwin, and we kick off our final day of racing here from Summit Point. John Hotz, our pole sitter, to the inside in the white number 63 machine. He gets such a good jump that he's going to move all the way over to drivers left. Now he moves back to the center of track to protect against Michael LaMena in the number 88 machine. Forrest Landing, that black, white, and red number 94, gets to the inside. He might have made it by LaMena to take over second place. Indeed, he does, as we now have Robbie Hines, another race winner this weekend, sitting in 4th position with Kip Gaynor, another race winner, sitting in 5th.
Hotz looked like a driver on a super speedway. He was trying to decide which lane was going to be faster. You saw him move one way and then the other to pick up which lane was coming the quickest and where he wanted to be into turn 1. Obviously, he chose correctly.
There you go, as he's going to lead the field into turn 5 for the very first time. Good start for Jim Lindenthal, who is running. It looks like Lindenthal may have gotten around Kip Gaynor to move up in the 5th. Here today as the field now starts to go single file through the carousel through turn 6A and 6B, and John Hotz leading the field through this high-speed expand and radius turn number 8 and up the hill. Great start for Forrest Landy, who's now moved up in the second place. You said it, Edwin. He actually started for our very first race of the weekend on Saturday afternoon at the tail end of this 22-car field. And as the grids get set by your fastest lap over the course of the weekend, he has moved forward and forward and forward.
That was interesting. That last lap, Hotz through turn number 9 took a little bit different line. A lot of times you'll see the cars go all the way out to that curve. Hotz stayed a little bit to driver's right. And I don't know if he was trying to protect the line as Landy was behind him, but a little bit different line through the corner for Hotz on that first lap.
Yeah, and I find it surprising a little bit because in these lower power momentum machines like a Spec Miata, what you want to be able to do is you want to be able to widen out that arc, have as little steering input as possible. You don't want to bind up the car, and anytime you dial in a little bit too much steering angle, it actually scrubs off speed as those front wheels are fighting for grip. And obviously he had enough of an advantage going up the hill that it doesn't matter, but you have to be careful here with Spec Miata that the draft is so strong that drivers will be able to pull right back up to you by the end of the long straightaway here, and that's what's happened. Now Forrest Landy now right back on the rear bumper of John Hotz.
Yeah, and LaMena is there. Hines is back, maybe a car length. But, you talk about steering input, and I had a couple years I got to work with the National Soapbox Derby. And the thing they teach the kids on Soapbox Derby is the less you put input into that front wheel, the faster you're going to go. Because as soon as you put any input there, you're slowing the car down.
Yeah.
And they work with the kids on that, and think about it, that's a whole lot slower speed as we've got a battle for the lead, but that steering input slows the car down.
Yeah, indeed. And so Rob Hines, who just set, now granted, very early in the race, but Rob Hines, who just reset fast lap, gets around Forrest Landy, and he gets around John Hotz in the short chute going from turn 2 to turn 3. So Robbie Hines now is your new leader. Robbie Hines, podium finisher at the National Championship runoffs in Spec Miata, a former national champion in the Touring 3 class as well. And he now moves to the lead.
Mr. Ginsburg, put on your race car driver hat. It's fairly cool this morning. 20-lap race. Do I need to take care of tires in this race?
Not at the beginning. There may be a time where you need to protect them a little bit, but also given that it's only about 55 degrees out right now, likely, unless these tires have been used for a couple of events, they're going to actually stay very consistent through the end. All these drivers, with the exception of Beans Forster, are on the Hoosier SM 7.5 tire, and they have very good life, but they really maintain their consistency over a long run.
And there's not as much concern over the life of the tire on as you've got to battle for second now. It's not the total number of laps, but what the guys count are heat cycles. How many times do I take this tire through a heat cycle? That's what's going to use up the life of that tire.
Right. All right, so Forrest Landy now has gotten around John Hotz, moving him up to second. Jim Lindenthal sitting in fifth. Kip Gaynor, who took a win yesterday morning, now finds himself in sixth position with Ted Cahall and Sebastian Landy. Sebastian Landy, who started in seventh position, drops 2 on the opening laps. Good start for Michael Cohen as he runs in ninth position. And, we were talking about Beans Forster, who is in the only SMT entry. You'll notice he's got the blue car number beside his name on our timing and scoring ticker. He started today's race in 17th position. He made it on the opening lap up to 12th. Great start for him. As his car, the tires, they're older tires, as we've talked the Beans. He's had them on the car for a number of test days, but they also don't have the same ultimate grip that the Hoosier tires do. He's running a Toyo tire right now, and the drivers with the Hoosiers have a bit of an advantage here.
Lap times are pretty quick this morning, as you saw. Kind of a cool morning here. The fast lap of the weekend, John Hotz set yesterday in the heat race, a 126.843. We've got a couple drivers who've just sort of dipped into that 127 range. So not quite to the fastest of the weekend, but pretty decent laps here in the early morning. Sun's coming up, so they're still getting some track temperature into that asphalt. Guys using every bit of the racetrack right there as they come over that hill.
As this race is going on, we've tried to get a little deeper, feature some of the racers that are in the race here, and other than our opening day quip about Ben Foltz 5, but we've got Ben Foltz driving the number, I believe it's the number 58. He's in the 08 machine today. Interesting here. He's 43 years old, out of the New England region. As we said, he's coming down from Vermont. Said he went through a midlife crisis and impulse buy bought a race car on his 43rd birthday. Now, he didn't say if it was this weekend or not, but he says his biggest accomplishment in his racing life is convincing his wife to let him buy a Spec Miata.
That's the perfect thing to do midlife, is buy a race car and go.
That's right.
Go racing. Hotz lost a couple spots, but the good news for John, he's not lost those front two. He's still right there. The gap is not extending, so he lost a couple spots, but you see him coming off the corner right there. Hotz is still in the picture. That's the third car. The white car is Hotz. He's not lost that group, but Michael LaMena is now right there behind him.
Indeed.
And then you see, gosh, that's back That's 5th and 6th you see coming over the hill right now, and that's Lindenthal and Gaynor, 5th and 6th going down the chute.
Yeah, and Gaynor took a quick look to the outside on Lindenthal coming out of turn 2 down the short chute into 3 and wasn't able to make up that distance. There just wasn't enough there before they got into the left-hand turn of turn 3. Should also mention John Hotz just reset fast lap, and as you mentioned, he's pulling Michael Lamena along with him now as they come up the hill, and they are certainly within shooting distance of Hines and Landy ahead. We'll just have to see, can Kip Gaynor push Lindenthal, or is he going to start looking for a pass? If he does, I think this early on, those two are going to really lose touch of our top 4.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That gap back to Lindenthal has increased a little bit. Now, they're running nose to tail. They're not racing one another, but let's see, Lamena, Lindenthal. Let me see. That might be a scoring issue, but I just lost. Yeah, I lost Lindenthal in the scoring, but that's
he's
just
still there.
He's still there. I looked up and I'm like, oh, where did he go? But anyway, Lindenthal, they're kind of in jeopardy of maybe losing that gap up to the front 4. That immediately goes away. So as soon as those guys go 2 by 2, then everybody, they just reel them back in.
Exactly.
So.
And interestingly enough, right behind that pair, we did have Sebastian Landy pass Ted Cahall under braking going into turn number 1. And they're going to be in this last pack here of 3 cars. And Cahall tried to fight back going into turn 3, and I think it slowed the 3 of them down somewhat. But Sebastian Landy has been a little bit faster than both Cahall as well as Michael Cohen all weekend long. He is now just on raw pace coming down the chute, been able to open up a couple of car lengths there, although he might be a good bridge to bring Cahall and Cahall and Cohen up to Lindenthal and Gaynor ahead.
If you're looking at our timing and scoring, it has been corrected. Now you saw Lindenthal now slotted back in the 5th position. So updated. And now you see Mike Lamena is getting by Hotz.
That's right, as they come down now into turn number 1. So a new 2nd place racer. That is, well, probably a 3rd place racer. Sorry about that. Is now Michael Lamena as he moves into a podium position. John Hotz in the white 63, dropping back to 4th. But, they also took care of that. There was no real fight there from John Hotz. I think he wanted Lamena to be able to get that move done so that they don't lose ground to the leaders. They're doing this in very strategic places. And with the Spec Miata, because the draft is so strong, if you're sitting right behind, it's once you get down to the braking zone, a pretty easy move. It only becomes difficult and disadvantageous when you try to fight it off.
Gaynor now in that 5th position. You see he in front of Lindenthal as they go through the carousel. So let's see what Gaynor can do now that he's gotten by the number 18 car. Can he start to reel in? There's your top 4, and then you see the gap back to 5th and 6th. Let's see what Gaynor can do. Can he sort of reel in that front bunch? But you're right, Hotz was sort of strategic there, and let's not run side by side because these other guys behind us will gobble us up as we still have a long way to go. 13 laps still in this race. They cross the line, make it 12 to go.
Oh, you know what? And I apologize, everybody. Everybody's asking, why are we watching the bracket race? That's because down at the bottom, I showed that it was the bracket race. Sorry about that. It is actually Spec Miata.
See, it's good to have the people checking on us, making sure we're doing it right.
That's right. My apologies, everybody. And, of course, we have Matt Phillips in the chat to remind everybody that there will be 2 bracket races today, both after lunch today. My apologies, though. Now, as the second Landy making a look to the inside there, and he is making his way up now to that second group.
This is interesting now because Hines, they're getting to race there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So yeah. Hines has got a little bit of gap.
Yeah, exactly.
And now Landy has Lamena all over him. And there you go. There's 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Hotz might be okay right now just to ride behind him.
Right, exactly. Now, he doesn't have to worry about fuel savings or anything like that. All these Miatas have plenty of fuel to make it to the end of the race. But, yeah, it might be a good opportunity for him to not necessarily relax, but to to assess the situation, to be able to, this is a great opportunity for him to see where Michael Lemena's and where Forrest Landy's weaker points around the course may be and how he could take advantage. And now what he's going to do is he's going to push Mike Lemena down the front straight around Forrest Landy. And so Landy now will slot back into fourth position behind Lemena and John Hotz as they come down into turn number one. And again, Landy, there wasn't much Landy could do about it, but you don't want to defend against that. You still have almost half a race to go.
Well, and those two cars in the draft working together, they're going to be quicker down that front straightaway, and there's not a whole lot. And I do think Hotz got by him, but it was after they cross start finish there, so timing will reset. But those two cars running in tandem in the draft, they're going to beat a single car down the straightaway.
And we've got RCF 944 at the chat again, and he says Bigfoot still stomping around the gravel trap at turn number one.
Yes.
That is absolutely right, and it was not me at 6:30 this morning, by the way. All right, as we look a little bit further back in the field, of course, we've got that great battle between Sebastian Landy, Ted Cahill, Michael Cohen, as Cahill and Cohen have been able to work their way back up to Sebastian Landy in the number 49 machine. But we've got some nice fights a little bit further back in the pack. We're going to see if we can focus on one as we've got some time here. Spencer, Ryan Anderson, who's in the number 80 machine, currently running in 12th position. So going to probably be coming out after this pack here. And yeah, I think he is going to be, I think, the third car here. Well, there's the 81 of David Gast. Yeah, so Ryan Anderson is actually caught onto the back of Ben Foltz and Bob Cahill. But a good fight between Gast and Kevin Conlon, the 81 and the 81 and the 41, the battle for 13th position, heading down into turn one. But we've got some very good battles here, and you can see attempt to pass being made going into one now. And I believe that was Cahill and Foltz going in the one, but great battles all the way through the field here.
We are 10 down. We are 10 to go. Let's give you a top 10. Hines in the 4-car leads over Michael Lemena in the 88. Hotz back up to third in the 63. Leads the 94 of Forrest Landy. Top 5, the 44 of Kip Gaynor. James Lindenthal, the 18 car, runs 6th. Sebastian Landy, the 49 car, is 7th. Ted Cahill in the 78 is 8th. Michael Cohen, the 54, is 9th. And Bob Cahill, the car 178, he runs 10th. That's your halfway update.
Well, it's going to be a little bit different now as Michael Cohen, we're going to probably see drop down from 9th position. Got a little loose coming out of turn 3. Looped the car, came across the track into the grass. He has now rejoined. The question is, where has he rejoined? We'll check that in just a moment here. But he has lost, I believe, he is coming on the front straight now. I think we're going to see him likely in 16th position. So loses 7 spots.
Ouch.
With that spin.
Ouch. That'll take a little work to make back up. We still, like I say, right at the halfway point here. Luckily, again, spin and continue, so we'll stay green. Looking at Hines, Hines' best lap, a 127.6. Hotz, just last lap, as you mentioned, reset fast lap down at a 127.409. He's sitting there in third. He's turning fast laps, but you see him right here off 9. He's starting to put some pressure on that 88 car of Michael Lemena. Here's the leader. There's Hines. And look at second and third. That's a good battle. And Landy just sitting there in fourth watching him.
Yeah, exactly. Although Landy's falling a little bit further back, he runs the risk of falling completely out of the draft. And he's going to essentially have to wait until Lemena and Hotz, if they do, start fighting in order to get back up, as we only have now 8 laps remaining here in our very first feature race of the day. Big brake lock up there. Was that from Mike Lemena, as both he and Hotz now come all the way down on the braking right to the back of Robbie Hines. So that lead that Hines built up, it is now gone. And I can't tell if that brake lockup was from LaMena or maybe it was from Rob Hines himself.
Maybe it was Hines, and that let him draw up right behind him. So, because they covered up, that was about a 4-car length gap, and they covered up. Might have been Hines going into turn number 1. We'll see.
A little too deep, and because he's right there now, he does carry a little bit more speed down through the chute than the two behind. Where is Rob Hines?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Did we lose our leader? Because I'm seeing LaMena, Hot's LaMena, and
Oh, we got one in the gravel here at the top of the hill, but that is not Hines.
that is not Hines.
That car gets safely out of the way. Should be okay if he can't continue. But let's see. Here come the leaders. Let's see. We reset here.
Yeah, because that's John. Yeah. That's John Hotz coming out of turn 10. I have a feeling we might have lost Robbie Hines over at turn 3. We're getting word that there were 3 different drivers that drove off there.
So we saw the red car, but Hines may be sitting there on the beach as well at turn number 3.
Yeah, indeed. And we're showing Hines now dropping through the order. So we're going to have John Hotz up at the lead, Mike LaMena, Forrest Landy, and we will get the numbers here in just a moment.
Oh, man. So, we saw Hines possibly. We're just listening here to get our numbers on pit road.
Yeah, so it looks like Rob Hines may have had some car issues. Again, we saw that big puff of smoke. He is actually now on the pit lane, Edwin. As crew is taking a look at those tires, Robbie Hines' last race of the weekend is now done.
Well, this reshuffles everything. Hotz, who started on the pole, led early, fell back a couple spots. Now he's back to the point. Michael LaMena started second. He runs second. And Forrest Landy now third. And this has been good. Gainer up to fourth.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please start heading to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
You see LaMena and Landy swapping spots back and forth. That's great news for John Hotz because they're racing. Hotz has opened a bit of a gap, almost 2 seconds, which in one of these Spec Miata races, that is a lifetime. You see the battle second and third. So now it's Landy, LaMena, Gainer to fourth, Lindenthal sits fifth.
That's right. And so John Hotz won the last race of the day yesterday, the 12-lap race. He's aiming to pick up his second win in a row, and he also picked up the early race on Saturday as well. So he's looking for 3 wins out of 4 races here in Spec Miata.
Lindenthal resets fast lap of his fast lap. So the fastest lap still is the 127.409 of Hotz. Lindenthal does a 6:08. So good lap, but not the fastest of this session with only now 6 laps remaining. And Hotz, in fact, Hotz looks like he's extended that lead. Now, Landy has a little gap back to LaMena. If they cannot battle, they have a shot at trying to reel in the leader. But you see the gap there. That's pretty. That's a pretty extensive gap for the lead.
It is. And actually, although it's only about 0.07 of a second difference, the fastest lap so far today has come from Michael LaMena, who's sitting in third position. He has managed to lap, slightly faster, about a tenth faster than Forrest Landy at points during this race. And LaMena now takes a look to the inside of Landy. Big brake lockup from him, and he slides across the track. Landy likely going to be able to take that common over underpass, and he does. He comes right back underneath Mike LaMena, who was busy trying to gather the car back up to hold on to second place. But as that happened, now John Hotz able to open up another 2 car lengths on the pair running second and third.
As Crofty would call it, the old switcheroo for Landy there. And nicely done. Actually, that's really good by Landy of having the the awareness of it. Hey, he's cooking this thing into the corner. Let me be patient because I'll be able to swap and get that inside line back. So well done on Landy's part. LaMena just sort of a dive bomb into one, could not make it stick. I'm sure that's not the last time he'll try it.
No, I'm sure we're going to probably see that again. And of course, every time that Mike LaMena locks up those front brakes and locks up those front tires, it's going to be much harder to keep the car from doing the same thing again, because the tires, they'll find that flat area and just slide right along the pavement. Those wheels will not spin, hurting his ability to brake and get the car slowed down at turn one as they go complete lap number 16. Starting lap number 17, Mike LaMena pokes out much earlier this time. He's going to try to run down the inside of Landy, maybe move over to the inside. He can't do it, and now you see Landy a little bit deeper on the brakes than LaMena. LaMena having to try to adjust what he had done the lap before, and Landy holds off the number 88 machine.
You know who loves this battle? It's Gaynor and Lindenthal.
They're coming.
They were back a distance. And remember, yeah, you want to win the race, but here it's also standing on that podium. So right now, Landy is the final step on the podium, and Gaynor sitting fourth. That battle has let Gaynor close the gap a little bit, 2 seconds now behind Landy. And again, it's great news for Hotz, for those guys. So it's great news for Hotz, still LaMena and Landy to race. It's also great news for Gaynor and Lindenthal to kind of drag that group together. 3 to go next time by. This one is zipped by.
Attention in the paddock. Second call for race group number 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
We see Landy kind of adjusting his line, trying to make LaMena use a different line to get to the inside. You protect the inside, but we've seen several people very successfully use the outside in turn number 1 to set up the pass at turn 3. Doesn't happen that time. That time, LaMena stays in the tire tracks of the 94 of Landy.
All right, and now Landy and LaMena, they are making up ground on John Hotz and get a great run out from turn 2. They've now closed things down to only 2.5 car lengths, and John Hotz does not get a great run out of turn 3. That pair, they're coming as they come down the hill. Let's see, we know LaMena has some issues there with threshold braking. He does back off a little bit from Landy, but things with now only 2.5 laps remaining, they're starting to compress because Kip Gaynor, again, race winner yesterday morning, as well as Jim Lindenthal, they're starting to close in as well. And, LaMena and Landy may have to start worrying about what's in their rearview mirror as well as what's out the front windshield soon enough.
Landy in the tire tracks of the leader, Hotz in the 63. Here they come under the bridge to turn 10, and they'll get 2 to go this time by. Hotz had a nice run off that corner just to open it up a little bit because Landy was getting bigger and bigger in the rearview mirror. Let's see, will LaMena take a shot into turn number 1? That's the battle for second.
All right, he holds station for now. It appears he doesn't poke out as they come under braking. They want to continue to close things down on John Hotz. They both know they need to be in a position much closer than they are right now in order to take the win. Just ahead of our 2 leaders, a little race going on, and that is, I believe, Andre Ivanescu and Christopher Kelly, the battle for 18th.
You see all the top 5 right there together. You see them all in this shot in a second. 1, 2, 3. And here comes 4 and 5. Gaynor now has opened up a little gap back to Lindenthal. Big lockup down the hill. And that was LaMena. And you talked about some braking issues on the 88.
And there you go. And so now LaMena loses almost 6 car lengths to Forrest Landy. And as we're working our penultimate lap, that may have taken him out of contention for the win. It also put him under attack from his teammate Kip Gaynor, who's making up ground very quickly in the battle for the last spot on the podium.
And it allows Landy now to be a little bit more creative,
Yes,
trying to get by hot. So Landy doesn't have to worry about the rear view mirror. He can look ahead. Landy, though, gosh, the gap now is about 5 car lengths. Landy's got to make up some ground here. Remember, you can't make that pass for the win coming off a 10. You just don't have enough run to the start-finish to make it happen. They get in the corner. Landy now still 4, make it 5 car lengths behind the leader.
All right, and looks like Andre Avanescu brought his car down the pit lane, same color as the Lindenthal car, so I wanted to make sure that it wasn't Jim here. And Forrest Landy, as we work our last lap, he's not making up the ground that he needs to get to John Hotz. It was much easier as he had the car pushing. The 2 cars working together, certainly stronger than just one alone. And Landy now, who's had a great run all weekend long, just not able to close things down. LaMena again under braking, going into 5 with the lockup.
And he's got a chance possibly to lose that podium spot. Gaynor, teammate right behind him. But LaMena, that big lockup coming down the hill. Gaynor has a shot at stepping on the podium. Here come the leaders. There's the white car of John Hotz.
And as they work up the hill, Mike LaMena getting very defensive, trying to hold off his teammate for the last spot on the podium. They're going to go side by side and into the dirt. That is Kip Gaynor, and off into the gravel trap. He is going to not complete this race, but taking the win in race number 4 in Spec Miata. It is John Hotz. He's won 3 of 4 races this weekend. Forrest Landy will finish second. Mike LaMena takes the last step on the podium, and Jim Lindenthal will work his way up to 4th. Sebastian Landy will finish in 5th. Ted Cahall works his way up to 6th with Bob Cahall, his brother, in 7th. Ryan Anderson coming onto the front straight in the number 80 machine. He will finish in 8th position. Kevin Conlon will finish 9th. David Gast will round out your top 10.
Remind me again, the 88 and 44 are teammates, right?
For now.
I'm going to the paddock and chat with him. Actually, that was just, you know what? It looked like Gaynor was trying the outside move. He was already in the dirt when I looked up, but thought he was trying outside, just ran out of racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. The track turns right, and he didn't. But we'll have to see. I mean, the other part of it is you still have to be able to get the car slowed down. And as he had LaMena to his inside, Kip Gaynor couldn't turn in until, Gaynor couldn't turn in until LaMena turned in. And I think LaMena waited as long as he could and held Gaynor out there.
And you mentioned LaMena. LaMena was really, and it's probably an initial lockup, like I said, little flat spot, and that troubled him throughout the rest of the race.
Exactly. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our first race of the day, Spec Miata. Let's make a call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. And we're going to take a quick break. Spencer's going to go out and pull his dad's car out of the gravel trap, and we'll be back with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the final day of the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. We'll be back in a few.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
We got him a weekend membership and threw a hot pass on him so he can around with me or follow me around. Travis will be here in October to race the Lemons race. Come back around before, or must have been a melee going on up there at 3 and 4. Now Travis does say he has a habit, of carousel in sim racing, and Kathleen was explaining to him, don't try that when you're here because there's not a ditch in Ireland. You got a walk there with you?
I'm not personally a fan of it. I was not talking about that. I was talking about how short the lifespan of the blades is. Why is that? I said,
I wasn't looking up at him, but it seems pretty clear that you were dealing with it.
Yeah, it's just you've seen the big clouds. You can't
Yeah,
see
but
them
when you
through the
turn
clouds.
that way, I turn around to look.
I was like, you have seen something.
Museum in Dearborn.
no, I haven't made it yet.
Jimmy Clark's number 82. It's 500. He's sitting there.
The mics are live on those cameras. Surprise!
Oh, I forgot that. Yes, thank you. I forgot that little detail. I'm sitting underneath two cameras.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got the.
I forgot about that too. Have a good weekend, Pete.
Up, and it's like in slow motion in a movie, and then right in my head, right in the helmet. And my head went back, and then of course.
No. That's why you're on 3.
Ooh, that was
That was
bad.
cold. That was cold.
Man, he's getting bad early in the
cold.
morning. That
I'm
was
so
bad.
sorry. I didn't even think. I was like, that just came out. I'm
I
sorry.
know.
I love it.
You can find somebody.
That's another reason I went into contact, was strictly because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually only wearing mine now.
Yeah. Sneaks up on you. And we only break in 2 places. Well, 3. You tap them going in. Close. He was so smooth that he would just eat people alive. It was the greatest. As soon as you saw him come down the hill, you could just get the Bluetooth. 1 minute.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Edwin Pardue, and that is the pace car. Beautiful MGA taking the field out for our second race of the day, improved touring and B-Spec. Edwin, let's run down the starting order.
On the pole, a lap of 124.347. He set that lap back on Saturday in qualifying the OG Racing Mazda. That's the 32 of Deacon Greenfeld. Mark Johnston in the 17 car is second. His Alien Force Nissan. And then Mark Liller set to go third, but Mark lost a car earlier this weekend. So then it'll be the 10 of Glenn Evans out of Centerville, Virginia, the Minis Mission Mazda.
All right, well, as we said, everybody's moving up at least one position. Scheduled to start fifth today, our ITA pole sitter, Joel Gambino in the RP Performance Mazda Miata out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Jeff Lucas driving the 00 Motorsport Auto Datsun 240Z out of Myrtle Beach. The Professor starts sixth. Murphy Nichols in the number 55 Murph Dog Motorsports Nissan 240SX scheduled to start seventh, with T. Wade Heron in another ITA car. This, the Rockhouse Mazda Miata, scheduled to start eighth.
Let's go to row number 5 out of Hampstead, Maryland, driving a Mazda, car number 100. That's Justin Shepard. And then the Autabella Toyota, car number 59, belongs to Peter Doan. Thomas Martin is in the 88, the Brimtech Volkswagen. He's from Great Falls, Virginia. And then Tristan Herbert. He's our first B-Spec car, the Rat Sport Mini Cooper in car 103.
All right, starting 13th today in the number 41 Mazda Miata from Virginia Beach, it's Giovanni Crisafulli with Kevin Fryer, in his number 98 ITB Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002. Alton Fryer in the 89 Fry Guy Racing 2002 will start 15th with Carl Fossler in the number 82 ITB Freesoft Frederick Motorsports Porsche 924 starting 16th.
Let's go to row number 9, and we go to Darnestown, Maryland. We find the York Automotive BMW, the 02 of Jonathan Kinberg, and next to him in the 08, that's Ryan Moran, the Cop Motorsports Mini Cooper. That's the 08 Alex Radcliffe. In the 105, the Rat Sport Hyundai, and then next to him, Robert Ahern Jr., car number 11, the Mini Cooper from New Jersey.
All right, and rounding out this 22-car field, we've got, well, we'll have to see if it's the 95 or the 96 today. The B-Spec Mazda 2, the JK Racing machine. It's either driven by James Kohler or James Nurr. One of the two Jameses is behind the wheel. We'll check that out in just a moment. But we've got the MGA pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to Deacon Greenfield, looking for his 4th ITS win of the weekend in a brand new car to him. Mark Johnston to his left. Johnston has been very strong, challenging Greenfield on lap number 1 of each of our races, using the torque of that Nissan to his advantage. He does it once again as they head down into turn 1. Brake lights come on early for our racers in the front rows, and it is going to be Greenfield who leads the field through turn number 1, slotting into 3rd position. Glenn Evans in the black number 10 ITS Miata. Yesterday, he ended up in the gravel trap to start off this race after getting a nice little tap. He continues on. Now we got Joel Gambino. He's in that blue Mazda Miata. He's your ITA leader.
Well, we saw Greenfield yesterday in the final race. Just once he got to the lead, extended his gap huge, which he hadn't done the rest of the weekend. So we'll watch and see if Johnson can kind of keep an eye on him as we go through this 20-lap race. But yeah, Greenfield was had a huge gap yesterday, which we had not seen in the earlier races.
Yeah, exactly. He had been challenged by Johnson all the way down into the chute here. Looks like Jeff Lucas may have started at the back of the pack in his Datsun 240Z. The professor out of Myrtle Beach has a lot of ground to make up here. And want to welcome James Ritter to the chat here on YouTube. He says he's following James Kohler and James Nurr. And it is James Kohler that is behind the wheel today of the B-Spec Mazda 2, the number 95 car. He's out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That's the green and orange machine.
Greenfield has a good first lap and opens up about a 1.5-second gap on this first lap. Let's make it 1.645. That's about a 1.5 seconds on lap number 1.
All right, we have a couple drivers that did not make the grid today. We've talked about Mark Liller in the 127 Mazda MX-5. He had some challenges on Saturday. Murphy Nichols, who's had a couple podium finishes in ITA, he was out for our warm-up session this morning. Apparently found some issues with the car that he did not like. He did not make the grid. T. Wade Heron out of Manassas, Virginia, in his ITA Miata also not making the grid. Tom Martin, who was our winner in yesterday's race in his Volkswagen Golf, did not post for today's start, nor did Alex Ratcliffe in his Hyundai Accent. We didn't see the Accent out during either of the races yesterday either.
In ITA, Gambino's been able in the races to, right off the start, get a couple cars to gap himself between the next ITA car. Right now, Justin Shepard and Peter Doan. So Gambino, Shepard, and Doan, they're all three nose to tail on track. That's been huge for Gambino because just the way the race has come to him over the weekend, he had a couple buffer cars in between. Right now, at least early on, he doesn't have that.
And so, Gambino, he's had the advantage of being able to team up over the prior 3 races with Jeff Lucas and the Datsun. Lucas, with a lot more straight line speed than the Miata, has actually pulled pulled Gambino's car away from the rest of the field. With Lucas starting at the back of the pack, he doesn't have that advantage now as they go 1, 2, 3 through turn number 1. And a good run yesterday for Peter Doan in the Toyota MR2. That car has had a very long development cycle, and he has it running very well this weekend. He's making up a little bit of ground on the black with orange number 100, just ahead of Justin Shepard.
If you're joining us today for the first time this weekend, we talk about all the in-class racing. Well, you can follow it there on Time and Scoring. The different colors of the numbers, those are cars that are in class together. See, Greenfield, Johnston, Evans, they're all in class together. We talked about then Gambino, Shepard, and Doan. They're in class together. So you can go through that pylon, the scoring pylon, and find out where people are in class together.
Indeed. And we got Eric Yeagle in the chat. Eric, a B-Spec racer out of, I believe now calling Indianapolis home or thereabouts, originally from Texas. We'll see him at the National Championship runoffs. He says, "Where is Rich Roman at? He must be scared." We'll see. Eric, we'll see Rich a little bit later in our actually, we'll see him in our next race with SSM. But of course, Rich Roman, the defending two-time national champion in B-Spec, devoting this weekend to his Mazda program. As we see now coming over the start-finish line, that is Jeff Lucas in the ITS Datsun, getting by our B-Spec leader, Tristan Herbert. Of course, Tristan, multi-time Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITB champion, also former Pirelli World Challenge Rookie of the Year back, I believe, 2012 or 2013, as he's been racing this Rat Sport Mini Cooper a number of times over the past 2 years.
3-day weekend here, so it's a challenge, and folks are doing it, but it's a challenge to do double duty here this weekend because you are in and out of the car a ton. So some of the guys who maybe on a 2-day weekend would do a double duty, run in a couple multiple classes, but there are folks doing it. We've seen a lot of guys doing
Petiti in the
in the bracket and his
and in Big Bore, exactly. We've seen a Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport run, I think 8 races so far this weekend.
Yeah, Petiti will need a long weekend and a massage when the weekend's over because he spent a ton of time in the car.
And that car is probably going to need an engine out service by the time this weekend is over as well. As Gambino now starting to open up an advantage over Justin Shepard as they come to the start-finish line. The gap now almost 2.5 seconds, but Peter Doan now starting to reel Justin Shepard in a little bit less than a second, separate those two racers now as they come under braking into turn number 1.
You see the gap there, first and second. So like we saw in the second race yesterday, Greenfield now opening up a gap back to Johnston. It's almost 8 seconds early in this one. So Johnston trying to reel him in.
Indeed, and we just saw they're coming down, looked like into turn 5. We'll pick them up here, I think, on the next camera. Battle for the lead. Well, there goes Mark Johnson. I think it was a little bit further back. We had the 2 ITB BMW 2002s, the Fry Guy Racing cars. Kevin Fryer, who has been for a number of years now, been racing in the Touring 4 class at a national level, comes back to join us here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in his BMW 2002. He and his dad putting on a pretty good show here. They come down into turn 5, the 98 car and the 89 car. Dad, Alton, has been driving that 89 machine now probably for a good 30 years.
And 2 cars, obviously similarly prepared in class. But that doesn't always mean you're going to be right nose to tail the whole time. They have been nose to tail the entire
weekend. Almost all weekend long, exactly, here. And Kevin getting a nice little pull up the hill underneath the bridge from Tristan Herbert's Mini Cooper. Another good fight, actually. We're going to try and track down where they are, Spencer. The 2 Mazda 2s in B-Spec, Kohler and Ahern. And Jim Kohler now just getting around Ahern. Ahern having to put in a lot of work on his car as he had an incident on Saturday morning. Here they come onto onto the front straight now. And a matter of fact, Ahern has moved over to the Mini Cooper. He raced on Saturday in a Mazda 2. They got the car fixed up reasonably well for yesterday, but I think that this particular car had been raced by Ryan Moran yesterday, and I think Moran is taking the day off. But a good run so far from James Kohler in the 95 machine. Kohler was the 1982 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series F Production champion. Started racing in 1978, raced all the way up to 1984 in F Production, moved over to showroom stock in 1990, and took a couple years off to raise children. He says he's only been racing for 15 years. Just so happens those 15 years span about 45 years.
we won't do the math.
No.
Tell you what, Greenfield is about as quick as he's been all weekend long. He does a 124.5 a couple laps ago. His fast lap coming into today was a 124.35. So he's just about as quick today, this morning, as he's been all weekend long. That's not good for Mark Johnston.
No, it is not. It is not a good sign for the Nissan driver. As I was going around last night picking up equipment, Mark and the Alien Force crew were they're paddocked on the outside of the carousel, hood up on the car. They were going through every last bit, trying to get a little bit more power out of that car. Mark races not only this ITS chassis, he also has an STU version of this Nissan 240 SX that he's run in previous years here at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. But now, big change in ITA, Edwin, as Justin Shepard has conceded second position in ITA to Peter Doan. Doan making the pass coming out of turn 3, leads the Miata down into turn 5, all the while Jeff Lucas, who started at the rear of this pack, he's now right behind those two racers.
Yeah, Doan had come up just a couple tenths behind him when they went by timing and scoring last time, and then set him up for the pass. That gap had gotten bigger. Doan reeled it back in, made the pass, so he'll be now, like I said, second up in ITA, but still a little bit of a gap to catch up to Gambino.
Right, and and maybe this changed. Maybe with Doan as the lead car, maybe that is maybe the Shepard car a little bit better doing the pushing, and they may be able to close things down to Gambino, who has been nothing if not consistent this weekend. And that last time by, though, both Doan and Shepard were about 0.3 of a second faster than Gambino ahead. And with 13 laps remaining, that's 26 miles, a lot of time still to get up to our ITA leader, who has won all 3 ITA races so far this weekend.
Greenfield stretches his legs, overall leader. That gap now about 17 seconds over Johnston. And again, Greenfield turning some of his quickest laps of the weekend here on Monday morning.
Yeah, and so there's a question in the chat from Steve Moeller if Ahern is racing Rich Roman's number 117 car. Indeed, Roman is behind the wheel, or probably, Ahern is behind the wheel of the Mini Coupe. And there they are with Ahern and Noller going into turn, James Noller going into turn 1. That is the machine that Rich Roman has taken to the national championship, and I would assume will be with Roman behind the wheel this year at Road America.
Going back to the ITA once again, let's look at the gap Gambino now has over Doan, and it's right at 6 seconds. That's the battle for ITA. Gambino in the 31, Doan in the 59. The gap from first to second sits at 6 seconds.
All right, as they come down into turn 1, Jeff Lucas looks to get around Peter Doan and Justin Shepard. He's going to use the toe from the Datsun to come to the inside on Peter Doan, push him out wide, and he manages to not get the pass made. Doan's able to fight off the Mazda Miata, and so Doan will remain second place in ITA. All the while, Jeff Lucas now looking to close things up on Mark Johnston. He is still, now as he gets around those 2 ITA machines, he is about 13 seconds back. Actually, I guess he's got Glenn Evans ahead. He's still about 11 seconds back from Glenn Evans running third in ITS.
Well, and all that does is some interclass racing there doesn't help Doan catch Gambino. Doan needs some clean laps here, and here he is dealing with traffic in class and out of class. That doesn't help for a quick lap.
All right, in the battle for second now, or probably battle for third in B-Spec, Ahern getting around Jim Kohler, going down into turn one.
Next time by, when Greenfield comes by, we will be halfway home. Halfway home next time by. The 10 down, 10 to go again. Today's feature races, all of them are 20 laps except for our bracket races. They're going to be split into two 10-lap races.
All right, here's a big change in ITB, Edwin. We saw for a number of laps opening this race, in the first 7 laps or so, actually 8 laps, where our ITB leader, Kevin Fryer, was tucked up right under the rear of Tristan Herbert's B-Spec Mini. Both Fryers, both Kevin and Alton, have gotten around the Mini now. And so Alton Fryer still, though, about 1 second back from his son as they both come down into turn one under braking.
And there is official halfway now. Halfway. And where's Martin in the IT?
Tom didn't come out. Tom Martin did not.
He did not take the start.
Did not take the start. Yeah, running third right now in ITB is Carl Fossler, who we see just now coming out from behind the trees. He's going to be the next car to come into turn 3 in his Porsche 924. And I think I said earlier that Ryan Moran was actually running in the Rich Roman Mini Coupe yesterday. That is not the case. Moran is actually in the red Mini Coupe, the one that's going into turn 5 right now. And in B-Spec, he is currently running second to Tristan Herbert, about 6 seconds in arrears. That fight between Ahern and Kohler, about 20 seconds back from there.
And on a 3-day race weekend, and some of the guys were actually here Friday for a test day. So over that period, by the time you get to Monday afternoon, you'll have several cars not answering the bell for the race, mainly just due to, is a mechanical or just a long weekend. So part of this, while we've had a bunch of shorter sprint races, part of this for the weekend is also a marathon.
Right. Exactly. I mean, you obviously want to have a car that's going to make it all the way to the end, not just the end of 20 laps, but to the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
It's a lot of mileage on these cars that are typically set up for, 2 days of racing and maybe 2 or 3 races. Some of them have had, by the end of the weekend, have 5 separate races.
And again, we talked, depending on the car, depending on the tires, that's taken several times in the weekend, taking your tire through a full heat cycle, which will, again, give you some issues in performance as the weekend wears on.
All right, Ryan Moran now here in the red Mini Coupe. He is starting to close things down on Tristan Herbert. Last time by, Ryan Moran almost 2.8 seconds faster than Tristan Herbert. He knocked the gap down to about 3 seconds. And we see even as they come down the hill, he's making that ground up. Now, that might have been a lap where Tristan Herbert had some issues. We had the 2 ITB cars get around him. But even here, coming through the carousel, Edwin, that light blue Mini seems to be maybe a little bit off the normal pace. Here is Carl Fossler's Porsche is making quick ground. And Ryan Moran, he's definitely closing things up on the 103 car.
NITA Gambino now has a car between himself and the rest of his field, Lucas. So Gambino runs 4th overall, Lucas 5th, and then that's a spot back. So you still have Doan in the 59, Shepard in the 100 running there 2nd and 3rd in ITA, but Gambino now is a little closer earlier, but now Gambino started to open that gap a little bit.
And you know what, Edwin? I said earlier that Murphy Nichols was not here, and there he is.
Magically.
He magically appears. Didn't see him when he came out. Now, we're showing him as being 8 laps down.
So maybe.
Yeah, again, I don't think he made the start, but he is there. We are getting lap times for him. and he's lapping again a little bit off the pace of what he's lapped over the course of the weekend, but he's hooked up there right with his Alien Force teammate and buddy Mark Johnston as they come down through turn 3. Big difference there between the two motors. One's a double overhead cam, one's a single overhead cam motor.
Maybe just a late breakfast, finishing up.
Quite possibly. Murphy also paddocked there on the outside of the just literally right over there. There's his trailer on the outside of our camera. If he couldn't tell that those first groups had gone out for their races, I don't know what to tell you. Actually, he was out early this morning for our warm-up.
You mentioned that he did do warm-ups. Total aside, if you're ever at a racetrack for breakfast and you can find Bob Lightsinger, the legend.
Yes.
He makes the best racetrack breakfast in the world.
Really?
Yes. He's got some butcher. He gets this hand-cut bacon somewhere. So yeah. If you can find Bob at the racetrack for breakfast, stop by his motor coach.
Yeah. There are some women that run the gearbox at Road America that that may take issue with that, but. Edwin, I want to bring your attention to the battle for the the B-Spec lead as Ryan Moran now right underneath the not much of a rear wing, under the hatchback of Tristan Herbert as they start to head down the hill. And as we said, Herbert seemed to be falling off the pace somewhat. And Ryan Moran just turned in his fastest lap of the race. It was 1.9 seconds faster than Tristan Herbert. And when they crossed the line, it was only 0.2 separating them. Moran now with 6 laps remaining in a very good position to take the lead.
Yeah, they're running 12.
Attention in the paddock, race group 3, SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, race group 3, please head to the grid.
Saw them on screen right there. They run 12th and 13th overall, but you mentioned the gap last time under 0.3 of a second, and it'll be even closer here off turn number 10. Again, that's your battle for B-Spec, Herbert and Moran, and they come by and let's see, the gap right about a half a second.
Yeah, and so Moran moves over to try to get a little bit of a toe off of Mark Johnston's big Nissan. I used to be able to get toes in my CRX off those cars. I imagine a B-Spec car could as well, and he pulls right back to the rear of Tristan Herbert. Now, I'm not sure what the problem is there. Herbert had gotten a great run through 10 and was actually able to gap Moran for the short a period of time here, but Moran now closes things down. He definitely appears to be getting a lot better jump out of turn 1 than Herbert. Herbert using one thing to his advantage. He's actually driving a little bit shorter distance between 2 and 3, and it allows him to open up maybe half a car length on Moran, who's hugging the right-hand side of the track that actually curves a little bit, and you end up running a greater distance. And Moran now pushing very wide, misses the apex at 6. Same deal, maybe running, and he's not putting a big load on the front tires, but he's also running a longer distance than Herbert at the moment.
Deacon Greenfield leads ITS. Go back to ITA. Joel Gambino in the 31 leads there. Pick up ITB, Kevin Fryer. And then we have next ITA leader is Chris Afuli.
ITA should be Joel Gambino.
Did I skip Joel? Sorry, Joel. Yep, Gambino in ITA leading the way there. And then our ITB guys, Kevin Fryer and Alton Fryer, run 1-2 in ITB as we're now down 6 laps to go.
Yeah. And that fight for second place in ITA, they're coming up on the B-Spec battle now between Kohler and Ahern. And Peter Doan, he has been able to not only hold off Justin Shepard. Shepard ends up having to trail the 2 B-Spec cars through turn 10. And as Kohler and Ahern go side by side, Shepard has to shoot all the way to the right-hand side of the track, losing even more time and distance to Peter Doan's Toyota MR2.
Yeah, they're Gambino's sort of out away from him a little bit, but Doan and Shepard. So Doan's about 10 seconds behind Gambino. And Shepard lost lead ground. Shepard now almost a full second behind Doan in that battle for second spot.
And this is a wonderful battle to watch here. The battle for this will be for the last step on the podium between Kohler and Ahern, as I think they've spent probably more time side by side than nose to tail over the course of this race, as they're going to come all the way down through the chute, through the fastest corner on the course, door to door. Ahern, as he has to concede there into turn 5, Kohler, great positioning to make that pass stick.
4 laps to go here. Greenfield kind of picking up where he left off yesterday. In fact, he's, as I mentioned, running some of his fastest laps of the weekend, just 0.2 of a second off of his quickest lap so far. And that goes across all of our sessions. So Greenfield saving his best for last.
Indeed. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 3, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. All right, heading down into turn 1, door to door. Yes, the B-Spec cars are, but this is the fight for second in ITA. And Justin Shepard, after just a lap ago having to check up for the B-Spec battle, he comes down the inside on Peter Doan. And can he make a pass stick? Not yet. Doan goes around the outside, and will he hold him off going into 3? Yes, he does. So Peter Doan fights off the challenge from the 100 car, at least for the moment. But Shepard now starting to show some very good pace. Now, Peter Doan, the last 2 days, Edwin, that Toyota seemingly loses pace around 3/4, actually about now, at about lap 14 or 15. And of course, now as we've got a 20-lap race, he's got 5 laps beyond that to worry about.
Boy, they are. He had a shot there, and again, it's positioning your car in the right place once the track comes back to you. Here they are through 9. Doan and Shepard stay single file for now. Maybe a car length and a half separate them.
All right, and coming up right behind them, they're probably going to start to see the blue flags come out as our overall leader, Deacon Greenfield, looking to put those racers a lap down. Probably won't get to them until after turn 1. But let's see if Shepard pokes to the inside again as they run down the front straight. I think from the looks of it, Shepard got on the brakes rather early. He's going to hold station here this time through.
Deacon can be pretty patient here. He's got a big gap, so he can wait past them when it works.
And I'm thinking that maybe Shepard was hoping that Greenfield would try to come down the inside, and because he's already done it once, and try to use him to pull through. Hasn't happened yet. Indeed, Greenfield's just kind of sitting back here. He doesn't want to affect this race at all.
He's got a huge gap. That's your overall leader in the red car. Got a big gap. So again, he can be very, very patient. There's no pressure on him right now. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see him probably wait till maybe even turn 9 and pop out and get those guys.
Now, will it be anything like on Saturday where we saw one of the T4 MX-5s give an H-Prod Golf a push down the front straight? Will Deacon Greenfield play favorites in this ITA race? It will certainly be a lot easier to line himself up on the Miata's rear bumper. But Greenfield has, with just a lap and a quarter remaining, has been very patient to let these two race all the way through the bottom portion of the course. And I think now he's close enough that as they come through turn 10, he'll likely go and put them a lap down and get the 1 to go board as well. And there you go. He steps to the inside.
Let's see. Interesting. He did not pass them before the line, which means they won't get the white till they come all the way back around.
Exactly.
Yep. We saw that. I can't remember which race yesterday we saw that.
It's interesting, Edward, is I've had some of these endurance iRacing events where the leader will do exactly that, and then the drivers now find themselves having to run an extra lap that they didn't anticipate. They run out of fuel on the last lap. No worry about that here. These racers, they're going to run their full complement of 20 laps, and that is some heads-up racing and gentlemanly racing from Deacon Greenfield.
He's going to let them do their battle, and He's in no pressure to get by him. He can coast for another mile.
And he's even backed off a little bit, I think, to let them know that he's not going to insert himself in their fight. Justin Shepard now gets a good run into turn number 6, but Doan seems to be able to dig out of 6B a little bit and usually pick up about a half a car length right here.
Race car driver, Greg, is Greenfield aware of those guys are in-class racing each other?
Absolutely he is. Absolutely he is.
Well, they're going to get, so the two dark cars are going to get one to go, and right behind them, the red car is going to see a checkered flag.
That's exactly right. All right, so with one lap remaining, the battle for second in ITA, it's Peter Doan running in second. It is then Justin Shepard running in third and taking the checkered flag, taking the win in ITS. It is Deacon Greenfield. He runs the table this weekend, 4 wins in a row, and all following racers, they're going to see the checkered flag. So let's see if we can jump back over to that battle for second in ITA. Joel Gambino, currently your leader in the class. We'll see him come around here in just a few moments, take the checker. And Shepard is fallen off the back of Peter Doan here with a lap to go. Now that Miata should be a little bit stronger coming down the hill and under braking going into turn 5, but he's just too far back now for it to make a difference. Mark Johnston crosses the line. He's going to finish second in ITS as our ITB leaders should be coming out of turn 10 now. Kevin Fryer, there he is in the white with black stripe number 98 BMW 2002. He's going to take the win in ITB. Dad Alton in the 89, the silver 89. He'll finish in second with, Carl Fossler finishing in third. And here comes that fight for second. And it is going to be Peter Doan taking second in ITA. Justin Shepard will finish third. Tristan Herbert crossed the line. We had Ryan Moran taking the win in B-Spec. Tristan Herbert will finish second. Robert Ahern, who was actually the first of our B-Spec racers to take the checker, he's going to finish third with James Kohler, who ran his fastest lap on the last lap, and oh my gosh, about 3/10 faster than Ahern. Kohler's going to finish just off the podium in fourth. So let's take a look here in ITS. It's Greenfield, Johnston, Glenn Evans, your top 3. Jeff Lucas, unfortunately, pulled his car off. Had some issues with it, only complete 17 laps, finishes in fourth. In ITA, it's Gambino, Doan, and Shepard. Giovanni Crisafulli finishes in fourth. Murphy Nichols comes out, still makes it halfway, but only completes 10 laps after getting that late start. In ITB, Kevin Fryer, Alton Fryer, Carl Fossler with John Kinberg finishing in fourth. And then finally in B-Spec, as we mentioned, Moran, Herbert, Ahern, and Kohler, your top 4. Great race, though, in ITB. And got to congratulate Deacon Greenfield. It's
a good weekend.
Yeah, good weekend for him. First driver to run the table here at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. And this is one you're going to want to be here for. This has been also all weekend long. They've been bringing the drama. That's an in the paddock. Final call for race group 3. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few moments. It's the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here from Summit Point, sponsored by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fires, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Something serious. It could be serious. It could be serious.
Yeah, I saw this before. Whatever else happens.
Where were you guys? Down there in 3. Oh, okay. There was a driver there?
Yeah, I don't know where he's from. He
And I turn and look over my shoulder expecting to see cars coming down the straight. And needless to say, that was, I think, the worst call I've ever made. Returning, counter race and EV.
R00, that stinks.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Edwin Pardue and Spencer Gaynor. And Edwin, I am so looking forward to this race, the fourth and final race of the weekend for SSM, our 1.6 liter first generation Mazda Miatas.
Rich Roman set a lap yesterday of 127.694. His RP performance, number 11, is on the pole. Jordan Fuhrman, the other RP performance, number 8, will start alongside. Ryan Maloney in car number 15. The Dayton, Maryland driver goes third. John Hotz, we saw him earlier this morning. He's in car number 63. He rounds out row number 2.
All right, starting on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 58 machine. And yes, as I've now learned from both his father and his uncle, he is still just 14 years old. Colin Murchison out of Sykesville, Maryland. Arif Chasm's going to start on the outside of that row. In 6th, he's driving the number 98 Redline Oil machine. Callan Crocker in the number 123 Hang Loose Racing Mazda Miata. He'll start 7th with Jamison Huffman in the OG Racing entry from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, starting in 8th.
The RP performance, number 79, Scott Brunk. He'll be in row number 5 alongside the 21 of Jack Murchison. And then row 6, it's Dylan Adeli, the RP performance 75. Isaac Jordan, car number 46. The International Bar Machine out of Weehawken, New Jersey, starts 12th.
The 88 of Jay Bindrum, the Mind and Body Clinic Mazda, will start 13th today with Brent Simonson on the outside of row number 7. He's going to be driving the number 26 RP Performance entry. Andy O'Brien had some mechanical issues over the course of the weekend. We'll see if that machine makes it out. Andy's driving the number 14 car, starts 15th. And then Mark Rougeau in the DBM Racing J&L Automotive entry out of Sterling, Virginia, will start 16th.
Row number 9, we find Wallingford, Pennsylvania's David Whibley. He's in the Performance Auto number 18 along with Stephen Rollo, car number 35 in the RTR Racing Machine. He's from St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Row 10, that is Kevin Gaiman in car number 113, the Dwarf Racing Machine. And then from Fairfax, Virginia, the 10 Oaks, number 65, is Brooks Hunt.
All right, then we've got Oliver Jenkins out of Fleetwood, Pennsylvania, driving the number 83 machine. He starts 21st with Ron Etzian starting alongside him. Ron is going to be on the outside of row number 12, and he's driving the Eli's Heating and Air Conditioning car. Don't really need that this weekend. That's why he's here racing, apparently. And he starts 22nd. Then we got Mark Sylvia starting 23rd. He drives the number 22 RP Performance Machine. And Rich Ura in the Ura Autosports entry out of Fairfax, Virginia, starts 24th.
We'll stay in Fairfax, Virginia, because that's the home of Chase Kovach, car number 71. And then on the outside of row 13, the 86 of Isaac Clark. And then we find Ben Sarley in car number 199, the Sarley Machine, and Jim Hess. Car number 56, he is out of Newcastle, Virginia.
All right, Michael Monahan out of Hedgesville, West Virginia, will start on the inside of row number 15 with Ken Siegel in the number 24 entry out of Ellicott City, Maryland, starting 30th. Then Ray Seabird Heath in the RHRNL Windsor Customs entry out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, starting 31st, with John Maslin from Ellicott City, Maryland, starting 32nd.
Scott Kane from Washington, D.C. is in the 97, and then next to him, starting 34th, Jack Kellum, the Olsen Vest, number 39. Let's go back the next row. That's Steve Bindrum in car 07. He's from Knoxville, Tennessee, and just by chance, next to him is Patrick Charkit from Knoxville, Maryland.
There you go, Tennessee to Maryland. All right, Greg Gale from Weston, Virginia, driving the RP Performance number 73 entry. He starts 37th with Jim Roberts in the Jim Roberts West Main car representing the Susquehanna region of the SCCA. He starts 38th. Then we've got Nathan Reynolds in an RP Performance entry. The number 95 car starts 39th. And then John Grayhor in the number 40 RP Performance Mazda from Ashburn, Virginia, starts 40th.
Anita Barnes rounds out the field. She's in car number 72. She comes to us from Round Hill, Virginia. That's a nice field of cars set for 20 laps of racing.
That's right. Cannot wait for this. Lights are out on the pace car as we'll see the field now start to form up 2 by 2. Looks to be somewhat fast pace lap here, and the rear end of the field still kind of struggling to catch up. They're still coming out of the carousel. They're very strung out. We'll see if the starter lets this race go on. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Rich Roman. We said it before, Rich, your defending national champion in B-Spec, multi-time Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series SSM champion, and he's got a race winner this season in Jordy Fuhrman right alongside. Green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Summit Point. It's the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, and both rows, inside, outside, they are evened up heading down into turn 1. Roman tries to push Fuhrman a little bit more to driver's left, open up that entry into turn 1 where he's going to lead the field. Fuhrman looking to hold off Ryan Maloney, who's taken 2 wins so far this weekend of the 3, and he manages to do so. Roman's going to sit center of track with Fuhrman directly behind, and now Ryan Maloney under attack from John Hotz as they go into turn number 3. A couple cars pushed wide, and I think John Hotz might have managed to get around the blue 15.
Well, if you're Fuhrman, you're going to stay on the outside as long as you can. Once you know that's not going to work, now you're thinking, I got to get in line, and we got trouble in the corner.
All right, we've got a couple cars off coming out of turn 4. I believe one of them is the orange number 2. That is Mark Rougeau, and we'll get the other number here in just a moment.
Self-cleaning, both cars spin. There was just tiniest little bit of tap to the tire wall, but both cars able to continue. They'll drop that yellow, and we'll stay green.
All right, the other car involved Kevin Gaiman in the 113 machine. The Dwarf Racing entries, our leaders, come out of turn 10 for the first time. It is Rich Roman, Jordy Fuhrman, and then John Hotz, who've got another car that's gone off at turn 10. You can see the smoke there. That car comes across the track into the grass. He does continue, but he looks like he's got a lot of damage at the front of the car. That is the 123 of Callan Crocker there to the inside. We'll see if he can continue with that car in the current state.
Well, there's an action-packed opening lap.
Oh my gosh, yes.
What I was saying at the beginning was with Fuhrman, you try that outside line, see if it's going to work, and then as soon as you can, you got to figure out, how can I get back single file? He did a nice job. Got in behind Roman as we got 3 wide into the corner.
And as they come down into turn number 3, trying to get the numbers on those cars, but what a fight. A little bit further back, I believe that's Dylan Adeli with Isaac Jordan and Jay Bindrum, as we're now, we got 6 cars all bottled up, fighting for the same piece of pavement, coming under braking into turn number 5. Wow. All I could do is kind of laugh here and certainly smile at this very close racing. These cars, we've said it before, Edwin, of course, they're all on a spec Toyo tire, Toyo being one of the sponsors of this race, along with G-Lock Brakes, a contingency partner. But all of these cars, they are very, very closely matched, maybe much more so than spec Miata, where we've got just one chassis type. The cars have a sealed motor program where they can only make anywhere between 105 and 108 horsepower, and they're locked down even to the types of spark plugs they have to run in these cars.
Those guys did a wonderful job. They came down the chute 3 wide, sorted it out a little bit, but then made the turn at 5 2 wide, and everybody stayed on the asphalt. That was well done because they were really, about 6 of them all bunched up together, sorted itself out. Well done.
All right, so let's take a look here as Arif Kazim in the number 98 machine. He is leading that second group. He's in the red number 98. He's got John Hotz with him, Colin Murchison, as well as Jamison Huffman as well. Of course, Huffman, who's got multiple race wins. As a matter of fact, going back to the race that we had at Virginia International Raceway this year, both he and Jordy Fuhrman had a great battle during the Saturday race. Turns out that Jamison Huffman was able to hold on over the course of a 15-lap race with a rear tire that had gone completely flat and still managed to hold out for the win. He's had all the air at all 4 tires this weekend. That might be his problem, as he's been a little bit off the pace this weekend, has been sitting around that 7th, 8th, 9th position almost all weekend long.
4 tires with air should be better.
Usually, yes. And I think it was the left rear tire, which must have been one heck of a ride down through Hogpen at VIR. All right, as our leaders now come across the stripe, it is Roman, Furman, Maloney, John Hotz, who's sitting fourth. He's the white car at the end of that line. He just turns in the fastest lap as he got caught up in the draft. Our second group, we've got a pair of drivers. It's Arif Chasm along with 14-year-old Colin Murchison trying to get up to that lead group. Then it's Jamison Huffman with Scott Brunk and Jack Murchison running 7th, 8th, and 9th. Isaac Jordan in the 46, the black and yellow machine. He's currently sitting in 10th.
Yeah, you got that sort of third group coming into your screen right there. Huffman, Brunk, Murchison. In fact, that was maybe that Brunk who dropped 2 wheels off. So you got a group of 4, then you got a group of 2, and then back to this group of 3. So guys are kind of pairing off or getting into their groups here. That's your third group right there on track. There's the lead group, your pack of 2, pack of 3 through the carousel.
There you go, with Isaac Jordan, that trailing car in the line. And, you know, again, if they start fighting just ahead of him, he's going to be able to pull right into that group.
Right now, Furman, a couple times he's taken a peek, but with Maloney and Hotz right behind him, he doesn't have an opportunity to say, we talked about it earlier, race, to get creative on his passing idea.
Exactly.
In fact, now let's see. They'll stay as they cross start finish in front of us here. Looks like they'll stay pretty much single file. Will anybody pop out right now? I don't think so. Hotz has fallen back a few car lengths, but that could be maybe by design just to see what those guys are going to do in front of him.
I think so. I think it gives them a little bit better view of not just the bumper of Ryan Maloney, but all 3 cars ahead of him. Remember, John Hotz had just set the fastest lap on the prior lap. So I think he's maybe just dialing things back, maybe giving those tires a little bit of a chance to cool down. But almost as important, last time by, Arif Chasm and Colin Murchison running about a minute 28.9. We're both faster than John Hotz ahead. They've now closed things up. You'll see here, and now about 4 car lengths now back up to our 4th place runner.
Down the front straightaway last time, Furman, that red car, was tucked under Roman, decided not to pop up, try to make a pass, as now they'll head. We'll see them right here coming in. They do have a lap car that they'll deal with. Kind of have to change their line just a little bit and head up the hill. And now Maloney puts a little pressure on Furman as they head for turn number 10. That's your top 3, Roman, Furman, and Maloney. And Maloney does put pressure because just set a fast lap.
All right, as our leader's already starting to lap the field, that was the blue 72 of Anita Barnes. Anita doing a great job keeping that car to the outside, letting our leaders come in underneath. In the chat, we've got Colin Murchison, who's the brother of both Jack and Colin. And Callum says that, and we knew that Colin obviously was 14, but Jack, who has been racing for a number of years now in Spec Miata, also Spec MX5, and put in some time in Global MX5 Cup, only 17 years old. And you remember this, Edwin, we saw Jack make a run from the very rear of this pack during the Sunday feature race at the June MARRS and work all the way up to, I think, just about a couple feet from taking a win.
Passed a ton of race cars on that day. 15 laps here. Maloney trying to get a little racy with Furman in front, but the question is now, is it, with the top 10 all within a straightaway of each other, how hard do you race right now? Because you can, if you get caught out in the wrong line, and you can easily lose 3 or 4 spots, and now your move for the lead all of a sudden cost you a podium position. So a little bit of patience. Also, see if you can gap the field a little bit. Right now, they're not gapping the field at all. You've got your top 10 within 4-5 seconds of each other.
Indeed. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Brandon Coble in the chat, who is doing spell checking for us. He might want to talk to the driver, who on YouTube goes by Jordy Foo, not Jordy Foe. Thought that maybe Jordy Fuhrman's name was misspelled on our timing ticker there. No, not the case. Jordy Fuhrman currently running second and still tucked right underneath Rich Roman, trying to get his very first win of the weekend.
14 laps remaining. Leaders down the front straightaway there. You get a good shot of the field. And now back up. That's sort of the middle pack group there. Again, they've broken out into, you got a group of 4, a group of 2, a group of 3, kind of spread out. And right now, feels like, and I say this as somebody do something crazy, feels like right now they're trying to log some laps, get the feel of the car, get a gap to the other group, and then go race it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a great little fight going on right there. Jay Bindrum in the 88, Dave Weibel in the 18, Dylan Adeli and Brent Simonson right there as well. And I've raced for years with Brent. Here they come down the hill. Raced for years with Brent in ITA as he raced in first in a Mazda Miata. Then he moved over to a Mazda RX-8 for a number of years as well. But very good. I'm sure he was hoping for rain, as he's pretty much a rainmeister around this racetrack.
We talked about some of the differences in these longer races, especially in a field of 40-some cars. Traffic will become an issue the late stages of this. And it's in class traffic, which means it's not, that closing ratio is not crazy like you'll see in Big Bull or something else.
Exactly.
The closing ratio is pretty close. So traffic, we're not even halfway, but dealing with traffic might be an issue as we get to the end of this race.
And in that battle, we were just talking about Brent Simonson getting around Dave Weibel, so move him up to 13th. Yeah, indeed. And as we talked about, Edwin, in I think as we were talking in Spec Miata in the first race today about having smooth inputs, and these cars, these Spec Miatas, they are very balanced, very well balanced, but they don't like a strong hand. If you try to throw the car into a corner, it will get very loose and it will get very ornery and try to fight back quite a bit. And the drivers, especially as they're in a lot of traffic here and they're having to adjust their lines and they're having, in some cases, to very quickly make changes of direction that they didn't necessarily anticipate, they have to make sure that they have the tires to go to the end, because they might have put a lot more wear on them than just sitting in line trying to draft, trying to just watch what the driver ahead is doing and try to pick off when they make small mistakes.
And sometimes in some of the other classes, you have that big horsepower that can actually pull you out of a situation. You don't have that here. If you lose that momentum or whatever, it's a lap for you to gain that back and get back where you need to be. Chasm now up to 4th spot.
We got Heather Marie in the chat. Hi, Heather. That is Jordy Fuhrman's mother. So
hi, Mom.
So she could definitely solve the mystery for us if we need it. But hi, Mom. Your boy's done good just once again, as he's in a great position here right behind our leader, Rich Roman, in the number 11 machine.
Quickly coming to halfway. We've got 12 remaining. Field is getting stretched out a little bit, but Chasm, as I mentioned, has moved up to 4th. Murchison now in 5th spot. So it's Roman, Fuhrman, Maloney, Chasm, Murchison, top 5.
All right, it sounds like we had a driver have a little bit of a wild ride through turn 3. And it was, I believe, the 42 machine that just went for that ride. And of course, I don't see a 42 car. We'll see. At this point, it doesn't matter. The car continued. Did nothing but put a lot of dust in the air, but if I get a confirmation on the number, I'll let you know. And a reminder to everybody that we do have one more race before we break for lunch, one more feature race. That is going to be the Spec Racer Fords. So another race filled with a spec class and spec cars and very close racing. When we come back from lunch, we'll have our first of 2 bracket races this afternoon.
We've had a change up front. I didn't catch it there.
Yeah,
Time is scoring, showing Roman now has lost a couple spots back to 3rd.
Well, we'll see here now, as I believe they're coming into turn 1 now. And there they, no, that is not them. We'll pick them up here in just a moment. There, actually, yes, there they are, going into turn
1, 2, 3.
There it is, Jordy Fuhrman, your new leader, Ryan Maloney in the number 15 machine running 2nd, and Rich Roman who was our pole sitter and led the first 9 laps of this race, he is now in 3rd position. As we had somebody go for a ride through that big cloud of dust and dirt over at turn 9. And you can see there, Edwin, now the grass has all been worn away.
So dry right now.
Over there.
All right, the leaders just exiting the carousel. We're going to see that lead trio come through the corner right now. Here they are. So Furman in the red, Maloney, that dark blue car, Roman, the white car, in 3rd. So Roman lost 2 spots there. He's back to 3rd as we're closing in on halfway.
Yeah, and then we've got Chasm, Murchison, and Hotz in the 2nd group there. And so John Hotz, who had been running in 4th position, he's now fallen back. And it looks like a mirror image. Jamison Huffman now in the number 89 machine, another one of the white cars. He pokes out to the inside, going to try to get around the 63 machine. And as they come down into turn number 1,
I thought Maloney was going to take a peek there.
Yeah.
Maloney got a good toe down the front straightaway, but for at least for now, stayed single file here at the halfway point. And this is letting Arif Kasim and Murchison maybe kind of reel in that top 3. Leaders up over the hill. They'll stay single file right now. Down the chute they go, nose to tail. Again, we are just past halfway, and you've got a whale of a race for the lead, and then you've got 4th, 5th, and 6th right there. Here we go through the carousel. Stay single file. Sometimes you can make a move to the inside of turn 5 before you set up for that carousel.
And my mistake there, I thought John Hotz was under attack from the 89 of Huffman, and it turns out it was John Hotz passing a slower car, lapped car, John Grayhor's number 40 machine. Grayhor currently sitting in 36th position.
Here comes Maloney. He's going to try to make a move in to the final corner, tucks back in single file. So they came off a 9. Maloney takes, you'll see a lot. You got to take a peek to driver's right. What do I have? And tucks back in.
Right.
It's a good toe right now.
Yeah, and of course, much better to follow the car through turn 10. In that corner, which is the 2nd fastest corner, apex speed, probably around 86 to 87 miles an hour in these cars. Edwin, if they ended up going into turn 10 side by side, like much as we saw there, Rich Roman would have had an opportunity to drive right on by. He does it anyhow at the end of the line, going down and under braking into turn 1. Aggressive move from 3rd.
He got a great toe and drove it into the corner, but more importantly, drove it in the corner, made it stick. So right there in one corner, Roman had gone from 1st to 3rd, 3rd back to 1st. They've opened a little gap now back to Chasm. I thought might start to reel him in just because they were racing side to side. He didn't.
Yeah, and they've been very methodical there at the front, that they've contained those passes to the end of the front straight now. Otherwise, they have worked together to continue to stretch that lead out, and we are now looking at about almost 3 seconds between the lead trio and then Arif Chasm back in 4th position. Chasm now, he had the advantage of Colin Murchison locked to his rear bumper where they could work together and try to push forward. Murchison has dropped just a little bit back now, and only a car length and a half, but that's a push that Chasm doesn't have any longer.
And just to let you know, if you're watching online, our scoring loop is right at start finish, so you might see a pass into 1, and then once they come back start finish, our scoring loop will reset the timing and scoring for you. So if you see a pass, just be patient, we'll get caught up.
Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, this is your first call to the grid.
Here's Maloney and Furman both going to go. So Maloney now going to take a time at the top of the grid. And Roman, I think Rich is going to hang on to 2nd, maybe.
Maybe not. Yeah, and Furman's going to have to get out of it a little bit coming down through the chute. Not a lot of grip on the outside. Although we saw, who did we see yesterday make that outside pass that was just absolutely stunning, because you don't have a lot of grip on the outside there. That plus you look to your left and you see the tire wall like feet away from you. It's pretty daunting to be stuck out there.
Boy, Maloney got great drive off of that first corner. In fact, now look at this. Maloney about 4 car lengths. Now that was because Roman and Fuhrman were side by side, but Maloney has what you could almost call a nice lead here off turn number 10, make it 4 or 5 car lengths. And you'll see now, I imagine that Roman and Fuhrman will try to hook up and catch him back up. But that was nice. Maloney got good drive off the first corner and was able to make the pass going into 3. They got 1 lap car to deal with in front of them. So he said, this longer race, you will have some traffic to deal with before the race is over, and where you catch that traffic can be super important.
I would say nobody knows.
Yeah, where you're going to catch it, you don't.
Exactly. All right. I want to also, we've got the Brooks Hunt fan club in the chat right now here, Edwin, and we've got both Lisa Coop. We've also got Carla Hunt. Carla is Brooks's daughter. And maybe if we can track down the 65 car, we'll give you a quick little view to see how Dad is doing.
He started 20th. He's now up to, I believe, 17th. So making some positive progress here today.
I believe probably coming down into 3 now, I think. There's the 70. I think that was a 75. Yeah, we'll catch up with Brooks. He's right there on track with Steve Rock. Big pack. It's Brent Simonson with Weibel, Crocker, Rollo, Hunt is there as well. Actually, I think that's the group right now.
Yep, I believe so.
Coming through 6. Spencer, once again, the man. Everybody, if you like what Spencer's doing here, because he is our director and he's picking out all these camera views, go ahead, give him a big thumbs up. Edwin and I are doing it here in the booth. Unfortunately, nobody here to take a picture of it. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region YouTube channel. Right now, primarily our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series coverage, but there are some plans for the D.C. region to start rolling out some other media as well, maybe some of our other motorsports action for you. And we've got a car off the number 9 car on the outside of turn number 5. That is Ray Seabird Heath, who's had a difficult weekend here, Edwin. Heath off at 5. He was involved in that last lap incident over at turn 10 during our Saturday afternoon race as well. We'll see if that car can continue. And we're getting word now that the flag has been withdrawn. We think Mr. Heath has been able to continue.
Yeah, if it's a good, if you're going to go off, that's a good place to go off. There's a lot of room to go.
Yeah, and we just saw Heath coming out of turn 8 and up the hill. So he's going to lose a number of positions, but he's going to live to run another lap.
So there's your lead pack. Roman back to the point over Maloney and Fuhrman. When we saw Maloney take the lead, he opened a gap. They've caught back up. Roman's the leader.
All right, as we stay on this shot coming down into turn 1 behind our lead 3, Colin Murchison has dropped considerably off the rear of our 4th place runner, Arif Chasm, and John Hotz, who had fallen back from them, is now right to the back of the number 58 machine. They're going to be the last 2 cars that we see now coming out of turn number 2. Hotz, that last time by, was almost 0.3 of a second faster than the 58 machine ahead. And maybe now he's cooled down his tires enough to put on a charge, albeit a little bit far back to start doing it.
Your lead trio is in traffic as well, so they'll have to be very careful. They're going through the carousel now. They've got some traffic to deal with, and we'll see that become more and more of an issue now with 5 laps remaining.
All right, as we watch there, Jamison Huffman, the white number 89, Scott Brunk in that Gulf liveried number 79 machine, lock nose to tail. That is the battle right now for 7th position.
we've mentioned, but I'll mention it again. So dry, just 2 wheels off. We've seen it in this race. Kicks up clouds of dust. It looks much worse than it is, but it's just the dry conditions that we've had here. All right, there's your lead trio. They've opened up a little bit in front of Fuhrman. Chasm, Murchison, Hotz, they're going by, and whoop, we only got 4 to go. And here comes Maloney. Thought he was going to take a late peak, stay single file. They've gapped Fuhrman a little bit.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, yesterday we saw the same thing in the afternoon race where Fuhrman in the final laps of the race started to lose. It's not that he started to lose pace, but he had 1 or 2 laps where he lost a couple tenths of a second, fell out of that draft, and he just was never able to recover as he tried, unfortunately, in vain to get back to the front of the pack, and that is where he stands right now, about a second off the rear of Rich Roman and Ryan Maloney. Arif Chasm about 2.5 seconds back from there, and he has still got Colin Murchison and John Hotz about 6-7 car lengths back, so not under a lot of pressure at the moment, but somebody who is under pressure, it is again Jamison Huffman with Scott Brunk climbing up his bumper there as they fight it out for 7th position.
How tight are these cars? You look at best laps. Maloney, a 28.67, a 0.69 for Roman, a 0.699 for Fuhrman.
Yeah, 23 one-thousandths of a second difference between Maloney and Roman, 4 one-thousandths of a second between Roman and Fuhrman. John Hotz only 9 hundredths of a second back from there. I mean, so close. Now again, those are their fastest lap times, and we see these drivers get slower, get faster, get slower to faster, depending on what the conditions are at the time. But it tells you how close the capabilities are, and that's over 2 full miles that they're capable of running within a couple thousandths of a second of one another.
Just saw Fuhrman, the red car right there. He's maybe 6 car lengths behind Maloney. First, second, third. Here we come down the chute to turn 5. That green car is a car they're going to lap. You see the corner workers showing the flag there, letting them know who's behind them, and they make the left-hander. How tight are they right now? Oh, boy. It's a tough spot to try to catch that car. They'll give room to the inside. Both cars should clear. Fuhrman will have to do that probably once we get to turn 9.
Yeah, and I think they're coming up. That is Jack Kellum in the number 39 machine here at Kellum out of Charlestown, West Virginia.
2 to go when we come by.
Wow, this has been going by so darn quick. Edwin, let's make another call to the grid for the next group then. Pitching in the paddock, race group 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, our last race before lunch. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Battle for the lead into turn number 1. Fuhrman pops out to the inside. Is he going to be alongside? No. Well, yes, he is. Late braking there, and Maloney, I should say, gets to the inside and should be able to take the spot from Roman. Here they come. Well, Roman's in the better line right now. If Roman can hang on through this corner, nice job by Rich, because Maloney was by him in turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. And so you saw there where Roman, again, came down the center of the track, shorter distance, and at the very end, just inched over to the right just a little bit so that it held off Maloney's attempt to get alongside going into turn number 3. Great defense there from Rich Roman.
Well, and when you've had as many laps, I know Rich has had just thousands of laps out here. You know exactly where you want to position the car in that situation.
Yeah, and of course, Rich, an instructor for the Summit Point Training Facility here as well, does a lot of driving at this racetrack, if not in a Miata, if not in a Mini, in a Ford Crown Vic or any one of a number of different types of vehicles around
Looks
here.
like a police car.
Yeah.
In it. They're going to be 1 to go this time by Maloney in the tire tracks. Fuhrman, he's kind of lost touch with those front two.
Yeah, as he fell out of the draft now, almost 2 seconds back from our leaders as they cross the stripe, make the run down to turn 1 for the last time. Maloney now moving to the inside, driver's right as Roman moves all the way as far as he can, driver's left to try and open up that corner. They're going to go into the final time turn number 1, wheel to wheels. We've got a car coming out of turn 10 that just had a pretty wild and lurid spin. That was the number 95 machine. He does continue, but Roman holds off Maloney going into 3.
That's 2 times there where you mentioned Rich opened up the corner to keep his momentum so he could stay side by side until he got the inside on this little left-hand, we call it a little left-hand bend.
Exactly. So that was the red number 95 of, I had it here just a moment ago, that went wide, and Nathan Reynolds now running in 33rd position after losing 6 spots, I believe, after that spin. But what a fight here. Again, for the last time, Maloney's got 2 wins, Roman's got 1, and as they come up the hill for the very last time, Rich Roman in the white number 11 machine, another former Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series champion. He's going to lead Maloney to the front straight, and it's going to be very hard for that blue car to pop out and make the run, a short run down to the start-finish line. Checkered flag is in the air, taking the win in race number 4. It's Rich Roman. Ryan Maloney will finish second. Jordy Fuhrman, only 9/10 back. He'll finish third. Arif Kazem comes home in 4th, with Colin Murchison, the 14-year-old, finishing in 5th. John Hotz, he started 4th today. He'll finish in 6th. Jamison Huffman holds off Scott Brunk for 7th. Jack Murchison finishes in 9th, and Isaac Jordan will round out your top 10.
Once Rich had the lead coming out of the carousel, all he had to do in his head was, I got to get turn 10 right, and I've got this thing. And he did. Put the car where it needed to be, was right on line in turn 10. And like I said, at that point, Maloney, even with a good run, you just don't have enough straightaway before the start finish.
And he knew it. He never even tried to pop out. He was just going to run down right behind our leader.
That was good. Applause. That was nicely done. Just across the board. Chasm, nice run to 4th, and as you mentioned, Murchison rounding out the top 5. John Hotz, sort of a quiet 6th place finish in that race.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Spec Racers are coming up next for their 20-lap feature event, and then we'll take a lunch break. We come back this afternoon with the first thing will be a bracket race.
All right, so let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with that final Spec Racer Ford race of the weekend here at Summit Point. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
But when he came back, you could almost see him take a little too much. Yeah. And then a second one was back. I thought, oh man, he's going around, but he just let him have his head.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Clear, double yellow, blower's still working.
Four clear, double yellow. I miss it. Oh my god.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue. And yes, guy doing great work right over our corner, over our shoulder, pardon me, Spencer Gaynor. If you like what he's doing, give him a big thumbs up. And what a race we just had, Edwin.
That was great. We a couple different strategies going on. At one point, we thought, okay, was Hots backing off just to see what would happen? Turned out John just didn't have the pace. It's kind of a quiet 5th or 6th place finish. And then at one point, it looked like Roman was dominating. And then here comes Fuhrman and Maloney. And that one was entertaining because you did not know what was going to happen until they came off turn 10 for the final time.
All right, well, we've got more great spec racing ahead, and it is time for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Edwin, let's start running down the order.
Sam Schechter, he sat on his time from qualifying, a 1:19.859, puts the 55 on the pole. Next to him, the 44, that is Liam Kerper. Theo Pepis, the 27 car, he's not on track today, but
we know where he is.
We know where he is. We'll tell you more later. And Keith Fraser in the number 7 car. He's out of Annapolis, Maryland. That's your top 4.
All right, starting 5th today, inside of row number 3, Joe Blanks driving the number 74 machine out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Jason Pintar in the number 56 machine. He's from Flemington, New Jersey, in that Gulf liveried machine. He starts 6th. Stephen Shue in the Surf Shop number 81 car. He's from Gibson Island, Maryland, starting 7th. And Chris Windsor in the Windsor Customs entry out of Thurmont, Maryland, starts 8th.
The MSI 09, Matthew Polk, he will go from the inside of row number 5, and Jeff Valentino, the 68 car, he starts 10th. Stephen Mincon, the 99 car, rolls off 11th, and rounding out row number 6, that's the 54, the Triple T machine of Mike Thomas.
All right, as he has, I think, all weekend long, starting in the lucky 13th position, driving the number 14 Surf Shop entry from Columbia, Maryland, it's Kevin Silbert. Andrew Waldorf is out of Leonardtown, Maryland. He drives the 13 car. He'll start on the outside of row number 7. Then we got J. Mark Wendling in the number 3, Doggone Racing Spec Racer Ford. He starts 15th with Michael Lamena out of Oakland, New Jersey, the Cornerstone at Financial Advisors entry. He starts 16th.
Row number 9, the Wisconsin driver. That's Kyle Herlitzky in car number 50. David Lanning next to him in car number 16. And then the 197 of Brad Gould. And I got to catch up with car number 80 last night. Philip Ackley, he will start 20th. Let's go to 21st. Brian Kaminga in the 31 car. Alan Rothman in the 79 will go 22nd. And Dave Trossel from Annapolis, Maryland, the Sterling Acceptance 33 car starts 23rd.
All right, so we're going to bring in, as we get ready to take the green, we said we knew where Theo Pepis was. He's right over our shoulder here joining us in the announce booth. Good afternoon, Theo, or good morning, Theo. How are you doing
today? How are
today?
you guys? Thanks for having me here.
Little cooler today here in the announce booth than maybe in the race car yesterday.
I love it. I love it.
And we'll talk a little bit about that and some other things, Spec Racer Ford related here in just a few moments. But let's go to the start as our pace car now is on the pit lane, turning things over to Sam Schechter, looking for another win here today. He's got Liam Kerper in the Doggone Racing entry, one of Theo's teammates here on the front row, and green flag is in the air. Former Spec Racer Ford racer herself, Beth Burkhardt, giving the green flag as Sam Schechter makes the run down towards turn number 1, that inside lane, looking like it might have had a little bit of an advantage there as they go under braking. We'll take a look now as we've got the second blue car. That is Jason Pintar down the inside. Of course, without Theo Pepe on the grid, a couple of the orders are a little bit different, but it is going to be Schechter and Kerper nose to tail as they come into turn 3 for that initial time.
Boy, it took a long run to get single file and set. We're still side by side back about 7th and 8th place. Down the hill we go. Now everybody's pretty much sorted out single file. But when they went into 1, it looked like we were still on a pace lap. And, of course, exactly what you would expect from a spec class like this.
All right, a little bit of brake lock up from the Keith Fraser in the number 7 machine going into turn 5. We'll continue to watch that, much like in Spec Miata. That can get worse and worse and worse.
It doesn't get better.
No, it certainly doesn't. So, Theo, tell us this. In a big field like this, as you went through multiple races this weekend, what when you go down into turn one the first time and you've got cars to the front, you got cars to the back, what's your thought process? What are you looking to pick up an advantage going into turn one, or are you just looking to survive?
You just look for space. You look for the space to drive into, and safest place you can get up front without, connecting with anyone else. And no matter what your plans are at the start, they all kind of go out the window. So you just have to see how it all sorts itself out every start.
Theo, you had your hands full yesterday, and we talked last night. Made a whole lot of very important decisions, all in a short period of time, coming up to 10. And these cars are pretty much bulletproof. But we saw you just grenade an engine yesterday afternoon. Talk us through that, because that was dramatic to watch.
Yeah, grenades a good way to put it. That's exactly what happened. It was pretty sudden. It was losing power the last couple laps, lap or two maybe, and it was getting flat, and then it popped in a very big way. Huge flames out of the back. My radio lit up that I was on fire, which I didn't need anybody to tell me I was on fire. I knew we were on fire, so it was just about stopping it in the safest place, getting it offline immediately to not spray, God knows what on the track, and get as close to the great emergency people we have here.
All right. Big change here, just second, Theo, as we go down into turn one to start lap number 3, and jumping out of turn 10, Liam Kerper to the lead, but now Sam Schechter from the outside goes right around the outside of the 44 car. He retakes the lead, and we've seen over the course of the last 3 days where Kerper has made many attempts to get around and make a pass stick with Sam Schechter. He's been able to do it on 2 separate occasions over the last 3 races. And if anything, he could probably be accused of maybe trying the same move over and over again. He looks like Kerper's got a very different approach today.
Well, and if you can make that outside into one work, you're almost impossible, because that's that area. Somebody gets to the inside, I got you. No, I can hang on the outside, and when we come back up the corner, I retake that spot. Theo, you go, no matter where you race, your favorite friends are the corner workers and the safety personnel. They were Johnny on the spot yesterday. Probably saved a race car for you.
They were unbelievable. I mean, unbelievably good. I couldn't have asked for more. They were there immediately. They did everything they could to save the race car. They made sure I was okay. Special shout out to Beth Burkhart. I'm very close friends with the family. Morgan Burkhart is my teammate at Doggone Racing. She ran from the start-finish stand, and with a fire extinguisher in hand, and she was one of the first people on there. So special thing for her. Special love.
All right, we had a car off on the outside of turn 1. A lot of dust, a lot of dirt in the air. And that car now has gotten back underway. We'll get the number in just a second here, as he's definitely off the pace coming out of 1 heading to turn 2. And that was the 16 machine, David Lanning, who again has recovered, and it looks like it's going to probably take him a couple corners to get that dust and dirt off the tires and get back up to speed.
Yeah, quick yellow in the corner. We saw the corner worker bring that down, which even if you can't see what's going on, okay, that area is clear. We can go back racing and stay green. 20-lap race, Theo, here. How much of a workout is that after 20 laps? It's the longest race you have of the weekend.
It's a bit of a workout. It's fortunate that we have great weather, and it's not super hot today or anything, so that certainly helps. But mental endurance counts. You have to keep yourself totally focused for 20 laps. You got to keep focused on not wearing out your equipment, not wearing out your tires, not wearing out your car, or not making any big mistakes.
All right, making the run out from behind the trees. It's Liam Kerper now, side by side. Look at this, as both he and Schechter just jockeying for position, trying to see if Kerper can maybe open that corner up a little bit more, maybe move Schechter over to driver's right, and he manages to get past the number 55 car as they run down the hill into turn 5 under braking. I told you, Kerper's looking at this race very differently. He's being a little bit more aggressive and not as predictable today.
I was going to say, and there wasn't contact there, but I don't know if a sheet of paper would have fit in between them. And you're right, there's a little bit of taking the race to him today.
So Theo, looking over to this race a little bit, I know Liam's racing one of the doggone racing cars with Mike Amy this weekend. What have you, a young kid, I know he doesn't have a lot of racing experience. What have you seen from him so far this weekend?
Well, actually, you actually said something that's incorrect. He does have a ton of racing experience.
Okay.
He's been racing since he's 5 years old.
Wow.
So tremendous go-kart history. He's very, very good in cars. He's got a lot of natural raw pace, natural raw talent. He's a very good person to be around. First weekend I've kind of been around him. He's new to the team, and he's been impressive. Obviously, he's an impressive guy, and he's an impressive driver.
How old is he now?
I believe 16. I'm not sure.
You're 15 or 16. You already have 10 years of driving experience.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That's impressive. We are using a whole lot of racetrack in this. We've seen a lot of 2-offs here and there. And I'll mention it again. You're just coming on the broadcast. Very, very dry here. Oh, that's not going to work.
No, it is not. And I believe that was that the Gould? Was that, I think
it was Waldorf in the 13, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Yeah, Andrew Waldorf and Mike LaMena right there with him, I believe, in the number 8 car.
That's a bit optimistic.
Yes.
Bit optimistic, but yeah, we mentioned a couple times, if you're just coming to the broadcast, it's been super dry here. So even if you get just a little 2-off, you're kicking up all this dust. It looks much more dramatic than it is, and that's why I got my head on a swivel here right now. Well, this one's clicking off. 14 to go. Waldorf then falls back. I don't think he lost a spot. Well, he did to LaMena, so Waldorf back in 12th spot after that incident in turn 5. Kerper's gap now 3/4 of a second. Doesn't look that much.
I was going to say that. No, it doesn't look nearly that much. And so Keith Frazier, who is in the second blue car, in the light blue number 7 there, on the prior lap, he'd run a little bit wide through turn 3 through the gravel trap. Actually, all 4 wheels in the gravel trap. He's managed to recover, I think, quite well and pull right up to our top 3 as we then have that second pack now. Joe Blanks, Steven Chu, Jason Pintar. Those are the same 3 drivers that were locked in yesterday with one exception, that being Chris Windsor, who's now sitting back in 7th position. Yesterday, Windsor ended up with a podium-paying position in our afternoon race, and he's had very good luck dispatching with both Blanks and Frazier, but finds himself at the tail end of this line in that dark blue number 38 machine.
Shu running in 5th spot. I believe that's his highest running spot. He's been kind of hanging around that 6th and 7th all weekend. Competitive, but just outside of a podium position. He's 5th right now, trying to chase down. In fact, now he's going to try to pick up a spot. There's Pintar behind him in the blue and orange machine. They were 2 by 2 as they all went through turn number 1. And here they come off the corner. And Shu might have picked up a spot, and Pintar still behind him. Good racing.
Yeah, indeed. So it's Blanks, Shu, Pintar, and Windsor, 4th through 7th. So, Theo, knowing what we saw yesterday, I assume the plan is to probably rebuild and get that car back up and running. And I know Mike Amy has done that type of thing. The Spec Racer Fords are a very resilient car, tube frame underneath those fiberglass bodies. Any plans yet for your racing return?
Well, we have a ton of phone calls out to source a motor for it already, starting from yesterday afternoon. So Mike Amy and the Doggone Racing crew, Mike and Chris Amy, they are tremendous. I'm in the best team I could possibly hope for. So I'm surrounded by great people, and he's already working on getting the car back up in order, but they're also trying to source another car for me for the rest of the season.
That's what I was wondering,
Yeah.
if because it's going to take a little bit of time to get that car back together. As you mentioned, right now, I think finding new drivetrains for those cars a bit of a supply chain issue. I think
It took about 20 seconds for it to burn to bits, and now it might take about, I don't know how long it's going to take to get everything back together. So.
Actually, if you want to see what the inside of one of those engines looks like, you can go down to Theo's car and look inside of it. Ooh, that's getting close there. That's back that shoe, blanks, Pintar battle, and that's allowed Windsor to reel that group back in.
Exactly.
So you pick them up. Yeah, here they are down the chute. And now Pintar leads that group. I think it'll put Pintar back up to 4th place.
Yeah, and what it's also done is it's brought now sitting at the tail end there in that gray and black number 68 machine, Jeff Valentino, who just a lap ago was about 8 car lengths back. He's now pulled right to the rear of that battle now for 4th position. Steve Mincon in the 99, he's only a couple car lengths back from there, also in that gray car.
Yeah, you've got your lead trio. They're all together, and then it's about 6 seconds back to the 4th place car. As you see the leaders now, that's a battle for the lead coming at us in turn 1.
All right, as Schechter led Kerper down into turn 1, Kerper pulls out the driver's left in somewhat of a redux of what we saw yesterday, but I'll tell you, as they come out from behind the trees, right behind them now, also huge fight. Look at this, as now Kerper's going to try to make a run around the outside, and very good positioning from Sam Schechter. As Schechter, we saw the same move in SSM when Rich Roman did the same thing. He just positioned the car enough to driver's right to give this false sense of hope to Liam Kerper that he could get by. All the while, you've got Keith Frazier there going, oh, come on, guys, just open the door just a little bit. Now, yesterday, we saw Kerper make a move right here on Sam Schechter in turn 6. I'm sure Schechter probably not opening up that portion of the carousel as much. Maybe going to go center track 3/4 over, but he's always going to be watching the mirror now to see if Kerper tries to slot underneath him there.
And we'll be halfway when they come by, and this has been a barn burner right now. With Theo, let me ask a quick question. When you're in that tight battle, here they are, nose to tail. When you're in that tight battle, how much can you adjust your line without really just screwing your lap all up?
Well, it's all about, if you have a draft, that takes priority. So that can kind of dictate your car placement until it's time to pop under braking. So again, it all kind of just brews itself in every single, overtaking.
But these cars punch a pretty good hole that you can get behind and feel that draft.
Oh yeah, the draft is absolutely essential. It's huge in these cars.
All right, and so we're back now to Schechter protecting the inside when he goes down into turn 1. And I'll tell you, he's maybe opening up the door a little much. But now, Kerper going to try to make a run around the outside. When I go to driver's school here, I still remember Ed York yelling in my ear, you'll never make that pass stick. Going around the outside of turn 5. Liam Kerper, though, has so much pace around the outside. He's alongside as they go into the carousel and makes the pass. Will retake the lead. So now, Theo, as you were talking about how important the draft is here, do you want this early in the race? We're now only halfway. Do you want to be the lead car coming out of turn 10 on the front straight and having to defend every single lap going into turn 1?
It's not necessarily ideal to be in the lead during the meat of the race, during the body of the race. It's just the only lap that counts is that last one, and where you are on that last lap.
And there you go. Well, apparently Sam Schechter, he doesn't mind leading here lap after lap. I guess he figures that maybe, again, going based on some of the previous races this weekend, that maybe he's in a better position being from the lead, as he, once again, he's going to protect to the outside there on Kerper. Well, let's see what Kerper does here. And actually, it might have been Kerper who made that pass on the outside going down through the chute yesterday, because he's going to try it right now. Not quite close enough alongside. He does it again. He tries to go around the outside. Schechter pushes the car a little bit wider that time. You notice that he did not necessarily go all the way down to the apex. He just positioned maybe a foot or so off the apex, make Kerper use the area with the marbles on the outside of the track.
And I've noticed a couple laps now in the carousel. If you're just outside of the racing line a little bit, that back end wants to step out just a little bit. Let's go back to the second group, that 4th through 6th. Pintar to 4th. Windsor now into 5th place. As you see, there's that second group coming through. So that second group is Pintar 4th, Windsor 5th, and Blanks in 6th as that battle for the lead coming back to us in turn 1. That is fantastic.
And Scheckter once again comes down to the center of the track. And this time, Liam Kerper, instead of keeping the car all the way to driver's left, yesterday we saw where he tried to do an over-under lap after lap after lap, and Scheckter was able to defend against it. This time he takes a different approach, stays right alongside Scheckter, and oh my gosh, almost came across the nose of the 55 machine before they turned in.
But he knows he's got to close that before you get to that next quarter.
Exactly.
He loses the spot.
Indeed. And so he manages, and Scheckter probably had to breathe the throttle a little bit more than he wanted. Liam Kerper now retakes the lead with Sam Scheckter second and Keith Frazier. And, you know, I'll tell you, Frazier, he's been there, but he hasn't really, I think, affected the top two.
And he's not doing anything right now. Frazier's not doing anything right now to abuse that car or the tires.
Right, yeah.
He's just running the line he wants to run.
Frazier's in a perfect spot, honestly.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you know, he may not have the raw pace that Scheckter and Kerper have, but he is in a perfect spot to clean up any little mess that occurs here.
Indeed. So Theo, tell me this. You know, I've raced the DOT version of these Hoosier tires on approved touring cars, what have you, but on a spec racer Ford, given how much Kerper and Scheckter are not only fighting, but also taking alternate lines in the corners and probably scrubbing those front tires a little bit more than normal, how do they hold up through a 20-lap race? Is this something where Frazier is going to have an advantage, maybe because he's not abusing the equipment when we get to lap 18, for example?
It's possible that the tire pressures stay a little bit lower without going off, you know, outside of, you know, the best operating window. It's also possible that the temperatures stay a little bit cooler on the tires, and it's more the pressures really. But I don't know that he has the pace to really beat Kerper or Scheckter.
Okay.
But you know, he can be there to clean up any little thing that happens. I mean,
we've seen the 55 and the 44 get within millimeters of tapping one another. It doesn't take, you know, only just another couple millimeters to send one in an alternate trajectory. And as you said, Frazier could be there. But a great run now out of turn 10 from Liam Kerper as he's now opened up, about 3 car lengths on the 55, on the 7 of Frazier as they go down into turn 1. And little bit of brake lockup, I think there, a little whiff of smoke we see from the 44 machine. That allows Scheckter and Frazier to close back up.
Tell you what is a little surprising. As hard as the front 3 are racing with each other, that gap back to 4th. Windsor now is in 4th, but he's almost 9.5 seconds behind that lead trio. And as much as those leaders have been swapping the lead back and forth, that gap to 4th is surprising.
Yeah, and you'll notice now there is another group now where Stephen Shu was part of that group previously. He now has fallen off the Windsor Pintar Blanks battle, and he's now got his own little fight on his doorstep here. He's got Valentino, he's got Minkon, he's got Mike Thomas as well that he has to contend with. But we've seen this almost all weekend. And, in the past we've talked about Stephen Shu where he has, I think, issues getting rear tires up the temp, and he's had some over the course of the last 2 years, some pretty disastrous opening laps. Oh my gosh. The rear end of Pintar's car there.
He was about 45 degrees offline coming into 9.
It was almost out the front gate.
Oh.
As he got it back underway.
Recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. And he didn't lose a lot of pace there. But I would say Shu, he's done okay on the opening laps, but he just hasn't had the pace of the cars ahead. And now, coming off that lurid slide through turn 7, Jason Pintar now making a move on Chris Windsor, gets ahead, And that's also now brought Joe Blanks in the 74 machine right back into that fight.
Pentar's going to get an invite to come back for a drift weekend.
Yeah. Formula Drift, here we go.
Well, that was, he had it, I mean, really sideways. Did a great job, but hardly lost any momentum and ends up on that lap picking up a spot. Position.
Yeah,
Crazy.
exactly.
And that gap now, so he's still about 9 seconds getting up there. If he's looking at that podium spot, he's still about 9 seconds behind Fraser to get there. But that's great. There's great racing. 4th through like Mincon in 9th. That's a good race.
All right, so let's track it now. Looks like a driver. Actually, I believe that's one of our lapped cars now that was pulling over to the side over in the carousel. I'll try and get the number in a moment here. But big changes at the front of the field as our leader, Liam Kerper, completes his 16th lap, 4 laps remaining. He's now got almost a full second on Sam Schechter. And as you said, Theo, Frazier didn't seem to have the pace of the 2 leaders. He's now fallen off and fallen out of the draft here during the last 2 laps. He's actually lapping at about the same pace as Schechter is right now. I think had a little bobble on the prior lap. It's going to be very difficult without any kind of draft help now to get up to those 2 leaders.
That shows the significance of the draft in these cars. I mean, once you fall out of it, you kind of get into that no man's land where you're just pushing the air, and it's actually, believe it or not, very easy to start dropping back into the clutches of the cars behind you. I don't think that's going to happen with Frazier. He's a good driver, and I'm sure he'll be able to maintain some pace. But that does show how important the draft is.
Yeah, and at the moment, he's lapping at about the same pace as Pintar behind. And I'm sure as Pintar now has to worry about Chris Windsor, it's going to be a little problematic for him to step away.
But all Fraser needs now is for Kerper and Schechter to start racing again, and the leaders are in a bit of traffic.
Well, I was just going to say, or a bit of traffic, which they've come up on at perhaps the most opportune time on the front straight here as they make the run down into turn 1. They're going to be able to move over to the inside, the starter stand, showing those slower cars the blue flag, letting them know that they were going to have some faster traffic appearing.
That was an early Christmas present for Sam Schechter.
Yes, and as you said, it allowed him, though, to use some of those slower cars as a draft, as basically to pull them up as a bridge, and he's right now to the back of the 44 car again.
Absolutely.
Theo, we've had some pretty standard weather this week as far as it's not changed a lot, but from some of your morning sessions to afternoon sessions, how much does the track change from a cool morning till we start getting into the afternoon, we get some track temperature?
Well, in the afternoon, as the track gets hotter, it tends to get a little greasier and typically slower, but things can change.
All right, let's jump over to turn 1 real quick if we can, because we've had a number of cars get together. I think 4 different cars. Most of them now are starting to move away.
That's Wendling in the 3. I saw him continue. I think everybody was able to drive away from that.
Yeah, there were 4 of them. I think it was Wendling and Andrew Waldorf. Let's see here, coming down this front straight. That is... Actually, I think that is the Wendling car. I think that's the number 3 car.
And I think he turned into the crossover.
Right.
So he was not going to make it around. So, and now with just 2 laps to go, that was nicely done by him. Get off track, let the guys continue to race. And now you got the battle for the lead is back on. Oh, it's all over the place right now. Kerper and Schechter are at it again, and next time by, they'll have 1 to go. That's Kerper and Schechter. You should see them coming down the hill. There they are right now. And that's not allowed Fraser to make up any ground.
No.
First, second, in turn 5, they'll have 1 to go next time by, Greg.
1 to go, and that was Andrew Waldorf who pulled the car alongside. I believe we had J. Mark Wendling, also Mike LaMena and Mike Thomas included in that little incident down at turn 1. We'll try and get some more information on that, but with just a lap and a quarter remaining now, Liam Kerper pulls to the inside very quickly, and I think in doing so, lost a lot of momentum.
Oh, he's broke.
Yeah, he broke. He's done. He's on the pit lane.
Done on pit road.
And now coming to the one-to-go board on the starter stand, it is Sam Schechter, and he is all by himself. That's going to move Keith Frazier up into second, albeit almost 5 seconds back. Oh my gosh.
And Windsor still has a shot to get on the podium. He's now running fourth behind Pintar. Windsor, who had sort of a very quiet race, he's still got a shot to stand on the third step.
Wow, a big brake lock up there a little bit further back in the pack. And let's take a look and see. There is Frazier, and now our pair running, and they're just now coming into turn 3, or probably turn 2, and there they are. There's Pintar in the Gulf livery machine. Chris Windsor still about 5 car lengths back. He's got Joe Blanks in the black 74 draped all over the rear of him as they now come down the hill and towards turn 5, and we'll see.
I thought Kerper was like trying to protect the inside
that's what
or
I thought.
something, and then just he lost the stick for sure. As here comes our leaders.
As Brad Gould takes a bit of dirt there.
Boy, that took a turn.
Oh my gosh, with 1 lap to go, indeed it did, as Sam Schechter comes out of turn number 10 for the last time onto the front straight. Beth Burkhardt has the checkered flag in hand. She's going to display it to Sam Schechter, who runs the table this weekend in Spec Racer Ford. Finishing second is Keith Frazier. And as they come to the line, Jason Pintar will hold on to third. Chris Windsor will finish fourth. Joe Blanks will finish in fifth. Stephen Shue works up to sixth with Jeff Valentino finishing in seventh. Steve Midcunt, Mike Thomas, Mike LaMena running out or completing your top 10.
Theo, it's not over till it's over, right?
It's amazing. This demonstrates that, the tenacity of Frazier and Pintar and Windsor and everybody just kind of staying there and just keeping their nose in it. And Schechter, of course. I mean, obviously, it's really a shame for Kerper, though.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us up here. That was great to get some insight during the race. Good luck getting the car back together and back on track soon, but thanks, getting us some insight. We had one of our Miata drivers up here yesterday during a race, and that really does help because you bring a different perspective of it, especially since you just came off the track yesterday. So it's some recent kind of insight and expertise. Much appreciate your time today.
My pleasure. I was happy to be here. You guys do a tremendous job, and just keep up the great work, whatever we can do for you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, Theo. That was Theo Pepe's driver, the number 27 Doggone Racing Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Hope to see him back out on track soon. Hopefully, we'll see him for the October MARRS, first weekend in October. All right, this was our very last race of the morning. Spencer, why don't we throw the schedule up here real quick as we have another 5 races. I need that abacus sound effect. Got 5 more races this afternoon, bracketed by the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. But now we are going to take about an hour's break for lunch. As soon as we get a start time, we will let you know, both on the stream, also here on the paddock as well. Actually, I think we're getting that information right now. No, we're not. So what we're going to do, we're going to take our break. We'll be back in about an hour for the rest of the day's racing here at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I want to thank you all for joining us this morning. Stay with us and join us in an hour.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland, specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini. Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items
been up here on Labor Day when it's been 100 fucking degrees. Another.
They probably wait.
Yeah.
So we'd have cars go off towards the pump house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. For me in Baltimore, this was a drive into the far country. You know, again, it was 1975 or whatever. And you come up here for the races and all the grandstands. Oh, we're in the afternoon. That does kind of, yeah.
The reading out here, I'm assuming.
He's not insane. Yeah. Right.
bit, yeah. It's like it was warped for quite some time. Deer fly things on there? Huh?
You want one? No, I'm fine. For some reason, I don't like smoking cigarettes.
Paul, I forgot your wife's name.
Bridget.
Bridget.
I don't know what it is about it. I think the mosquitoes are attracted to CO2. I believe so. And that they must just.
Basically, it's a hive. Almost thing is, we really
Go ahead, what do you want?
You kick off our clear double yellow course check. I may. Clear, double yellow. Two, clear, double yellow. Three, clear, double yellow.
Four, clear, double yellow. What's he looking for?
I have no idea.
Peter, where do you live?
All right.
Welcome back to the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway, presented by Radial Tire Company in the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Edwin Perdue. We've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well, giving you all the great views of today's action from a glorious Summit Point Raceway.
Yeah, no complaints. No complaints about weather this weekend. That's for sure.
No, certainly not. And so we've got a full afternoon of racing coming up for you. Spencer, let's take a quick look at the schedule so everybody can see what we got here. We're going to be kicking things off with the first of two 10-lap Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series races this afternoon. Then we've got our remaining three Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature races, 20 laps in length. And then we're going to round out the day with our final bracket race of the weekend and our final race of the weekend. So, Edwin, now that we have just a little bit less than a minute before our pace car heads to the track to lead our bracket racers around on their reconnaissance lap, let's take a look at starting field.
Number 84, Gianluca Petiti out of Massachusetts in his Porsche. He is fast and up front to start. Christopher Graham in the car number 20, his BMW on the second row. El Rey Rachuba in the Mustang out of Woodbine, Maryland will start in the second row alongside the 178 of Nick Jones.
All right, and as I look down the grid, I think a lot of these drivers at the front of the pack may not have may not have decided to stick around all afternoon. 5 races over the course of the weekend. It's a lot of racing. Chris Schooler scheduled to start 5th, driving the number 39 BMW M3. He's out of Washington, D.C. Brian McRae in his Scion FRS comes down from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. You've been watching our advertising. He's hidden away in one of those advertisements we run for the Sports Car Club of America. Steve Martin driving the number 50 In-N-Out Performance Ford Mustang, scheduled to start 7th, with Matt Phillips in the Joy Killer Racing Honda Civic, the one he calls the white car. Just texted me. He's got a full complement of tires now. There he is. Pulling on to the track. Matt Phillips driving the number 162 machine, starting 8th.
And Michael Palazinski in the 152 is in row 5, along with the 62 of Mike Herbert, a pair of BMWs there. Daniel Allen in the 100, and then next to him, Chuck Edmondson in car number 45. He rolls off in his Nissan.
All right, then let's take a look. We've got Matt Littleton driving the number 07 ML2 Motorsports BMW 325 IS. He starts 13th. Zach Camp in his Ford Mustang. That is, I believe, the S550 that's out there. He is starting 14th. Jennifer Rome starts 15th in her Scion FRS. She's from Fredericksburg, Virginia. And not Donnie, but Blake Osmond is out of Moncton, Maryland. He's driving the BMW 328.
A couple of Mazdas make up row number 9. Jed Prentice in the 68. John Legg in the 67. I know Jeff Liller is the 127, but he will not make the start this afternoon. And Christian Zanich in the 61 car. He will start in 20th.
All right, now let's move over. We got onboard video from Zach Hallander driving the number 89 machine. There's Zach as he's going down past the turn 4 flag stand down through the chute here. Then we got Larry Slavinsky. He's starting 22nd in the 181 Ford Fiesta. That's the Angry Sheep Motorsports entry. Weechan Sarban, who we talked about yesterday, that beautiful Mazda RX-3. He is starting 23rd today with Frank Alessi, Louis Alessi, driving his Honda Prelude. Hopefully he was able to get that back together today. He's scheduled to start 24th.
Everything 20 laps except for these. These will be 2 10-lap sessions. This will be the first one, and then we wrap up the day with the final one a little bit later.
All right, so that leaves Meyer, Gusford, and Frank, and we had one car pull off on the crossover road while on the pace lap, and that is the number 36 car. Looks like that's John Meyer. He's not going to take the green flag here today. As the pace car on the pit lane, field coming down the front straight. John Burkhardt, our starter, looks the field over, and green flag is in the air. It's the Mizet of Nick Jones. It is the Ford Mustang of Ray Rachuba there on the front row. Actually, it's not Rachuba. I think it's the BMW of Chris Graham, the car he calls Ghost, as we go on board with Zach Hallander for the start mid-pack. Lots of brake lockup ahead of him. He's got one of the Mustangs just ahead of him, and that is, let's see who that is. I think that is Zach Camp. There to the inside, the Scion FRS pulling alongside. That is Jennifer Rome's machine there, the number 186 machine is Hallander. Good start for him as he comes out of turn 3 past the big bracket racing billboard and down through the chute.
Give it about 2 laps for these guys to start falling into their brackets. But again, it's if you're running 3rd overall, that's where you finish 3rd overall. But then it breaks out into the individual bracket. So you'll have the overall leader. And if you bump up into another bracket, you're still running your same spot. You're just running with a different group of cars. So I think that's the easiest way to explain it.
That is definitely the easiest way. We had Kayla Alessi in the chat let us know that Lewis, her father-in-law, will not be racing. Wasn't able to get that Honda Prelude of his back up and ready in race condition here. We also have Amanda Haynes in the chat. She is definitely pulling for Matty P, for Matt Phillips. We got the blue turd, we've got the white car, and we've got the goon. The goon is behind the wheel. That's Matt.
Well, and like we said, we opened this thing up on Saturday. Yes, these are a series of short races. Today, a little bit longer, 20-lap races. But this is also a marathon weekend. And by the time you've pounded out a bunch of laps all weekend long, you will start seeing a couple folks not answer the bell on a Monday afternoon. But that gives some other people an opportunity to shine.
All right, so we mentioned John Meyer not able to take the green flag in his 1998 BMW M3. Interesting note about John, we hadn't mentioned this yet. He actually used his SCCA comp license to race in the Spec Citroen series at both Spa and also at Silverstone a year ago, and he's been heading out to the Nürburgring for 25 years, putting in laps over there. Unfortunately, the South Jersey region driver not going to be able to take the checkered flag for our very last race of the day, as our leaders now, front group, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And they are Chris Schooler. He's in the black number 39 BMW. I think that's an E92 chassis out of Washington, D.C. Chris Graham, Nick Jones. And we have them starting to fall into those brackets. They are all in the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. If you'd like to follow along, we've put and posted into the chat the link that you can go to see the bracket racing timing and scoring, where we will break them out into these 2-second time slices for you.
Steve Martin in the 50 car right now sits alone in the B2. In fact, let's see. Now, a couple of them bumped up to B1. And again, it takes a couple laps for everybody to get up to speed so that the original bracket they appear in, they'll probably bump up after a lap or so. Now, again, that means, a lap or two to get where you want to be, and it's only 10 laps. So then you go racing. So you've got 3 of them now, Schooler, Graham, and Jones in the A4 bracket, Brian McRae, Matt Phillips, and Steve Martin right now in the B1. That's your top 6.
Attention in the paddock. First call for race group 5. Big bore racers, please head to the grid. Big bore racers, race group number 5, please head to the grid. And it is as we go on board and watch the Courage Motorsports Mazda Miata of Zach Hallander. He's got a lot of folks down there that he's having to contend with. I think he's also got somebody right on the back bumper as well. He's got Jed Prentice in the number 68 Mazda Miata directly ahead. Christian Zanatich in one of our Honda Civics there. I believe the Honda Civic hatchback then just ahead of Jed Prentice. And real tight racing there. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little seasick here watching Zach's in-car video.
And that's pretty competitive there. That B5, you've got 7 cars right now competing in that B5. John Legg leads that group of cars right now. He's car number 67.
Yeah, John, former ITS racer, used to race a Nissan or Datsun 260Z here in the MARRS series for a very long time. He's got the lead in the B5 bracket over, I was just going to say over Weechun Sarabon, but Sarabon, who was running second in that B5 bracket for drivers of 133 and above, just broke out to the next higher bracket to move to the B4 bracket. So it's Legg, then Zanatech, then Prentice, and Hallander, who we were on board with just a moment ago.
Schooler at a 121.446. So he's 4/10, I should say, to the good on remaining in that A4 bracket, and he leads the way right now. Christopher Graham, who runs second, and that thing might be a little bit confusing. It's like, well, Graham's got a faster lap. It's not the lap, it's where you are on the track.
All right, let's take a look at another fight we got going on. Going down into turn 1. This is in the B1 bracket for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. In the front of that pack, that is Steve Martin in the black Ford Mustang. He's out of Silver Spring. Matt Phillips Goon in the 162 white car, the Honda Civic. He's out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Currently running second, that Brian McRae in the Scion FRS right behind. Michael Palasinski. He's in the white BMW E30. He's a little bit further back from this pack right now. There's Palasinski. He's got about 15, 20 car lengths to catch up to the pack there. If he were to go a little bit faster and move up to that pack, there's a good chance he'd break out that existing bracket and be competing against the folks in that A4 bracket ahead. Palasinski, though, at a 126.38, he's got about 1.3 seconds a lap that he could use to move up his. Oh wow, good move to the inside. Matt Phillips there, taking a little bit of dirt at the apex at turn 8. Just cannot motor past that Mustang though.
Boy, he went all the way, driver's right, tried to get that preferred line. That's your 1, 2, and 3 in the B1 group, and there's that gap you see. Yeah, that's a danger for Palasinski. You see him, and you start pouring on the coal a little bit, and all of a sudden you go, oh, I'm not racing with those guys anymore.
I now have to make up 4 positions instead of 3. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 5. Let's try that again. Race group 5, big bore, please head to the grid. Race group 5, big bore racers, please head to the grid.
About halfway home here. Next time by, Chris Schooler leads overall over Chris Graham in that A3. And I'm trying to remember when Petiti was out here, he was in the A2 bracket, I think.
Yes.
So
yeah, a little bit faster. I think he was running in like that 118 range.
Yep.
Which would have put him in the A2 bracket.
Beautiful skies here today at the racetrack.
Can I tell you, when I came in this morning, you know, I love when I see the sunrise at places like Sebring, where there's just this beautiful warm glow to the clouds. It was the exact same thing here at Summit Point. I've never seen it like this before, with nice orange sky and blue in the clouds and what have you. If I probably should have taken some photos of it and posted them up here, but yeah, it was gorgeous at 6:30 this morning here.
A friend of mine who does a lot of different tracks and a lot of different groups and everything, he's always, when he's down at VIR, he loves to take that early morning photo. Sun's just starting to come up, a little fog because it's right next to the river. So that's sort of his trademark of, you know, well, guess where I am today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Kayla Alessi in the chat says that this shot right here, she said it looks like a painting. And I mean, look at the detail and all the clouds over there. It's amazing what you can do with a $400 camera.
It's our Bob Ross painting for the day. 4 laps to go. Graham continues to lead over Schooler. Now that A5 group is Phillips, Martin, and McRae. So they moved up a bracket to A5, which now leaves Palinsinski, the lone driver in B1.
Oh, there you go. Palinsinski, he went from 4th to 1st. He didn't even have to do anything. That's great run. Now I have gotten word that this is a trophy paying race as opposed to the afternoon race. So we may see a little bit smaller turnout for the afternoon races. Now going down into turn number 1, it is getting awfully congested there. We have Blake Osmond. He's in the number 49, that white BMW 328. Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS. About 6 cars dropping wheels, including the folks that are at the front of the field, like Chris Schooler and Chris Graham, another white BMW, and that was the Mizet of Nick Jones having to take evasive action as they came out of turn 3 now, and he's still trying to get by.
Boy, that's a spot where it could get very ugly. He did a nice job gathering that back in.
Yeah, and that was at the very last moment as they come down to turn 5. As a matter of fact, that Mizjet, it's right in front of us. We have a driver that runs wide through the dirt. The track's over to the left there, Guy. And
he was driving the original line.
Exactly. Yes. He's going straight through. He's going to meet up with Zach Hallander right about now as he comes and meets over. But Hallander's picked up another position on track. Hallander now right behind Christian Zanetich in the Honda Civic, the 61 EF hatchback. I think Hallander's gotten around John Legg, putting him back to the 17th. We'll look here as they come across the line in just a few moments.
When the leader comes back, it'll be 1 to go. And yeah, you're exactly right. The Christian's picked up that spot.
Yeah, and so that was Jennifer Romes who went wide coming out of turn 5 through the grass. She's going to lose a number of positions on track. She was running 3rd in the B4 bracket for drivers of minute 31 to a minute 33. I think she's going to fall to the back of that pack now behind Zanetich and Slavensky now as they come across the line.
So call goes out. Leader will get the 1 to go when they come by.
And there are our 2 leaders right now, Chris Graham and Chris Schooler. Again, Nick Jones in the Mizet. He got caught up in so much traffic on the last lap. He's now fallen, as you can see, almost 20 car lengths back from Graham in the white BMW 328 and Schooler in that much newer black M3.
Man, still going back a couple laps. Nick Jones, the 178 right there, he did an amazing job because caught traffic in the wrong place. And it's so easy for a car. It doesn't seem like it, but just can turn, bite, and just dart off to the left right there.
All right, as they come onto the front straight, they're going to get the 1 to go board now. 2 miles, 10 turns remaining in this race. Again, our bracket racers, they're going to be back again this afternoon, a little bit later. Probably starting right around, probably around 2:30, well, maybe a little bit later than that, maybe 2:30, 2:40 this afternoon for their final race of the day. In our A5.
We got one around here on the front straightaway and sitting in a bad spot.
Yes, we do, and that is the Honda Civic. It looked like we had Larry Slavinsky and then Christian Zanetich coming out of turn 10. Slavinsky off the pace. Zanetich now coming there. There he is, trying to get that Honda Civic back underway. Zanetich had been running for 6th in that very congested B4 bracket with Jennifer Romes running behind, and I think Romes may have had the opportunity to then pick up a position.
I was worried about him because there was so much dust. I was concerned about the visibility there, sitting sideways middle of the track. All good.
You know, it's just like Days of Thunder. You just aim for the smoke and drive right on through.
There you go.
All right. All right. Here we go. Coming out of turn 10 now for the last time. The battle for our fastest bracket, the A3 bracket. Chris Graham takes the checkered flag. Chris Schooler will finish 1 second behind in the A3 bracket. And then Nick Jones will come home in third. Jones reset fast lap of the race at a 1:25.07. Unfortunately, I mean, this would have been Jones's best opportunity to win a class. If he could have gotten down underneath a 119, he was still a second and a half off that, so he's going to finish third in that A3 bracket. So Matt Phillips in the Honda Civic EK Coupe gets around Steve Martin to finish with the win in the A5 bracket. Martin second, Brian McRae third. Michael Palasinski, our sole racer in the B1 bracket for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. Chuck Edmondson takes the win over Matt Littleton and Zach Camp in the B2 bracket. And look at this. Way to go, RX3. Wichun Sarabon taking the win in the B4 bracket for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. He takes the win over Blake Osmond, Jed Prentice, the top three. Zach Hallander, our camera car driver. I want to thank Zach for his onboard video. He finishes fourth in that bracket. And then finally in the B5 bracket, it is John Legg and Tim Frank. There's Zach.
Pretty good shot. Yeah, it was fun. Early in there, you could actually, a couple times you could see a car in the rear view mirror looking forward and backwards. Well done, guys.
Very, very nice. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our first of two bracket races today. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group number 5, Big Bore Racers. Please come to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a moment. Big Bore Racers, race number 5. Please head to the grid. If you like what you just saw, give us a big thumbs up, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Summit Point. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Stay with us.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Time to make the donuts.
How many donuts do you make? I'm not making.
It is the 25 Labor Day Mars Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway, presented by Radial Tire Company, Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg, he's Edwin, that's Spencer, and this is our final big bore race of the weekend. Why don't we run down the starting order, Edwin?
We're going to give the order. Some of these cars will not be on track right now, but if they were, this is where they'd be.
That's right.
Nicholas Krangelin in the 76 car and Gianluca Petiti in the 84. Marshall Lytle in the 14, and then I know Ted's there, the 72. Ted Warning, he's in that silver Corvette.
All right, then we are scheduled to have John Polishuk in the black number 10 ITE Universally Modified Performance Ford Mustang. Robert Hasicek, there you go, I got it, JD. Robert Hasicek starting 6th. He's driving the number 9 SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra. Then we got Alec Meisel. He is starting 7th. He's driving the number 61 Armor Auto Recon Ford Mustang, an American sedan. And then Chris Maiba. He is in the Silent J Racing Dodge Challenger from Farmington Hills, Michigan.
Mike Herbert, car 62, he's in a BMW. He will start 9th. And then Melvin Miller in a Mustang, car 60, set to go from row number 5. Jonathan Wright, his Mustang is number 20. He's set to roll 11th, and Ralph Gunderson, kart number 3. He'll bring his BMW to the line. He's out of Mebane, North Carolina.
All right, so it looks like a little bit smaller field here this afternoon. 6 cars deep. Gianluca Petiti, again, guess he decided his Porsche wasn't going to make it through like 9 different races this weekend. Wanted to wait maybe another couple of weeks before he needed that engine out service on his GT4RS Club Sport. But Nick Karanglin, he is here. He's your pole sitter. And then we've got Warding and Polishuk as well. And we'll see here that American sedan fight should be good today as well.
It was good. Got a quick second. I want to say hi to my friend Terry, who's listening online. So appreciate folks tuning in.
All right, as the pack forms up, 3 rows, 2 wide. I think that's right. Said what, 6 cars? Yeah, that's right, 6 cars. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane. I love that we've got one of the lowest horsepower pace cars that we've got there. Tom McLeod in his MGA leading the highest horsepower cars here this weekend, as Nicholas Karanglin and Ted Warning make up your front row. Starter looks over the field. Green flag is in the air, and big, well, V6, or probably straight 6. No, let's try that again. Opposed 6 and V8 power heads down. How many different types of 6 cylinders could I get wrong here?
Oh, you could go with a V6.
I did.
Yeah,
I started V. Then I went to straight, and then I forgot they're horizontally opposed. Nick Karanglin in his Boxer 6-cylinder Porsche goes down into turn number 1 as your leader, with Ted Warning in the V8. That one I'm sure is a V8, the Chevy Corvette running in second. And then we'll go back over to a straight 6 with the BMW of John Polishuk. At least I hope that one's a straight 6. He may have actually put another motor in for all I know.
And I wonder what, in the Challenger, Maybach's Challenger, I wonder what engine they have in that. Because I don't know if they have a different racing engine, or if it's something more on a stock line. Or
well, because it's running an American sedan, there are certainly some liberties that they can take with the tuning, but I believe it's the standard 5.7 Hemi block. And there are 2 different specs in American sedan. There's essentially a full prep and then a limited prep version, and I believe that the Challenger only can be run in American sedan under that limited prep, so there's not a lot you can do about it. But the problem with that Challenger and American sedan spec is that it is one of the heaviest cars in the class and doesn't run on wide tires. That being said, a couple years ago at the runoffs, Clark Camburn ran one of the Challengers at Virginia International Raceway, I think in 2022, and was actually leading the American sedan race for a while. I would say attrition got the better of that car. American sedan, at least at the national level, attrition is usually the name of the game. That just to be able to make it to the end of a 40-lap or a 50-minute race is incredibly difficult with those cars, because they really are very much on edge.
We'll see Maybach coming here into the screen in just a moment. Bright green machine, there he is. Yeah, I can only imagine, like I said, we mentioned yesterday, how he wrestles with that thing when he gets it down the chute and into turn 5. Like wrestling an alligator at the zoo or something.
Exactly. It still wants to go. He wants to stop. Exactly. And you can see there's a little bit of lean from that car coming out of.
Thing's just beautiful.
It is. Meanwhile, not the amount of lean that we just saw in Zach Hallender's Mazda Miata in the last race, which, by the way, I had to go get Dramamine during our break in order to recover from watching that in-car video. It is that color is just so iconic.
Yep, good throwback color. The 76 Nicholas Karanglin, 120.376. Fastest car, fastest lap of the race. Not quite as fastest of the weekend. He did in yesterday's heat race, which was a morning event. He was down 117.17 yesterday. So,
and by the way, I had to look it up, but the green color that car is running is called Sublime Green.
Sublime Green.
Yes.
It's perfect. It's perfect. And the right number on it with the 77, it's pretty period correct there.
Yeah, it is. All right, so the field now really starting to stretch out. You can see the lap times as we put them up on the ticker there as we follow this American sedan machine of MAIBA. Nick Karanglin crosses the start-finish line all by himself. Yesterday, two wonderful battles between Karanglin and the Petiti machine, Gianluca Petiti, who was here in a Touring 1-Spec Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and really gave Karanglin really all that he was worth there. The 997.1 Cup car really should have had quite a bit more pace, but Petiti was driving the wheels off that Cayman. Ted Warning, he's our sole Touring 2 racer. He's now about 7 seconds back. We'll check back in on them. I think we've got, we'll see here. I think Polishuk and Hasicek are in pretty close proximity, although Polishuk's been running about 2 seconds a lap, the last couple laps, about 2 seconds per lap faster. Or probably Polishuk's been running about 2 seconds a lap faster than Hasicek.
One of the things on this, especially not as big a concern this afternoon with this field, but earlier in the weekend with the larger field was the closing ratio.
Yes.
Some of these cars. And even here, Karanglin down in the 118 and then Ralph Gunderson like a 138. Now, two totally different cars, you know?
Now, at least the there's a lot more, or probably a lot less density here. So far, fewer cars on track. That in most cases here, Karanglin, for example, will know when he's starting to come up on Ralph Gunderson. Gunderson will most likely have a pretty good idea of when a faster car is coming through. And because there's such a big gap, it's not like he's getting bum rushed every single corner for a couple of laps. He's got a little bit of time to breathe, reset, and run his race without necessarily having to watch the mirrors all the time.
Where it gets difficult is in-class racing is if you're involved in a race with somebody in your class, you're side by side, you're racing. Now here comes somebody from a faster group up behind you, and you're like, okay, I'm in the middle of this race, I'm fighting for the podium. How do I do this and not cause a big kerfuffle?
All right, so we're going to have 3 more races after this big bore race. Next up, we go from big bore, we go to small bore, and that's going to be, I think, even with some of the attrition we've had this weekend, a very number of competitive races within the race. I'm so interested to see the STL race coming up here, Edwin, where we had yesterday Deacon Greenfield have to work his way from the very back of the pack yesterday after having a brake failure in qualifying on Saturday. Have to start at the very back of a 30-plus car field. Worked his way, finished on track second in STL, I think 6th or 7th overall. So it was a great run for him. Now, since we grid all of our racers up through the weekend based on their fastest lap time, Greenfield's going to end up starting 7th overall. Tom Beverly and Ted Cahall starting first and second in STL. They're going to be making up the second row. So Greenfield's still going to have some work to do, but he showed some really good race pace yesterday.
Karanglin getting faster as we go here, now down to 118.688. So he's within about a second and a half now of his fast time for the weekend. 118.688. He just set that last time by.
Yeah, and we started off again today, Edwin, at about 55 degrees this morning when racers went out for the first race. It's warming up once again. It's broken 75 degrees here at Summit. I think so far at this point, the warmest weekend or the warmest day of the 3 days so far racing here. And, and we're starting to see that the pace is a little bit further off what it was yesterday afternoon. As also, I'm sure a lot of these racers probably going out, not using brand new sticker tires for these last races of the weekend, probably on the same rubber that they ran yesterday. Grip levels not quite as high.
Now, remember, that affects everybody, so it's relative pace.
Exactly.
And, sometimes as those lap times get a little bit slower, the racing can actually
get better.
Because the race line gets a little bit wider, and it can actually get a little bit better when they slow down, assuming that it's not because the offline's gotten dirty or slippery or something like that. So, and they did a pretty good cleanup, I saw, during the lunch break, so...
And Bob Hasechek in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra. There he is now coming into turn 3. Just had the slightest of issues at turn 1, just as we were talking about how track conditions can change with the weather and depending on how much rubber has been laid down. Hasechek found his way with 2 wheels in the gravel trap at the outside of turn 1. Is able to keep those wheels moving, though. And he recovers. He's still out there and circulating.
Yeah, he's still coming back up to speed. We'll keep an eye out and see if he's good to continue or if he will come onto pit road. It takes him regaining momentum here. I'll keep an eye on pit road for you.
All right, as we talked about earlier, Ralph Gunderson in that black BMW. Yes, it's a black BMW E36. And he has now John Polishuk's Mustang coming up very quickly. He's going to dispatch with him going down into turn 1, and Polishuk puts him a lap down as they come out of turn 2. And yeah, indeed, Bob Hasechek.
They just, on the radio said, so
coming
he's
down
like,
the pit lane.
That's enough for me.
Tires done and gone and dusted.
Yeah, I just noticed when he got back on track, he wasn't immediately back up to speed, so I figured he would call it a day here. He comes down pit road. He'll make the turn into the paddock. Yep,
there he goes.
Little Cobra.
So we are now down to 5. It's Karanglin, Ted Warning, John Polishuk, Chris Maiba, and Ralph Gunderson now. It's going to take, I think, 1 lap for Gunderson to move ahead of Hasechek. Gunderson coming out of turn... Is that him? No, that is that's the Mustang of Polishuk. Here comes Mr. Gunderson out of Mebane, North Carolina in his improved Touring R ITR BMW, an E36 car. Now, of course, the IT cars, they are allowed to make some subtle modifications to the block. You can go up to 20 over on the block. You can do some port matching on the exhaust side, but not on the intake side. The exhaust system itself is free, and of course you can change out your final drive ratio, but otherwise the transmission needs to stay stock.
Talking about track conditions, Karanglin goes even faster, 117.428. So he's now within 0.3 of his fastest lap of the weekend. That's getting it done in the afternoon. Like I said, track temperature up a little bit, but that car down to 117.428 in his number 76.
All right, just had Murphy Nichols, who we saw come out a little bit late for the ITA race today, jumped in the chat. Hey, Murphy. Basically explaining what happened, that he had issues. I told you he went out for the warm-up practice this morning, and he had some electrical issues where the car was cutting out. They apparently they had to swap out the alternator and also bypass one of the relays, and so he was able to get back out there. So so glad to see out there Murphy, and I think still a very successful run for that Murph Dog Motorsports Nissan 240SX.
Yeah, just not the way you want to start your Monday morning. Halfway there, Karanglin just puts 10 on the board.
All right, and the Gunderson BMW now being shown a blue flag, letting him know that our leader, Nicholas Karanglin, is coming up on him. And Gunderson moves all the way over driver's left, lets the Porsche through. And off they go.
They had to do a little bit cleaning that last shot where that gravel track's to the right. That gravel is actually a usable racetrack for the Miatas.
For the Miatas.
So they did some pretty extensive cleanup and sweeping in the blower, and I saw in the turn 5 camera there, somebody might have gone off driver's right. There he is. I bet that was a self-cleaning, off and back on.
And here comes the call from turn 5. Yeah, and indeed.
Yeah, Ralph Gunderson.
Gunderson running a little wide there under braking. And, it's funny that you mentioned about that gravel trap over at turn 3 because, it's the exit of that corner has changed a bit. It's always had that very wide red and white curbing. Spencer, let's take a look at the exit of turn 3 for a second if we can. Here, you'll see that very wide curbing at the very exit of turn 3. It's actually been widened slightly, and the thought was, well, we'll widen the curbing on the exit. That way the drivers won't have to put 2 wheels in the gravel trap. It's part of their racing. Well, they put more curbing there. The racers still choose to put 2 wheels in the gravel trap, as we talked about, like the Spec Miatas, where they try to open up the wheel as much as possible, where they try to incur as little drag as possible. And it turns out that it's faster for them to open up the wheel and still go
cut the corner.
Yeah, 2 wheels through the gravel trap and make a straight line back to the pavement. And I guess they've tried over the years to change the gravel formulation out there, maybe to try and slow them down a little bit so they don't scoot across. But
and then there's so many different ways to do curbing as well, and so you don't, especially there, you don't want it so punitive that it upsets the car,
right? Lift them up or something.
But if it's not slightly punitive, then you might as well not paint it red and white.
Exactly.
But it's a tough piece because again, you want it to be punitive not to use it, but you don't want it to be an obstacle like I think we were talking Saturday about some of the tracks where they'll bring a different group in and they put like temporary curbing in and matter
of fact, we were talking about it at Circuit of the Americas. One year they had the V8 supercars from Australia, and they actually installed steeper curbs in order to launch those cars in the air for the show, so that it'd be 2-wheeling through corners.
Doesn't seem like a great idea.
No, well, it wasn't a great idea for the little Fiat 500 TCB cars that also had to run on the same course that went literally barreling down the track.
Ted Warning in the 72 car, second overall here, but he just ran a little bit earlier in lap 5. 121.627 to go with his 121.294 that he set in qualifying on Saturday. So Ted, even in the warmer afternoon, he's within around 0.4 of a second. So he's getting it done.
Hey, we've got all the IT drivers jumping into the chat now that they've packed up their cars and they're ready to go home for the day. Justin Shepard, driver the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata, who had that great fight with Peter Doan for a podium position. He said, thanks for the great weekend. Dicing with Peter in Group 2 was awesome. Neither of us gave each other an inch, and that is absolutely correct. They had a
good race.
They had a very good race. And Deacon Greenfield, who took the win in ITS this morning, where, as I mentioned, we're going to see him in just a few moments. And he says, thanks for the great broadcast. And if you agree with Deacon, here, let me push the button. If you agree with Deacon, good, give us a big thumbs up. We'd appreciate it.
There you go. It's that easy.
Doesn't cost you anything. Well, not much.
Ted Warning off turn number 10 in his 72 car. He just had a very, very solid weekend in that machine. The driver out of Kentucky.
That's it. And so, Ted's been racing here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, I think, as long as I've been coming out to Summit Point. And again, to see him in a chassis that he has not run before, and he has been picking up speed in that car all weekend long as he gets acclimated to it. I'd love to see him back out in his Chevy Camaro American sedan car, but this Corvette looks good on him.
It has been. It's been, 6 laps to go, but he's been sort of flawless. The car's been great all weekend. He's made every session. So he's got to be very pleased overall with how the weekend has come together for him. Here he goes. Caranglin will come by, and it'll be 5 to go next time by.
Catch it in the paddock. First call for race group number 6, small bore. Please head to the grid. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So 5 to go when the leader comes back around. There's Ted Warning. He runs second overall in the 72 car.
Sounds like Ralph Gunderson continues to have some challenges as he's trying to push the envelope down into turn 5. We know during one of the races yesterday, he had outbraked himself a little bit down in that corner. And now for the second time in a row today, as he's trying to work on that threshold braking in the 5, he's gone and pushed a little bit too deep into the grass there, but easily recoverable. He's back out on track.
It's been a 136 in this race. And actually, you know what? His best lap here, a 136.7. His best qualifying lap of the weekend he did in the heat race, a 136.7. So he actually is turning. Oh, that's not a good place to be.
No. That is not a sublime place for the 77 to be. As Chris Maiba has as we talk about some of the drivers having, trying to push. And, when you have a session like this where you're not necessarily in competition with another in-class car, this is an opportunity to work out new things for the next time you come back and race at Summit Point. And it looked like he may have just the transition from brake back to gas really upset the rear of the car, lightened up the back as it went around.
Yeah, and just where he was sitting, the car's coming down the front straight. Don't actually see him till they make a little bit of that turn. So nice job. Corner workers got on it with the flags, and he was able to get rolling rather quickly. Car's too pretty to get any scratches on it.
Yes. And it's not exactly a flesh wound. I think the dust and dirt now that he's collected that probably came right through the window. He just needs a dust buster to pick that up.
Right. Little wipe down and away you go. So, like I say, being really cool to see like a big field of those cars all thundered around here together.
My gosh, yes.
He's back up to speed now. No harm, no foul.
And actually, Edwin, I'll tell you, if you want to join us next April, I assume it's going to be April, for what is typically the very first stop in the Northeast Division on the SCCA's U.S. Majors Tour. It's here at Summit Point. Make sure to join us. We broadcast it each and every year. Usually have a nice large field of American sedans, including our defending two-time national champion, Washington, D.C. region native, Danny Richardson.
Never too early to start planning?
No, not at all. And a number of national champions in the American sedan class call Summit Point their home. It should be a wonderful time come April. Got Greg Eaton as well, Ford Mustang driver. He's got 3 national championships in his quiver. As Caranglin comes across the line, 3 laps remaining here.
And if you're wondering, Maiba did stay out in the 7. In fact, there he is. So after his little incident down in turn 1, he continues. Again, I don't even think he left the track surface. I think he was track surface the whole time.
Oh, we got Gianluca Petiti in the chat here, Edwin, and says thanks for your commentary. It's fun being there and racing with us, and he's heading back up to Boston today. Gianluca, thanks so much for spending your time here with the DC region at Summit Point. Great watching that beautiful GT4 Club Sport car that you race, and hopefully we'll see you back here at Summit Point soon.
Yeah, nice, quick, fast weekend for him. Looked very solid. throughout the 3 days here at Summit. And like I say, a lot of folks will get back home and later in the week go back, pull up the YouTube channel, and watch this all over again. So
that's right.
Be 2 to go for Caranglan and Field when they get back here in a little bit. Gunderson actually goes a little bit faster now. He's had a couple offs, but turns his fastest lap here, 1:35.770. So he's still going at it.
Yeah.
In the late stages.
Well, there you go. So no longer Mr. Consistency. He's just getting consistently faster and got the braking under control there going into turn 5.
There you go.
Yeah, good to see that. All right, so next time we see Nick Caranglan bring his 997 Cup car onto the front straight, he'll see the 1 to go board. Without Mr. Petiti here, it's been a very easy run for Mr. Caranglan.
A little quiet, but that's all right. You get, like I say, you go through a 3-day weekend, you're going to have a variety of things. You're going to have some where the cars get spread out and not as much side by side. You're going to have others where cars are side by side from green to checker. So
that's right. And Mr. Petiti says also a special thank you to the whole SCCA crew. They do a wonderful job. You know, indeed, I don't think we can say it enough, and we've said it so many times over the course of this week, and it really does take a village to put on these events. They are all volunteer-driven, and people take off, well, obviously not today taking off work, but take their time, spend their own money to travel to these events and make sure that our racers have a great time and have fun with cars, and also, like Mr. Petiti, make it home safely.
Yeah, and it's nice also to sometimes get out and you look at your home track schedule, but get out and travel a little bit and experience some other regions and other tracks. I think that's always a fun thing to do if your schedule will allow it. Leader's on his final lap.
There we go. A little less than 2 miles remaining for Nick Caranglan. He's had some challenges for Nick early on in the weekend. Wasn't able to make our first big bore race of the weekend on Saturday afternoon after having some trouble in qualifying, but has shown that Porsche has been very strong since.
There he is through the carousel for the final time. Our Bob Ross painted picture there. Happy little clouds.
Happy little clouds here in the Summit Point, West Virginia, as Caranglan works his way up the hill. Mr. Gunderson, Ralph Gunderson, going to take another lap and begin his 18th and final lap. And coming to the line, checkered flag in the air for Nicholas Caranglan out of Hobie, Florida. He takes the win in GT2. Next driver I'm not going to say next driver we should see, but the next driver in the order, Ted Warning in his Chevrolet Corvette. He's out there somewhere. Maybe. That's John Polishuk in the Universally Modified Performance Ford Mustang. He's running 3rd overall. He's going to come across the line, and he will finish a lap down from Caranglan.
I promise Ted's still out there.
Sure he is. That's right. So Ted was did we miss Ted? Because there's Maiba coming through turn 10. There's Ted Warning. Thank you, Ted. There we go. Maiba is going to come across the line. He'll take the win in American Sedan, finish 4th overall. Ted Warning finishes 2nd overall and on the lead lap there, taking the win in Touring 2. So I believe Gunderson, the only driver we have remaining, and there he is coming out of turn 10 now. Appears from out behind our ticker, and as he comes to the line, Ralph Gunderson will take the win in ITR. Only racer not to finish today's race, Bob Hasacek in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra.
What a race for Gunderson. He had a couple offs, but then runs his fastest lap of the weekend on the final lap.
Because
let's see, he came in. Let me look real quick here. Gunderson's lap. A 136.768 was his qualifying lap for this race, based on the Saturday heat race, and then he runs a 135.824 on the final lap.
Yeah, but he actually a little bit earlier in the race, back on lap 14, ran a 35.77. So a great run, and we say seat time. And there you go. He had a lot of it this week, and all of our racers getting tons of seat time here. Lots of racing action at Summit Point for the Labor Day Mars Spectacular. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 6, small bore. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. Small bore racers, race group 6. Please head to the grid. And so, Edwin, why don't we take a quick break? We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day Mars Spectacular.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Under 5. Wait, it looked like somebody had hit it with a wrecking ball multiple times.
Yes, they do that. MKZ?
Well, the first one was a Lincoln, but anyway,
Yeah.
3 of them went by. Flat tires at least.
me out of this car.
You need to call that in so that car can be black flagged.
Oh, wow. Okay.
If something's wrong and that instructor wants out. Well, that's an interesting one.
That is interesting.
And I actually called it in once. I've seen it once and I've called it in. I don't remember what was going on with the car.
And I am 2 miles off of 81 in Central PA.
So it sounds like it would be like, oh yeah, just jump on 81 and fly home and I'll be there in no time.
Problem is I'm 11 miles north of Carlisle.
Thank you so much for joining us here this weekend for the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company in the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with...
Who am I?
Who are you, Edwin? That's Edwin Pardue. I had to take a breath. It's not like I forgot who you are. I forgot who Spencer was, though.
I'm just happy that you showed up today because you forgot it was a 3-day weekend. So
I've already missed out on my hotel reservation. So, all right, with 1 minute on the grid, we go from big bore, we go to the smaller displacement motors, and also looks like a few drivers have decided to take Labor Day to spend time with family, friends, and maybe a couple burgers and dogs or something on the grill. Whoever you are, Edwin, let's go and run down the starting order.
All right, so here's where they're supposed to start. We do have a couple folks who have pulled out early, but Minor Wilcox, 65 car in that Caterham on the front row. Paul Marcones in the Radial Tire Acura in number 48. Row 2, a couple STL cars. Thomas Beverly, car number 4 in the Honda Civic, and Ted Cahall. Car 182, the Cahall Racing Mazda.
All right, former GT Light national champion racing this weekend in F production in his Toyota TRD Goodyear Toyota Tercel from Summit Point, West Virginia. Graham Fuller. Nate Lucas starting in 6th position. He's driving the number 67. Touring for Lucas Sport Mazda MX-5. Deacon Greenfield in the OG Racing Angry Sheep Motorsports STL Honda CRX. He'll start 7th. And then Jack Bana, who we know is already left back for Bluebell, Pennsylvania. His Volkswagen Cabriolet was scheduled to start 8th.
Scott Kraustak in 91. He's the leading SPU driver. What's he in? The BMW out of Midlothian. Benjamin Bunk next to him in car 114. The Subaru. He's from Frederick, Maryland. And then Michael Palazinski, car 152 in his Volkswagen. Mike Kelly. He'll then be the leader in H production, and he is out of Fayetteville, PA, in his VWI.
All right, then we got Bob Cahall in the Cahall Racing J&L Automotive Mazda Miata from Gurnee, Illinois. That's an STL machine. Owen Sheffer driving the number 18, touring for RP Performance Mazda RX-8. He'll start 14th. Steve Wickersham driving the number 82, STL Computer Pros Mazda Miata out of Mooresville, North Carolina, will start 15th. And then Bob Connor driving the number 9, Crosby's Crab Company, 19, I think it's 39 Ford, will start 16th.
Mark Liller, he had situation on Saturday, so he will not make the start. Alex Cumming, car number 24, though. He is, where is he out of? Out of Bristow, Virginia. And he will start in 18th spot. Mike Collier in the 61. He's the other Legends car. And in the Pinto, car number 11, our very own Bruce Shelton.
All right, there you go. Next, we have got, let's see if we go and take a look here. We've got Alex McBain in the universally modified H production Honda Fit, Kevin Conlon in his STL Mazda Miata, Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS, and Mike McQueen in the number 27 H production MG Midget. That is 21st through 24th.
Row 13, Allard in car number 50, and Drew Erie is in the 16 machine. And then going to row 14, John Moyer is in car 113. Elazar Mann in car number 26. That's row 14. Go back to row 15. That's Gian Fiore in car number 14. And then we've got Hudson Williams in the 01 car. In cart number 90, Carolyn Bayer Broering, and she starts 31st. And Michael Hirschberg will start 32nd. And we are mean, lean, and green as we head down the front straightaway.
All right, and we have, once again, Alex Cumming of that in-car video from his Mazda RX-8. I want to thank him for that as our front row now under braking into turn number 1, and it's Ted Cahall in the blue number 182 Mazda Miata. A little puff of smoke as he locks up the brakes for the very first time, and it's going to be one heck of a battle here in STL. I think as Deacon Greenfield tries to come up the outside of Graham Fuller's F Production Toyota. But there you go, as we saw Greenfield miss the first day of action here at Summit Point, actually the first day and a half of action after having a brake failure in that Honda. He had a wonderful run from the back of the field, but he's finding it a challenge now to get past the Tercel. And that Tercel on some true slick tires, probably still trying to get heat in the rear of that tube frame car.
Field through the carousel for the first time. 20-lap race here, our small bore Group 6. Cahill leads the way, and Fuller, we'll see, we pick him up, still holding on to second spot. You've got two of the STL cars split by that F production of Fuller as the field comes through turn number 9 for the first time.
All right, and look at that SPU Volvo, the Swedish meatball. There towards the rear of the field, driven by Hudson Williams. Hudson, I think, a lot of karting experience. I think only 16 years old, pushing a very big car around. As we've got Jennifer Romes just slightly ahead. There's actually somebody in the chat says, "Time to boo the 86. Boos help motivate the driver." I think that goes a long way for a lot of our racers here this weekend, Edwin. Also, Stacy McBain rooting for Alex there, driver of the 87. Of course, his 3 sons, including Troy McBain, who was last year's Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series H Production Champion and Rookie of the Year. He and his 2 brothers are crewing for that Honda Fit this weekend.
We ride along with Alex Cumming. You see, he is chasing those 2 Legends cars in front of him down into turn number 5, and those guys go into battle with each other.
Yeah, and right ahead of him, I believe that's Owen Sheffer in the number 18 Mazda RX-8 directly ahead. That's where Cummins is trying to get to, as he's got a fight on his hands there in Touring 4. I believe that's the battle. That will be, if he can get up there, the battle for the last podium position in Touring 4.
Cahall continues to lead. Fuller sets a quick lap down to the 124.9s on his second time around. Greenfield still sitting there in third spot.
And I'm looking to see what our F production record is. It was set by Charlie Campbell in his Mazda Miata he's out of Pennsylvania. Set it back all the way in 2018, which I think was maybe a year after the last repave here. Turned in a 120.643. I look because Graham Fuller, again, a former national champion. If anybody could beat that record, it would be him. But still about 4 seconds off that pace as Scott Krastik and Owen Sheffer go through turn 3 door-to-door. Krastik racing in SPU this weekend in what is known as a Spec E36 from another sanctioning body series. And he's trying to make his way up to Michael Palasinski, who we saw just a little while ago in the bracket race. We're going to see again in a few moments, probably in the bracket racing, Palasinski in another white BMW, an E30 chassis.
We've had these pretty white, fluffy clouds all day. Right now, though, they're casting a little bit of shadow on the track. So for the first time, not direct sunlight on the track. Not that there was a ton of track temperature there, but that'll cast a little shade and make it a little bit cooler. Greenfield sets fast lap of the session 124.639. 24.639.
And we see a little bit of a battle now shaping up, coming across our screen now. Chuck Allard in the blue and white 50-plus Porsche 924, running second in H production. Alex McBain in that Honda Fit we mentioned a little bit earlier, currently running in second. And then just now, I believe, crossing the start-finish line a little bit further in arrears, Elazar Mann in his Toyota MR2. He's out of Fairmont, West Virginia. I think the first race in almost a year for Elazar in that Toyota MR2. As we've got a driver coming down the pit lane, it's one of our GT Pintos. And I think that might be, take a look here. I think that might be, I don't know who that might be. I think I know who that is. Unfortunately, it's Drew Erie in the white and black number 16 car. Drew had some ignition issues. I think we talked about it some yesterday, that he had a very reluctant reluctor in that car. And it's
heads for Pinto Alley earlier than he had hoped.
That is correct. It's going to be an empty Pinto Alley except for him and Elazar Mann in that Toyota MR2. A little white smoke coming out of the back of that car. Hopefully that is not going to be an issue for him, and he can make it to the end of this race. And also, the drivers behind him can make it to the end of this race.
Graham Fuller got by Ted Cahall, but he pulled Greenfield up with him as well. So Cahall loses a couple spot. So when Fuller was making the pass on Cahall, Greenfield took the opportunity, made the pass as well.
There you go. So move Deacon Greenfield to the lead in STL. This is definitely a big development here. I'm sure Sherry Mack is probably sitting in the chat. Deacon's auntie, Deacon, has run the table this weekend in ITS, and is brand new to him, Mazda MX-5, and really looking for a strong run for the Honda CRX. It's been somewhat finicky over the last 2 years that he's been racing it.
So there's Fuller leading overall. You mentioned Greenfield leading in STL. Lucas in T4. Palazinski leads his class. H production. Mike Kelly leads there. I guess the booing helped. So those are some of your class leaders here. So we're 5 laps into the race.
That's right. We've got Tony Kart Racer in the chat who's asking about the Honda Fit, also about Graham Fuller's Toyota Tercel. The Honda Fit, Tony Kart, is an H production car that is for cars. The majority of them are 1.6 liter and below. This Honda Fit is running an L15, same engine that the Honda Fits come from the factory with. It is not a K-swap car. And the Toyota Tercel, that is a silhouette-bodied car. It is used to run in what was known as GT Light. For the 2025 season, GT Light and F Production have been merged together. That is actually a silhouette-bodied car. It's a tube-frame chassis, not in any way resembling what the body kind of looks like, what would have been on the Toyota showroom floor a number of years ago.
Deacon Greenfield, 124.504, sets the session's fast lap here.
And the track record on STL set by Darren Treacle, who has since moved over to the Super Touring Under class. It was set back in 2021 at a 121.514, as Graham Fuller just resets that F production, resets the overall fast lap here as we go on board with Alex Cumming again in the Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. We've been watching Alex. He is seemingly stuck at this point behind Steve Wickersham's STL Mazda Miata, and then he's got that Legends car battle with Connor and
Collier.
And Collier, up ahead.
And here they come.
And the interesting thing with those Legends cars, and they're on, they used to actually run on something very much like a street tire, and had very little grip coming out of corners. But once they got on the cam, because they run, I think now most of them are running the 900cc triplet that you find in some of the Yamaha motorcycles, but they would run out of gear usually on the long straightaways. And so for an RX-8 here like Alex, which doesn't have a lot of torque jumping off the corners, he'd have this double whammy. The Legends cars would move away, and then just as they get to the end of the straightaway, for example, they'd come down into turn 1, and it would start the whole thing over again for him. Well, it's got to be somewhat frustrating.
And looking at the Legends car in front of me, you see
dancing around everywhere.
Twitchy.
Yeah.
Well, they're short little wheelbase cars, and they can be super twitchy. But probably the most versatile race car in the country because basically that same car can go road racing, can go asphalt oval racing, can go dirt oval racing, probably go drag racing with it. And again, basically the same car. Obviously a different setup for each of those applications, but versatile little race car for sure. You got a good look at one up the windshield. Is now Alex going to try to go to the inside and make the pass.
There you go. And it looks like he's going to get that done. We'll take a look to the inside, see if that Legends car sneaks underneath him. And I think you saw he just made a quick check in the mirrors. Looks like he got that pass done.
Nope, not yet.
Yeah, look at that. He got right back around him.
Got back around him.
Oh, my. All right, Legendary Racing. I'm hoping Legendary is, that's not a How I Met Your Mother reference, but he actually lives maybe, I don't know, up in Wisconsin. He was asking if it was an FZ09 or an MT09. Those original, I shouldn't even know this. Those original 3-cylinder motorcycles from Yamaha, they were called the FCs in the United States. They were called MT everywhere else in the United States or in the world. Now they're all MTs. I'm not sure which generation motor that is, Legendary.
We got a waving yellow down in 5.
And that is for the number 9 car, Bob Connor, one of our 2 Legends cars.
And that waving like that lets you know that he's not in a good spot.
And they said that he was still on the pavement.
Yep.
And again, just around the corner. So all of these drivers that are coming full blast down through the chute, they rely on that flag to know that there's something ahead. And we are now going, Edwin, to a full course caution because that Legends car not able to get that Toyota FZ or MT motor back underway. And we're going to have to send some emergency services teams out to get him.
He's in here somewhere. So, yep, they'll go pick him up. And sometimes, if a car is off track, it's in a safe spot, they'll say, all right, let's leave it and let him become scenery. But sometimes when you see waving like that, that's a car that they need to go get if he can't get rolling by himself. So full course here. Safety car goes out to pick up the field. Just, 2 laps shy of halfway.
Yeah, just a little bit short of halfway. Now, as our lead, although we've had the safety car deploy and it's coming down the front straight and it's picked up Elazar Mann, Graham Fuller, knowing that he's the overall leader, has decided to act as essentially the safety car. He has slowed the pace down considerably so that the rest of the pack will bunch up behind him. And we'll likely see the safety car wave Elazar Mann. They're actually 3 or 4 cars now behind the safety car. There they are coming out of turn 2. We'll see if they wave those couple of cars by. If they do, Edwin, I would think that they will probably do that after they get past the incident.
Where the waving yellow is, and let them come back around. So, and of course, laps do continue to count, just at a reduced speed. They'll send a truck out there in a moment to give him. It sounded like they could flat tow it. It sounded like it wasn't an incident, but that they would need anything more than just a flat tow.
And I think we're going to see at least one emergency services vehicle follow this group down through the chute. There you go, as they go to start responding to that stranded car.
Fuller, Greenfield, and Lucas lead overall, and each one a different class. You've got Greenfield and Ted Cahall. Greenfield second on track, Cahall fourth. They're both STL cars, running 1-2 in their class. And Field's gotten all bunched up now, and like you said, they'll get past the incident. They'll free up those 3 or 4 cars that the safety car had picked up. Pick up the leader. Yep. In fact, safety. The pace car driver's aware of it and already letting the race control know and send them around.
That's right. And Legendary Racing makes a very good point about that Legends car. If it spins around and it ends up rolling backwards while it's still in one of the forward gears, because they do use the same sequential transmissions that the motorcycle would use, you run a very good risk of destroying a motor. And the Legends cars, they do have a clutch pedal so that you can quickly try and get them out of gear, but it doesn't always happen that way. We do have one of our drivers, and it does appear to be Elazar Mann in that Toyota MR2, who had been letting off a little bit of smoke. He's now come down the pit lane and headed back to the paddock. Also got got a text message from Carolyn Bayer-Broering in the H Production Volkswagen Rabbit, the Blue Crab Racing machine. She had a CV joint failure on one of her front axles on the pace lap. She brought the car down the pit lane, did not complete a lap.
Like I said, this is a marathon weekend. The cars are on track a ton, and reliability as you get into the end of the day on Monday becomes tough because they've done a ton of laps out here and pushing them every time they're out there. So this is the only time you'll have, right now is the only time you'll have easy laps out on the racetrack.
Exactly. All right, so the safety car did wave all the three cars that were behind it by. Of course, we saw Elazar Mann heading back to the pit lane, or pardon me, heading back to the paddock. But we now have Graham Fuller, our F production and overall leader, behind the safety car. It's Deacon Greenfield, then Nate Lucas, who's also gotten around Ted Cahill. So we'll go and try and break things down by class here. Of course, Fuller, our sole F production leader. In STL, it's Greenfield, then Ted Cahill, then Bob Cahill. That's your top three, with Steve Wickersham a little bit further back in the field. Right, he was right around that Legends car battle. He's sitting fourth in the class. In Touring 4, Nate Lucas is your leader over Owen Sheffer, with Benjamin Bunk running in third, Alex Cumming running in fourth, Jennifer Rome's fifth. In GT Pinto, it's Bruce Shelton and John Fiore. They are on the lead lap. Drew Erie, who we saw come down the pit lane earlier, he did bring his car back out. He is showing now as a lap down from all of our other GT Pintos. In Legends car, of course, Michael Collier is our only remaining driver in the class. And in H Production, Mike Kelly leads Chuck Allard, with Alex McBain third, as Elazar McMahon pitted in from fourth. And we've just gotten word that the lights are going to go out on the safety car. Safety car now on the pit lane, turning the field back over to Graham Fuller in his F Production Toyota Tercel. They're going to come around turn 10. Maybe some slight acceleration as our starter looks over the field, decides whether or not there was a little hesitation there for a moment, Edwin. But green flag is in the air, and we've got 9 laps remaining here in our final small bore race of the weekend.
Well, and remember, on this restart, it's how they were running on track, so there could be some out-of-class cars mixed in.
Exactly.
And if you know that, you're super eager to try to get by on the start and maybe jump the gun a little bit.
Well, there you go, and we see where, although Michael Palasinski in that straight 6 got a great jump on the restart, actually managed to get ahead for a few moments of Ted Cahill's 182 STL Mazda Miata. Cahill, it was critically important for Cahill that he get back around Palasinski if he was going to have any opportunity to chase down Deacon Greenfield, who was just ahead.
He still has Lucas in between the two of them.
Well, and Lucas in that NC Mazda Miata, the T4 car, got very loose coming down through the chute. Big tank slapper there. He got the car back underway, however.
And again, they did flat toe that Legends car back in, so it was rolling. There was no damage to it that we could see on the outside, but we'll wait and see what mechanical issues may come from that incident.
And so Alex Cumming, our camera car, now right back behind our sole remaining Legends car. And that one that I think he's going to have in his nightmares probably for at least a couple more nights after this weekend.
Alex has shot a lot of video of Legends cars this weekend,
yes,
that's for sure.
Indeed.
First couple times I saw that fit out on the track, I always got freaked out because I thought, oh my gosh, someone's driven their car out onto the racetrack. And I'm like, oh, no, wait a minute, there's numbers and stuff on it. It's just, it looks different. The whole thing about it. And then you see they've got the car performing well.
Incredibly well. Like I said, that car went to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series H Production Championship last year. They've got the nose of that car modified quite a bit. A nice air dam on the front of the car. Also, I think they might have done a little work to the headlight buckets on that machine as well, but Alex is driving it very, very well. I don't want to say it with his whole family in the chat, but he might be driving it better than Troy.
Hey, stir the pot, Greg. We made it almost through the weekend.
That's right. And there, Jennifer Romes, who's had also a lot of seat time. We were talking about Petiti in the Porsche Club Sport earlier and how much track time he was getting. We just had Jennifer Romes make a pass on Hudson Williams' Volvo going down into turn 5. Jennifer's in her Touring Force Scion FRS. And she also has been running all the bracket races as well as these small bore races as well. She's gotten a ton of seat time. I know at the July MARRS race here, Tom O'Gorman, former Pirelli World Challenge champion, as well as I think a 7-time autocross SCCA solo national champion, was here coaching her up. She picked up a couple seconds in lap time. She's put in a good showing here this weekend as we go back on board with Alex Cumming. And let's see where his nemesis is on track, Michael Collier, in that Legends car Ford.
He may now have gotten by him for good. He got by, and we didn't see that Legends pop back up next to him. So Cummings may now have gotten clear of that car. That'll put him up running 12th overall if he can hold him off.
Well,
and there he is.
And there he is. Yeah, and I think now that the RX-8's gotten around, he's got a chance. But let's stay with this fight here for a moment if we can, Spencer. This is the battle for second in H production as we were talking about the Honda Fit, driven by McBain. That is Chuck Allard. Chuck, long-time DC Region and SCCA Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series racer, former chairman of the board of directors here at the DC Region. And now, as we switch from one camera to the next, he's now in third place, where Alex McBain moves up to second in H production. Mike Kelly just now crosses the start-finish line. Mike Kelly having a heck of a run here in his H production Volkswagen Golf. And Kelly had just picked up the track record in H production a few weekends ago. Actually set it back in April at the majors, turned in a 125.591. It's a record that, frankly, I don't think anybody thought would be broken. Ron Bartel had that track record here for close to 10 years, set it in an MG Midget, I think back in it was like 2016, maybe 2015. And Mike Kelly just obliterated it at the majors.
Well, and Mike had some struggles at the beginning of this weekend. You were talking about they were still doing some getting the car right after an incident
at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah. And so when he started the weekend, it was not right, and they pulled a late night, overnight session, and definitely now has the car right.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race group 7, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
McBain has gotten back by Allard for that H production second and third. We got a little twitchy coming down the hill, so give that spot back to, there you see. So swap those guys over.
Yeah, good run between the two yesterday. I think yesterday McBain got the better of Allard. That Porsche 924, again, what I think was originally envisioned as a Volkswagen, not as a Porsche. A lot of joint engineering went on to create that car, but an incredibly well-balanced car. And of course, it morphed into the 944 and 968, but the bones of that car are so well balanced. That Weissach rear axle, a very strong piece, and a much more. Even though that car, I think they first went to market in 1976, 1977. The Honda Fit has the same twist beam rear axles like the original Volkswagen Rabbits, and it's a front wheel drive car. You try to make the rear end as stiff as possible so it doesn't have to do much, but that Porsche, such a great handling machine.
We talked about the restart and how a couple people got a little jumpy.
Yes.
Somebody may be in trouble for that. I heard a little talk on the radio. Somebody might have to take a little trip down the pit lane.
Yeah, and you know who that was? That was our pole sitter and overall leader, Graham Fuller. And we said that the starter had hesitated a little bit in pulling out the green flag. I think he was trying to determine whether or not he should give the restart, as Graham Fuller, as the lead car, when that pace car comes back down the pit lane, you are supposed to maintain the same pace until the green flag comes out. And Fuller, who we're watching now, who's fallen back in the second position behind Deacon Greenfield, he got a little bit of a jump there. And, it's something that is probably going to be investigated by the stewards after the race. I think the feeling was better to give the green flag, let the race continue.
Yeah, sometimes that does, because sometimes when you wave it off late, sometimes that can cause lots of not good things. How about that?
As everybody that's in line, that especially here at Summit Point, where the starter stand is downhill, that it is sometimes from 4 or 5 cars back, almost impossible to see the starter stand until it would be too late. You don't want an accordion effect, and you don't want to pile up. But Deacon Greenfield now, who started this race in 7th, he would have started in 7th position overall. We know that Wilcox and Marcones, Beverly, also were not here, top 3 cars. So he started, if I do the math, that's 4th, right? All right, so started on the outside of the second row. He's now your overall leader.
And here they come. Off of turn number 1, Greenfield and Fuller. Lucas pops into your picture, and then that should be K-Hall we're seeing. K-Hall, 4th overall, the 182, and 2nd in STL to your leader, Deacon Greenfield. Next time, it's 2 laps to go.
Stacy McBain in the chat, she says they call the Honda Fit the soccer mom race car.
I mean, but just, I say, and the look always catch you off guard, but the performance is exceptional.
Yes, absolutely. And those Honda Fits, so we see them typically, didn't have them this weekend in B-Spec, but they are one of the 5 or 6 chassis or so that is approved for the B-Spec class, and the Honda Fit has won a number of national championships in that class.
Leaders off turn number 10, 2 to go next time.
So Deacon Greenfield also has a brand new shock package underneath that Honda CRX, motion control suspension, MCS, triple adjustable shocks. It's the first weekend for those shocks, and unfortunately, because of the brake issues they had to start the weekend off, Edwin, they didn't get any time to really dial the car in. Yesterday afternoon's race was the very first time that car had been on track during the weekend. So they had, tried to go back, look at the data last night and try to debrief a little bit with Deacon as to what might, help make the car a little bit better. But they basically just set the shocks at the middle positions for rebound, and for compression, and said, we'll send it. But now it seems to be a slightly better handling car.
And like I say, as many times as you've been able to get on track this weekend, what a great weekend to fine-tune that thing. And
exactly.
Obviously they have it right now. May not have started the weekend where they wanted it, but it's where they want it now.
All right, so we've got 2 laps remaining. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 7. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments.
Your front 2, make it 1 to go here. 1 to go. Into turn number 1 for the final time. Fuller looks right now content to settle into that second spot.
He does.
Not push it. He's got his class win. And I say that, and they go side by side.
Yeah.
I say that. I
Way to go.
When they went down the front straightaway, he didn't really push it going into turn 1. But then they came off the corner. He hit the go button and now retakes it. Although Greenfield's going to push him down the hill.
And And Greenfield takes a quick look to the outside. I think he's trying to make that Liam Kerper move a little bit later. Should also say that Ted Cahall, who is running right now in STL, he's not only your reigning Super Touring Light MARRS champion, he's also a 3-time champion. We asked him how he got started in road racing, and this is not a big surprise. I think he's a tech executive. I think he used to work for years for Microsoft. Also is responsible for that the bracket racing timing page that we put together. He developed that himself. Said he got started because of ADHD. So
there you go. Checkered flag waves. It's Graham Fuller who comes back after I said, well, wait a minute, at the line. Oh, I don't know who won.
Well,
Graham?
let's take a look here. I think it was, now, of course, it's all dependent on the positioning of the transponders, at least as far as our timing goes. But I think as the start-finish line's directly in front of me, Edwin, here, I think Graham Fuller was the first to cross the line. And we're showing on timing 77 1,000ths of a second separating them. Then Deacon Greenfield, Ted Cahall finishing 11 seconds back, so second in STL. Then Nate Lucas finishing 4th overall. He takes the win in Touring 4. Michael Palasinski takes the win in SPU, finishes 5th overall. Owen Sheffer will finish 2nd in Touring 4 in his Mazda RX-8, finishing 6th. Bob Cahall will take the last step of the podium in STL, finishes 7th. Scott Krastek, 2nd in SPU. Benjamin Bunk finishing just off the T4 podium. In 4th in class, 9th overall. Steve Wickersham finishing 4th in STL, 10th overall. And let's go as the rest of our racers come across the line. We'll break things down. Alex McBain beats the Porsche of Chuck Allard to the line. Mike Kelly got the win by almost 30 seconds over McBain, but the margin there between McBain and Allard at the checkers, 1700ths of a second. In SPU, we talked about Palasinski and Krastik. Hudson Williams in his Volvo will finish in 3rd. Let's move over to, where do we want to go? We talked about Touring 4, where it was Lucas, Sheffer, Bunk, and then Alex Cumming finishing in 4th. GT Pinto, yes, Bruce Shelton taking the win. Bruce, and then Drew. We saw Drew Erie come down the pit lane early on in this race with some mechanical issues. He finishes 2 laps down from Shelton, but he ekes out 2nd place, got back around John Fiore in the number 14 machine. That'll be your podium in GT Pinto. Michael Hirschberger in the Starsky and Hutch machine didn't make it out for today's race. Then finally in Legends Cars, Michael Collier, of course, taking the win. Bob Connor only completing 7 laps.
Boy, when they went down into 1 for the final time, Greenfield was in front. It looked like Fuller wasn't really sending it, that he'd be happy to ride where he was. Then he comes off the corner, passes him, and then at the line, Greenfield almost gets him back. Turns out to be a super exciting final lap for the overall win.
Yeah, oh my gosh, what a final lap there. And I'm just, I always worry, especially Deacon, I've known Deacon now for 4 years, one of my students at driver school. I'm always worried that these younger drivers, they'll get a little, how shall we say it, exuberant. and maybe not use their head when the red mist kicks in. Deacon did a great job there, as did Graham Fuller, of course, on the final lap. As our race winners now heading out for their victory laps. And while they do, we're going to take a small break. We're going to be back in just a few moments. It looks like our grid for the open wheel and prototype racers is filling up right now. They'll be next here at Summit Point Raceway, where it's a 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Way to go. You got a Jeep now, pal. I bet you that was $35.
Yeah, my brother got these.
Oh, they are great. $28 comes with a charger. You're not feeding it 6 batteries a weekend.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Edwin Pardue, see, I remembered your name. Greg Ginsburg, Spencer Gaynor there behind us. I even said it before his name came up on the screen. And we've got 2 more races today. This is our final open wheel and prototype race. Edwin, why don't we run down the starting order?
Jason Fraley in the 142, the Pennsylvania driver. He's in our lone prototype car. And then the 45, Chuck Moran out of Oakton, Virginia in the Crossley. Row number 2, David Blaine in the 09, and then it's Jacob King in car number 3.
All right, then we've got Steve Rue. He's driving the number 6 Wyvern. He built it in his own garage up in New Fairfield, Connecticut. He starts 5th. Wayne Nicolette in his Lola T340. That's a 1973 T340. And it's the Rack Engines Exhibits.net machine starting 6th. Starting 7th is Mark Walthu. Also in Club Ford, he's driving a Rack Engines Crossley 35F. And then starting 8th, John Vidovich in his Reynard RF82, the Reardon Solutions Formula F machine starts 8th.
Herndon, Virginia's Dan Carney, the 44 car in his Swift. And then rounding out the field, car number 16, that's Dustin Axerless. So, and I think we have 9 of the 10 scheduled starters. So we'll let you know who did not answer the bell here for their 20-lap feature event.
Yeah, I think David Blaine in the Formula Enterprise 2 car, who was scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2. I think that might be the one car that we are missing at the moment as the lights are out on the pace car. And we've got Amanda Haynes in the chat cheering for Jason Fraley, and that would explain why she said let's. I'm sorry, it's Claire Noodlesworth who said let's go Bluey, and I'm guessing that would be the West chassis, the blue and black number 142, driven by Jason Fraley. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to Mr. Fraley out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania, in his West W1000 car. And they come onto the front straight. Starter's going to look over the field. And we have a green flag, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. And I don't know how many times I can repeat this, Edwin, as Fraley and Chuck Moran go down into turn 1. I'm going to predict that Fraley is going to lead into turn 1. You won't be able to see it on our camera, which just blinked out. But then Chuck Moran, he's going to lead a couple laps as Fraley gets heat in the tires. And then, I don't know what's... Oh, there they are. Well, we'll see here as Fraley's going to lead down into turn 2. But we'll watch Chuck Moran. He's going to take the lead. It'll lead for about 3 laps. Then Fraley will come back. Sitting in 3rd right now, that is Steve Rue, who's gotten around Jake King. And what a race we had yesterday between King and Wayne Nicolette. King, the first of the red and white cars, Nicolette in the yellow number 2 machine. And for a while there, we had Mark Walthu right in the thick of it as well. But King and Nicolette, they picked right up where they left off on Saturday afternoon.
Leaders will come off turn number 10. Down the front straightaway, putting lap number 1 on the board. But yeah, you're exactly right. The number 3 of King, the 2 of Nicolette, and we saw it on Saturday. We saw it yesterday as well. Once they get hooked up, you see them right there. They'll start swapping positions, 2-3 times a lap, and it's just you got to pick the time to make the right move as you get to lap number 20.
Exactly. So there they go down into turn number 1 as Wayne Nicolette takes a look to the inside. Driver's right on the number 3 machine. And as they come out from behind the horseshoe there, behind the trees, they were once again wheel to wheel with Nicolette to the outside going into turn 3. And as they come down the hill, let's see who there. Nicolette gets around Jake King. So they'll go down into turn 5. King trying to make that run to the outside, not quite close enough. And as we said it once again, Mark Walthu in the second of the white and red cars, the number 22 machine in the Crossley 35F. He's able to close right back up. And, you know, as Nicolette and King were dicing for, probably 10 of the 12 laps in yesterday afternoon's race.
Yeah.
Walthu was there. Once Jake King finally started to inch away and they weren't going side by side through every corner, Walthu then couldn't keep up the pace. But this is what keeps him right in this race as Nicolette now moves to the inside as King crosses the line. Look at that. They actually show identical lap times for the two racers as they both turned in a 1:22.337 at the line. They were separated by 9/100ths of a second.
You'd go 2 miles and you do it down to the 1,000th of a second exact time. That means they're fairly evenly matched, I would think.
Very much so. It reminds me last year at the National Championship runoffs at Road America, a 4-mile race course. Father and son, Ethan Goulart and his father, Elvin Goulart, turned in identical lap times for what would have been pole position for the National Championship race. Younger Ethan ended up on pole because he was registered for the event first. Dad registered his 15-year-old son before he registered himself. Ethan went on to win the National Championship in Spec Miata, and not only that, became the youngest SCCA national champion ever.
Yeah, see, Dad will rethink that next time.
Exactly.
I'm signing up first, kid.
Well, Dad has had his own glory. He was the 2012 Spec Miata national champion and also a former Formula 500 champion. So kind of a little segue back into this race right here.
Fraley setting the pace right now. Leads overall. Quick lap of a 1:15.06. We saw a quick shot. There you go. We'll pick back up with King and Nicolette, who, shocking, are running side by side.
Exactly. And I'm embarrassed. I'm almost embarrassed to say that Chuck Moran has not gotten back around Jason Fraley yet. Be the first of 4 races this weekend where it hasn't happened.
That was like me in the last race. I go, oh, this will be a quiet last lap, and all heck broke loose.
Yeah, no such luck.
Leaders are back down. In fact, Fraley, let's see what that gap is. He's extended it out maybe a couple seconds now. Let's see what it says here. Yep, 2.5 seconds. That's the lead. Fraley in the 142 has over the 45 of Chuck Moran. Rue is in third. And then we come to the two guys battling in class of King and Nicolette. First and second in class, fourth and fifth on track. There they are off turn number 10.
And we apologize as our cameras starting to not necessarily enjoy the heat as the temperatures are rising here towards the end of the day. See what we can to hopefully give you some nice clear pictures until the end of the race. I'm guessing by the fact that we're still there that's not happening. All right, here is Nicolette and King once again, wheel to wheel, going through turn number 1. Steve Rue comes out from behind the trees as Nicolette and King once again, wheel to wheel. Nicolette edges ahead from the inside coming out of turn 2. He's going to cut across the nose of the number 3 car as they go through turn 3.
It's fun to watch. I can only imagine for those two guys how much fun it is. And I would imagine those guys have quite a bit of trust in each other.
Indeed.
To race that close for that long. And when you're racing with somebody you trust, that you can have a ball with it, that's for sure.
And as Nicolette got back around Jake King under braking going into turn 5 as they come up the hill and through turn 10, through the gray matter, Nicolette has the lead there. King, though, was practically tucked into the gearbox of Nicolette's Lola as they came up the hill. He dropped back just a little bit going into turn 10, and in doing so, he's able to get a run going down the front straight. And we'll see here now as they come out there. Jake King now able to go and open things up just a little bit on Nicolette. But it's amazing there how much Nicolette manages to make up.
Well, I was going to say, both of them, when somebody will jump to a lead, it's just a little bit, and then they close right back up on them and kind of use the car in front to break the air for them a little bit. So that one's not over till it's over. I heard somebody down the front straightaway sound sickly last time by, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll try and take a listen the next time around. It could have just been the Formula
Well, that's true. That's true. It's a sound all to themselves.
Exactly.
Nicolette now has retaken that spot over King. There they are.
King now, before they even get to the start-finish line, pops to the inside. And as they go down the front straight once again, let's see here. King, not only is King able to draft by, he actually will pull right ahead and come across the nose of Nicolette before they get to the braking zone. In turn one. I think that's one of the first times I've seen that happen so far.
Yeah, he gets a very good run off the corner and makes that pass very, very early. Now, Wayne's going to take a little peek to driver's left, tuck back in single file.
And again, want to apologize. We are having some issues with the cameras. It seems to be this time of day, to let everybody in. This is amateur road racing. And I'll say to some extent it's amateur filmography as well. That we seem to have our cell coverage drop out here, especially on the front straight, quite a bit in the afternoons. I won't tell you which carrier. You probably don't want to know that, but we're going to have to work on a solution for that in the off-season. All right.
Go.
And we're getting word now, John Vidovich, driver of the number 28 car, has pulled off, and he's okay. Car's not okay to the fact that it couldn't finish the race, but they're going to bring that car back at the end of the session. You just saw him on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, with Dustin Exarlis now moving up to 8th.
Yeah, and obviously that's who it was. I heard somebody go by, and that's like,
yeah, that
doesn't sound like it should.
Well, there you go. It was the Reynard RF22 out of Culpeper, Virginia, of John Vidovich. And I believe he is down to the inside of turn 1, possibly.
Fraley clicking off laps here. Best lap of the session for him, a 1:14.607. I say a little heat. You noticed I mentioned before there was some cloud cover over the track. That now is gone. We're still puffy clouds, but we are bathed in sunshine once again.
That's right.
Except for that little spot right there coming up the hill.
All right, as both of our Club Ford racers, Jake King, Wayne Nicolette, take a peek to the inside of the Formula V, Dustin Exarlis put him a lap down. Didn't seem to affect either. Both of those racers got by fairly easily, but now they come out of turn 10, and they are once again wheel to wheel, as Jake King seems to have a little bit more, Edwin, shall we call it straight line handling?
Yeah, he completed that pass even earlier on the straightaway than a lap or so ago. So he's able to jump out from behind Nicolette and make the pass, as you said, before they even get anywhere into the braking area
zone, yeah.
at all. And but Wayne's got the ability here, coming off the corner, to just be right back underneath and make a pass, usually coming over the hill.
Yeah, I was just saying, this is where Nicolette has been strong, where he normally goes and returns the favor with Jake King. Now, we'll have to watch the next time by, because we've seen a couple times where King will pop out just as they exit the rumble strips at turn 10. And I'd be interested to see that he may be testing whether or not he could out-drag race Nicolette to the finish line, that if he needed to wait not only till the last lap, but not turn 1, actually turn 10, whether or not he'd be able to make that work.
Yeah, we've talked about that a couple times this weekend, is that you don't necessarily want to be second once you get to turn 10, because the start-finish line, timing line is, about halfway down the straightaway, and would you have time to get there? Nicolette just tried it.
He tried it, and although he couldn't get it on the camera, and again, we apologize, he was, Edwin, about 2 feet, the nose of his car was about 2 feet back from the nose of Jake King's car, so he is close.
Both of them doing a little experimenting to see if it comes down to that final corner. Here they are, off the corner. And it is Nicolette back in front of King.
All right, as we are now halfway, and look at It was like the pileup on 495 over there on the Jefferson circuit.
Definitely weren't making a very fast lap, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
Look here, Nicolette's got a little bit of a lead right now, and it might have just been where they caught that lap car.
I think so. I think King may have checked up just a little bit coming through there. Both of them might have checked up, but Nicolette making that pass going through 6A as they are now coming up on, is that Dan Carney? Yeah, that's Dan Carney in the Swift DB3.
And we are at the halfway mark here. 10 down, 10 to go, and Nicolette with a commanding 1 second lead. But for those two guys, that's a big gap.
It is. I mean, that may be very difficult for Jake King to pick up. I mean, so far, I mean, I hasten to say that one driver has more pace than the other. I think they've been, to this point, conscious of it's more fun to dice and swap positions than to just run away and run 20 laps all by yourself. We'll see here if Jake King can catch up, or B, maybe wait Nicolette, he lays out of the throttle a little bit, lets King come back to him so that they can live to not fight another day, but maybe fight another lap. And there you go, as Jake King now closes to within half a car length on the braking in the 5.
Yeah, what was about 10 or 11 car lengths is now about 5 or 6 car lengths between those two. They still have a lot of racing to go here. We're just past the halfway point. Wrapping up what's been a busy weekend. A lot of action on track all weekend long. Let's see what the gap looks like as they come to us. King a little bit too far back to make that move we've seen him do a couple times. See if he closes that gap. They go down the front straightaway. King starts to reel him in a little bit. Will he try to make a pass? Indeed, he will. We'll see if he gets it done when they come out of the corner. They'll pop into our picture. I think Nicolette was able to hold on, but let's wait and see here. They should pop on screen here in just a second.
Yeah, no, looks like Nicolette able to hold him off here. That is Nicolette up in the front. And, to watch that, how strong that draft is, because Max King kept inching closer and closer and closer. And then when they were at about 800 feet out or so, it was as if he was not necessarily shot out of a cannon, but he picked up, it looked like, an extra 4 or 5 miles an hour even before Nicolette got on the brakes, that he was able to pull right up to the gearbox.
Jason Fraley in the 142 leads overall over Chuck Moran in the 45. Then the two we've been watching there, Wayne Nicolette, first in class, third overall. Jacob King, the number 3 car, is fourth, and Steve Rue rounds out the top 5 overall now with 8 to go.
All right, as Fraley, they are our overall leader in his West W1000. Looking to put these 3 racers a lap down.
And he's got a 6-second gap back to Chuck Moran. So again, he's in as the overall leader. He's in a position where he can be patient, wait for the right time, especially as he gets up to Nicolette and King, because those guys are in a real battle. So now as the leader there, you want to get by without messing up what's going on with those two guys. And Walthew is back third in that group, but he's back about 20 seconds from Nicolette and King. And there's the leader you see coming up on him right there, the blue machine. Bluey. Here and you see now King back in front of Nicolette. And Fraley might be patient enough just to wait to the front straightaway.
I think much like we saw earlier today in the improved touring race when Deacon Greenfield just kind of sat back and let Justin Shepard and Peter Doan battle it for second in ITA. I think Fraley's doing the exact same thing here. That car is capable. He's already had the car down into the 1 minute 14 second range. He's capable of running 6 seconds per lap faster than our 2 Club Fords as Jake King pulls alongside. And again, that time by Nicolette still had maybe a couple inches, but it's getting awfully close.
And interesting where Nicolette made the pass. Nicolette made that pass somewhere between turn 9 and up here to turn 10.
Right.
He had a really good run off of 9 and probably coming up underneath the bridge. Nicolette was able to make the pass there. Now they're side by side, and this is where Fraley can be patient, let these guys race in front of him. Because he's running about 5 seconds a lap quicker than they are right now. And there you see, there's Moran right there in your screen. He's second overall, but
Fraley might not want to sit behind the two Club Fords much longer.
Not too much longer, but he also doesn't want to get in the middle of their action. Here they are. And this time he's close enough. I think you'll see Fraley make the pass
when they come onto the
front. When they come on the front straight away. If he doesn't do it sooner, but if not,
no, he's not going to impact their ability to go through turn 10. As a matter of fact, he pulls all the way over to driver's right to give. If Wade Nicolette wanted to pull out and attempt to pass on Jake King, Fraley was going to give him the room to do it.
And Nicolette, just as soon as Fraley got by, Nicolette popped over and tried to get a toe from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was smart because King came over and covered, but that was pretty cool.
Heads into the paddock. Bracket racers, race group number 8. It's your time again. Please start heading to the grid. Bracket racers, race group number 8, please head to the grid.
Chuck Moran gets by those two as well. So Moran has cleared. You see that gap is tightened up there as Fraley took some time. And now you see King with a little bit of advantage. And that was just kind of tiptoeing those two while these faster guys passed. But both Fraley and Moran were pretty patient and waited where they wouldn't affect that battle. But that was hilarious. Nicolette trying his best to get a toe from that blue prototype and sneak on by.
Anything for another mile an hour or so as they come onto the straight. And Chuck Moran, you said that Chuck Moran was patient, much like Fraley was. Chuck Moran didn't wait a lap and a half to get that.
That's true. He wasn't as patient. How about that?
Exactly. It was like, I mean, he sees Fraley up ahead. He wants to make that move. Now, as our two Club Fords cross the start-finish line, they complete lap number 15. And separation, 71 one-thousandths of a second at the line as they come down into turn number 1. Jake King to driver's left. He's going to try and sweep around the outside of Nicolette. And Nicolette doesn't appear to be as confident on the brakes going into turn 1, especially this time now.
Yeah. In fact, let's see.
He's going to have to pop to the inside. Yep. And they're coming up on SRFx again in the Formula V. We'll see how that affects them. Also, another patient racer, Steve Rue, who is in his Formula F Wyvern. He's also been just kind of sitting back there. I hope he's got in-car. Well, all of our racers are supposed to have a functioning forward-facing camera. I think Wyvern might be the best cameraman that we've got right now.
Nicolette is outside as they come to turn number 9. We've seen him really get a launch off the corner. In fact, no, he's already made the pass. And now King on the inside. Boy, if you can get that thing to bite on the inside there, you can get a great run up to the bridge. He did.
He turned in very late. Rear end came through, kind of squared up, and as they came out of turn 10, King was already ahead, and a full car length ahead at that.
There is your leader, Fraley, who just clocked in his fast lap of the race, 1:13.994. So getting under that minute 14 mark. He'll have 2 to go when he comes back by. King now back in front of Nicolette. Nicolette takes a look there. Nothing he can do at the top of the hill, but we've seen Wayne be able to go outside at the carousel, stay side by side with him at the carousel, and then be able to pass kind of down there at the bottom where the crossover gate is, right in that area. Tucked up behind him. Now keep in mind also for King and Nicolette, this will be a 19-lap race because the leader's already put a lap on him, so it'll be a 19-lap race.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 8. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid for our final race of the weekend. Race group 8. Bracket racers, please head to the grid.
King and Nicolette, shocking. They're side by side again down into turn number 1. Our leader is headed down the chute now. We'll get the 1 to go when he comes back by start-finish line. Let's see if they come off of the corner. Nicolette has the preferred line if he can hang on to it here. But boy, King gets a good run on the outside. Yeah. Yep. So we'll see Fraley. Fraley's coming up to turn 10 right now. We'll get a 1 to go here. So there he is. Fraley will make one more lap around.
All the while, as we were watching that Club 4 race, Steve Rue is getting closer and closer and closer to Jake King and Wayne Nicolette. I wonder if he's maybe getting a little anxious.
Mm-hmm.
Now, over the course of the weekend, both Nicolette and King have been consistently lapping faster than Rue, but again, as they're going wheel to wheel almost every single lap, it's hard not to stay within that draft. And they come out of turn 10 now onto the front straight. Nicolette pokes to the inside once again, and when they cross the line, King ahead by 44 one-thousandths of a second.
We see the leader for the final time in turn number 5. Let's see take a peek here. King and Nicolette still side by side as they go for turn 3. And they're on their white flag lap as well.
That's right. It's King edges ahead as they go into turn number 3. As our leader, Jason Fraley, comes up the hill and underneath the bridge through turn 10. And he is going to take the overall win and the win in P2. Congratulations, Jason Fraley out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania. Chuck Moran now comes out from the final corner onto the front straight. Moran is going to finish second overall, takes the win in Formula Continental. Now let's move back to that fight for the win in Club Ford. Jake King, he's got the advantage coming up the hill and underneath the Toyota bridge over Wayne Nicolette as they are nose to gearbox coming through the final corner. Nicolette's been trying this move, pops out quickly. They are side by side, and as they come to the line, Jake King takes the win by 38 one-thousandths of a second.
Both of them had been experimenting through the race. If I'm second at turn 10, can I make the pass before I get to start finish? Wayne just about did it.
Yeah, he was almost there. And when we say 38 one-thousandths of a second, that is maybe 6 to 10 inches. He was that close at the line. Steve Rue will take the win in Formula F. He finishes 6th overall. Mark Walthu now taking the checkered flag. He'll take the last step on the podium in Club Ford. Dan Carney will finish 2nd in Formula F. And Dustin Exarlis coming across the line. The Formula V racer will round out the 8 cars still running at the finish. Of course, John Vidovich retires after 5 laps. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention to the paddock, final call, race group 8, bracket racers. This is your final call to the grid for our final race of the day. Race group 8, to the grid, please. So, Edwin, our last break of the day.
Let's do it. Then we'll go bracket racing.
All right. Stay with us, everybody. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll be right back.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need.
From high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland, specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini. Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
So there was a Mazda.
Right.
Formula, I don't know.
FE2.
Three clear, double yellow.
10 lapper and we're done.
Yep.
course, our stuff, obviously. But
So I don't know what the track provides and what you provide.
right.
Had to have two people out at the track.
I was on Moby. One has been given to me.
Welcome back. It is the 2025, or almost the end of the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Edwin Pardue. That's also Spencer Gaynor here with us all weekend long. And we've got Edwin, after 3 days of racing, 10 laps more before we wrap up the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, heading on track right now for their, what is this, fifth race of the weekend? Yeah, fifth race of the weekend. It's the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Well, we run down the starting order.
Yep, some of these cars will not make the start. Gianluca Patiti out of Massachusetts, I believe he has already left. In fact, he sent us a note saying thanks, so he's on the road.
He's already hanging out at Cheers. He's up. He's back up in Boston.
Christopher Graham in the 20. El Rey Richuba is set start third, and then the 178 of Nick Jones in row 4. Or excuse me, row number 2.
Row number 2. All right, it's scheduled to start on the inside of row number 3. Chris Schooler out of Washington, D.C. in his BMW M3. Brian McRae in the number 98 Scion FRS, scheduled to start 6th. He's out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Steve Martin in his Ford Mustang out of Silver Spring, starting 7th. And the Goon, Matt Phillips, starting 8th in the number 162 Honda Civic.
From Dickerson, Maryland, in the BMW, car number 52, Michael Palazinski. And then it's Mike Herbert next to him in the BMW as well, Mike out of Chambersburg, PA. Row number 6, Daniel Allen, car number 100 in the Toyota. And then the Nissan number 45, Chuck Edmondson.
All right. There's got to be somebody I've missed there. All right, let's move over now after Chuck Edmondson, Zach Camp in the number 24 Mustang Cobra. Matt Littleton in the 07 BMW 325 IS. Then Daniel Allen. Did we just say Daniel Allen? And Jennifer Romes running 14th to 15th. Blake Osmond in his BMW 16th.
Jed Prentice in the 68 car, his Motorsports Mazda. John Leggs in the 67, row 10. Jeff Liller will not make the start. Christian Zanatek is in the Honda number 61.
All right, then we got Larry Slavinsky in the 181 Ford Fiesta. We know Louis Alessi not going to make the grid, nor is John Meyer. Looks like Leanne Gesford also has not joined us, but I believe Tim Frank in his Nissan 240SX, the blue and white machine that's been paddocked right outside the tower here, should have made the grid. And now starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And we begin our final race of the weekend, and jumping out to an early start, that's Chris Graham in Ghost, the white BMW 328 IS. He's going to lead Chris Schooler in the black BMW M3 down into turn number 1. The Mizet of Nick Jones out of Annapolis, Maryland, sitting in third. And then, what is this? White, black. It is then Steve Martin in the number 50 Ford Mustang, followed by Brian McRae and Matt Phillips.
Now keep in mind, again, this is 10 laps. Everybody was 20 laps a day except for the bracket group. They split into 2 10-lap segments.
And Brian McRae taking a quick look to the outside of Steve Martin going down in turn 5. That Scion FRS pulls not just double duty, I think triple duty. It is a hill climb car, it is a time trials car, as well as a road racing car. And
it's getting your money's worth.
Absolutely. Brian McRae has won a couple King of the Hills and hill climbs, and a very quick time trialer. He's got to do what he can to keep up with the V8 power of Steve Martin's Ford Mustang. I'm going to give you, once again, pinned to our chat, the link that you can use to see the bracket timing and scoring from the MARRS Points website. If you'd like to see that and how we break our drivers down into these 2-second time slices, we're going to start dividing them up here in just a moment, I think, after we get our next lap in the books.
Yeah, the 2 laps is when they really start to classify the cars here. I say that, and after a lap and a half, it pops up already. So there you go.
there we go.
Another just shows you that I'm so insightful.
All right, now we had in our last bracket race really a 3-car fight for the win here just a little while ago between the 2 BMWs of Graham and Schooler, as well as Nick Jones in that Mizet. The Mizet's a little bit further back here. Now we'll see if things close up, but we also had a great fight, and you're seeing it unfold once again. Steve Martin in the Mustang, Brian McRae, and Matt Phillips in the white car. In the Honda Civic. He calls it the white car. That's why, I was having a conversation yesterday afternoon with Matt just as he was going to get some replacement tires for that car. And this may come as a surprise to Amanda Haynes. It may not come as a surprise. But he plans on bringing more turds out to SCCA road racing soon. He and Amanda drive the car they call the Blue Turd, which is a 2000, I believe, EP3 Honda Civic Si. They have another chassis as well in a different color that they plan on building up. And I think, especially at Pit Race, there are going to be a number of those cars soon to wreak havoc on improved touring fields, ITA fields. Gosh, just tell me how heavy those cars are to run in ITA. They have to weigh almost 2,800 pounds. It's 500 pounds more than a Honda CRX.
And puts a little more strain on everything.
Makes
them harder to go, makes them harder to stop, makes them harder to turn.
Yeah, exactly. And so those cars come with, I believe, a 2-liter 4-cylinder motor, a K20, I don't know if it was a C2 or what it was, whereas like the CRXs have just this little single overhead cam 1.6 liter. But the brakes are not any bigger than what the CRX has. And it's a lot of weight to haul down, say, as they come down to turn 5 here at Summit Point. Meanwhile, he's not in that car right now.
Graham and Schooler right now at the top of the point. They're currently in the A3 bracket. Nick Jones is 3rd overall, 178. He's in the A4 bracket. And then you got 3 cars, Martin, McRae, and Phillips. And they're battling in the B1 bracket. So gives you an idea. Somebody, I think it was just a 2 off down there. Getting dusty. At first I was like, oh, is that something more than just 2 off in a cloud of dust?
And Amanda says turd is the answer. There you go. All right. Yeah, so Schooler goes and recovers from that. And again, nice to see the way that car just kind of dances around under braking going into 5. All right, let's see if we can slide back to one of these other fights. Coming down into turn 1 now, if we can. And that is Weechan Sarabon. In the Mazda RX-3. We saw him running yesterday. Weechan currently running 2nd in the B4 bracket. 2nd in the B4 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. Zach Camp in the Ford Mustang running a little bit further ahead of both Sarabon and Zach Hallander. Do we have the onboard from Zach Hallander again by any chance? Spencer, because I've just now managed to recover from the, nope, we don't have the in-car video. I was going to say I just recovered from my seasickness that I got there in their last bracket race. But no, we don't have the in-car video from him. Again, as we watch Larry Slavinsky go through the carousel, Slavinsky, and they're coming into there's Sarabon. As we said, I think Zach Hallander. We also have there the Mazda Miata. I think that is, I believe that's Jed Prentice with the big giant wing on the car as well. With Christian Zanatich and Larry Slavinsky a little bit further behind. Slavinsky in the Ford Fiesta.
We talked about Sarabon's car yesterday. It's period correct, and it's got the rotary logo on the hood, and it looks like it could have been racing just like that decades ago. It's beautiful. And where is he? He is running in the B4 bracket over Zachary Hallander. So they run 10th, 11th overall in B4. And there he is going by right there. Good shot of him.
Yeah, and there's another machine, another Mazda RX-3 that I remember so well from SCCA road racing, and it's Aaron Downey out of Rossmore, California. A beautiful blue RX-3 that for years was so close to winning the national championship in E-production. I remember so many years when the runoffs were at Road America in the mid-aughts, also back when they were at Heartland Park, Topeka as well. Great car, beautiful car. And as I said yesterday, absolutely magical in the wet because of that almost square track. Just so well balanced. And Sarabon doing a great job right now here with, I think that's Jed Prentice and Zach Hallander right behind him on track. And they just can't do anything about it. Now, with Sarabon, again, that's a rotary motor. It's crucial for Sarabon to be able to keep that thing on the boil because it's got practically no torque.
Tell you what, and now, race 2, Sarabon's best lap was a 1:34.0.
Okay.
He now is out there zipping around at a 1:32.7. Huh. He's found an extra second and a half at the very end. We've talked about the wear and tear on everybody else.
Right.
That little 1:18 is running his fastest laps of the weekend right now. That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hotter now than it's been pretty much all weekend. And, we would think he's not bringing out brand new tires for this car, for this race. Now we've got Zach Hallander taking a look to the outside on Jed Prentice under braking into turn 5. And again, really close racing here. Chris Graham just resets fast lap of the race, turns in a 1:19.996. And so he's got, well, unfortunately for Chris Schooler, that's still a big buffer. Is Chris Graham, who just now is coming up and underneath the bridge going into turn 10. He, with Schooler and Nick Jones, still in that A3 bracket. That's for drivers 119 to 121, as Graham has opened up now about 15 car lengths on Schooler. Now Schooler is going to probably end up having to contend with those 3 slower cars coming down on the braking going into turn 1. There you go. Schooler moves all the way to the inside. He's going to come up on Sarabon. Has to just not only slam on the brakes, but you saw there took a lot of dirt at the apex there, I think, to avoid the RX-3 there going into under braking. And now the Mizet of Nick Jones. Remember last race, Edwin, when we saw Jones caught up in traffic right here, had to make the most drastic of moves to try and avoid the slower traffic, where he just absolutely misjudged the closing speed by, I don't know, probably 15 miles an hour.
Let you know, for Sarabon, he did, because we were looking at his qualifying from earlier, from race 2, but actually this afternoon, right after lunch, in that bracket, he was down to a 1:31.974, and now he's in that 1:32. But again, saving his fastest laps for the 2 races.
Well, looks like for the second day in a row, our cameraman over at turn 8 has decided that he wants to head for the front gate. All right, let's see if we can pick up Spencer. And I think the damage has been done. The second group of racers are coming out of Actually, I was trying to catch up with Steve Martin, Steve Martin in the Mustang, Matt Phillips in the white Honda Civic, and then Brian McRae in that Scion FRS, if we can. And here comes McRae out of turn 10 now as he's worked his way clear of both Martin and Matt Phillips. Now, all three of these drivers, they are still in the A5 bracket. So McRae leads that party. Martin second, Matt Phillips in third. We are getting word that the next time Chris Graham crosses the start-finish line, he will get the one-to-go board. So things absolutely winding down here. By the way, hi, Dan Dennehy Rodriguez. How are you doing? Good to see you. Dan Dennehy, for a time, was the partner relationship manager for the Sports Car Club of America in Topeka and was kind enough to bring myself and Brian Belansky on as announcers for the Hoosier Super Tour for the reboot with our broadcasts that we started 3 years ago. Right about the time we started broadcasting here at the MARRS Series. All right, big flash of the headlights now from Chris Schooler as he crosses the start-finish line about 4 seconds behind Chris Graham. And Chris Graham, now as he heads through turn 1, he is working his final lap. Let's jump back over, Spencer, if we can. They're coming out of turn 10 now with Weech and Sarabon, Jed Prentice, Christian Zanatek in line. And let's see, who else do we have in that little pack?
Is that, was it Hollander?
Yeah, we got Hollander. Zanatech is in the Civic. Hollander's got the big wing. And Zanatech trying to get around him. If we stay here then, Spencer, there we go. Steve Martin in the black car. Matt Phillips in the white Honda Civic as they come around, as they are now working their last lap. And that is the battle for second in the A5 bracket as Brian McRae has been able to scoot away.
Look, all right, for Graham. Yep, here he comes.
Coming out of turn 10, Chris Graham in the car he calls Ghost. He's from Hedgesville, West Virginia, just a few minutes outside of Summit Point. Front gates, and Chris Graham will take the win in we believe, the A3 bracket. Indeed, he keeps it in there in the 120 range, so Chris Graham will win A3. Chris Schooler will finish second. Nick Jones in the Mizet will finish in third. Brian McRae, who I believe will be the next racer we see, he'll be coming out of turn 10 here momentarily. Well, actually, it's going to be Sarabon in the next group. So we'll track them, and McRae's right behind them as they come now onto the front straight. And now coming to the line, side by side, Zanatich and Hollander. And Zanatich and Prentice. Zanatich beats Prentice to the line. The difference is, I think Zanatich was in the B4 bracket, Prentice in the B5 bracket. In B4, it's going to be Weech and Sarabon taking the win. It's Christian Zanatich second. Zach Hollander will finish third. In the B5 bracket, Jed Prentice in that purple number 68 machine with the big giant wing. He's going to win the B5 bracket over Larry Slavinsky. And that's going to wrap the field. Oh, I did leave out one group here, and that is the B3 bracket. Drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. Chuck Edmondson in his Nissan 350Z taking the win over Zach Camp in his Mustang SVT Cobra.
All I could think about is, sometimes here you make that run to the finish line to get by somebody, you get a little toe, and all of a sudden you just realize that you just bumped out of his bracket
into the next one. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, exactly.
Because Sarabon was in a bracket by himself until that last lap, and Zanatech bumped up and ended up at second to Sarabon in that bracket. So, and he was hard, he came off 10 hard. He's like, I'm going to get this last pass done.
No, and if he stayed where he was and he just laid out of the throttle, would have won the bracket. Anyway, that's going to wrap things up for our final bracket race of the weekend. Not only that, it's going to wrap things up for our final race. How many races did we have this weekend?
Lots.
Like billions. If you like what you saw here this weekend, please give us a big thumbs up. Go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel. That way you can find out every time that we go live. I want to thank everybody who joined us this weekend and engaged with us, not only on YouTube, but also here at the track. We had some great conversations with some folks. Smiles all around for a great weekend of racing.
Well, nice. We had a couple drivers come up over the last 2 days, join us in the booth, which gives us a whole different kind of angle, a different position to understand everything. I want to thank Brian Donati for being out of town. That way I got to come and work this weekend. Thank you, Brian.
And if he were in the chat right now, I'm sure he would not return the fee. Actually, he was at the National Park.
He was working. He wasn't goofing off. He was working.
Exactly. Theo Pepes, who joined us here this morning for our Spec Racer Ford race. Of course, yesterday we had Beans Forster in the group. Also want to remind everybody this weekend was a weekend of charitable giving for No Person Left Behind Outdoors, nplboutdoors.com. If you see it in your hearts to help their mission, please make sure to do that. Of course, we'd also like to thank all of the great volunteers that have helped put on this event here at Summit Point Raceway. There are so many to mention across all of the different specialties. I don't want to start running down the list because I know I'm going to forget somebody and I'm going to hurt many people's feelings, so I'm not going to do that. But again, we could not do it without all the great volunteers that make the Sports Car Club of America run. So for Edwin Pardue, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you in early October for the final Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event of the season. Thanks so much for joining us this holiday weekend.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items